13 years after Kyuubi attack. Throughout the blood-soaked history of the shinobi world, his clan had always stood at the apex, regardless of the cost. During the Warring States era, the world was in distress, a chaotic wilderness where the only law was, kill or be killed. His clan, the Senju, Lords of the Forest, emerged victorious against the mighty Uchiha, yet they chose a path that baffled their enemies: restraint, peace, and stability over continued bloodshed. Guided by these principles, they forged a truce with the Uchiha and founded Konohagakure no Sato. These were not just historical footnotes to him, they were the ideals he had absorbed since before he could speak. The pride he held in his heart as he gazed upon his village, and the terrifying fear of failing to live up to its standards, served as his moral compass. His home was built by the Shodai Hokage, stabilized by the Nadaime, and finally saved by his father, the Yondaime. They had directed their efforts not toward the vain glory of the clan, but toward something far greater, an enduring village where the will of fire would burn longer than any single name. I shall protect this peace, the peace you all died to preserve. The words were mumbled softly by a blonde figure standing atop the Yondaime's stone head, watching the sunset bleed across the horizon. He had long, spiky blonde hair, with bandaged bangs framing a determined face. Standing at 168 centimeters, he was tall for his age, cutting a striking silhouette against the dying light. His outfit was simple, a reflection of his modest nature: a zipped black hoodie emblazoned with the Senju emblem on the back, black pants, and standard shinobi sandals. But most importantly, the black headband tied securely around his forehead declared his allegiance to Konoha's ninja corps. He was Senju Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage and, for all intents and purposes, the Prince of Konoha. Growing up, he became acutely aware that he was adored and respected by everyone in the village, civilian and shinobi alike. At first, the attention was startling, even uncomfortable. To have masses of people bowing to him and murmuring, "Naruto-sama," felt alien to a boy who just wanted to be part of this big family. However, he found a small mercy in the distinction. While the civilians treated him like nobility, the shinobi respected him as a comrade. They did not bow, nor did they use honorifics like Lord, a fact he deeply appreciated. Living in such an environment should have produced a spoiled brat, yet Naruto's thoughts always ran far deeper than gifted shirts or free dango from smiling vendors. Praise did not intoxicate him, nor did privilege blind him. Instead, it pressed a quiet, heavy weight onto his shoulders. He understood, even at a young age, that admiration was fleeting, but responsibility was permanent. Naruto was not some parvenu who had recently stumbled into fame and wished to bask in it until it faded. No, his name carried history, sacrifice, and expectation long before he could fully grasp its meaning. Every bow, every respectful greeting, served as a stark reminder: he was living not for applause, but for a purpose yet to be fulfilled. Like the men whose shadows loomed over Konoha's very foundations, he learned early that power meant nothing without restraint. Just as his grandfather, Hashirama, had done decades ago, Naruto chose discipline over indulgence, and humility over arrogance. He trained not to be seen, but to be worthy. He listened more than he spoke, and observed more than he acted. In a village that treated him like royalty, he resolved to walk as a shinobi first, guided not by entitlement, but by duty, conviction, and the quiet resolve to protect what others had built with their lives. And then, one day, he would earn the right to have his face sculpted on this mountain alongside them. This was his ninja way. Unknown to him, a solitary slug watched from the shadows, observing the young blonde in silence. Tanzaku Gai. Tanzaku Gai was the beating heart of vice in the land of fire, a sprawling playground of casinos and parlors that never slept. It was less of a city and more of a massive altar dedicated to gambling and excess. Inside a dimly lit bar, far removed from the celebratory noise of the streets, sat a blonde woman. To the casual observer, she appeared to be a vibrant beauty in her 20s, yet beneath the surface, she carried the weight and years of a woman in her 50s. Tsunade was a striking woman with long, blonde hair tied into two low ponytails and honey-colored eyes. Despite being in her 50s, she maintained the appearance of a woman in her 20s, marked only by the small, violet diamond seal on her forehead. She wore a sleeveless gray kimono blouse, dark trousers, and simple strapped sandals. Most notably, draped over her shoulders was a lime green haori that featured the black Senju clan emblem on the back. "I see, so he finally graduated," the blonde woman mumbled, her words slightly slurred as she swayed in her seat. "Katsuyu, The small slug resting on the table, who had been observing the boy from afar, replied dutifully. "Hi, Tsunade-sama," he finished at the top of his class. Unlike Tsunade, who merely hiccuped in response, Shizune beamed with pride. As expected of Naruto-sama. But her smile quickly faded as she turned toward her intoxicated master, her brows knitting together in concern. "Tsunade-sama, don't you think we should have been there for him?" Tsunade scoffed, drowning another saucer of sake in a single gulp. "HMPH, what's the point? He despises me, my only living family, and he despises me." "That's not true," Shizune interjected, cutting her off. "It is the truth," Tsunade muttered bitterly, staring into the bottom of her empty cup. "And I can't blame him. He is better off without a failure like me." Shizune and Katsuyu exchanged worried glances but remained silent, unable to bridge the chasm of her grief. However, in the dim light of the bar, neither noticed the single, solitary tear that rolled down the Sanin's cheek. Naruto's apartment was far from luxurious. It was a functional space, large enough for a single occupant, let alone the village's prince. It held a compact bedroom, a cramped kitchenette, and a living area that struggled to fit both a small couch and a dining table. Yet, what the room lacked in size, it made up for in discipline. Every surface was immaculate, and every item was deliberately placed. I must say, having his books alphabetized, Kakashi sounded genuinely astonished as he scanned the spines lining the Rookie of the Year's small library. He might be even more meticulous than Minato-sensei. The selection was heavy for a teenager: history of the shinobi nations, advanced chakra theory, fuinjutsu dynamics, and various ninjutsu scrolls. But nestled among the war manuals were, interestingly enough, several well-worn cookbooks. He has lived by himself for 13 years, Kakashi realized with a sudden pang of sympathy. Of course he learned to cook. Hiruzen chuckled softly as he eased himself into the only chair. "Look all you want, Kakashi, but don't touch. He hates having his system disturbed." Kakashi snorted softly, the sound barely audible in the quiet room, a mixture of amusement and a profound, quiet pride. "I can see that," he murmured to the empty air, his voice thick with a nostalgia he rarely allowed himself to feel. He leaned against the doorframe, his lone visible eye curving into a crescent shape, the signature eye smile that softened his usually guarded expression. His gaze drifted from the window to the top of the modest dresser, where he noticed 2 framed photographs, kept pristine and dust-free. The first was a window into a past that felt like a lifetime ago. It captured Senju Minato and Uzumaki Kushina in a moment of happiness. The Yondaime was out of his uniform, with a protective hand resting gently on Kushina's swollen abdomen. Kushina was beaming, her smile radiant enough to outshine the sun, oblivious to the tragedy that awaited them. Beside it sat a more recent memory, one that spoke of the village's enduring lineage. It depicted a younger, shorter Naruto standing between 2 titans of the shinobi world, Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Senju Tsunade. In the frame, Jiraiya was laughing uproariously, a heavy hand clapping Naruto on the shoulder, while Tsunade looked on with a smirk that didn't quite hide her fierce affection. And there, in the center, was Naruto smiling happily. Kakashi stared at the images for a long moment before shifting his gaze back toward Hiruzen. "Anything else I must know? He is his father's son," Hiruzen stated with a tone of finality. He groaned slightly as he stood up, straightening his robes to leave. "I trust this is enough." Kakashi's gaze lingered on the quiet, orderly room one last time. "I think so. You look good, Naruto. I must say, the forehead protector really fits you," Hiruzen said warmly. He looked down at the small ID photo in his hand, then back up at the young man standing in front of his desk. He carefully stapled the picture to the official ninja registration form. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, a shy smile breaking across his face. "Thank you very much, Hiruzen-sama." Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his pipe letting out a small puff of smoke. He eyed the boy with a sincere, grandfatherly smile. Standing there in his black uniform, Naruto looked every bit the part. He was the true heir of the village founders and the successor to the 4th. Hiruzen felt a heavy feeling in his chest. He was getting old, and his bones were tired. He wasn't sure if he would live long enough to see Naruto become a full-grown adult, but he silently hoped he would be around to witness at least a glimpse of the great ninja the boy was destined to become. However, his peaceful thoughts were cut short when the office door suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. A small blur dashed into the room. It was a young boy, maybe 7 years old, wearing a yellow shirt and a blue scarf that was way too long for him. He held a wooden shuriken high in the air, looking ready for battle. "Oh boy," Hiruzen thought, closing his eyes. "Here we go again," the boy screamed at the top of his lungs, pointing dramatically at the Hokage. "Today is the day, old man. I, Konohamaru-sama, shall defeat you right here and now." But he never finished his war cry. As he charged forward, his foot got tangled in his own long scarf. He tripped and went flying, face planting onto the wooden floor with a loud thud. Naruto watched the scene unfold with a look of pure disbelief, a metaphorical sweat drop sliding down the back of his head. Is this for real? He wondered. He blinked in surprise as the boy scrambled back to his feet, dusted himself off, and immediately whipped around to point an accusing finger at him. It was you who tripped me. What vile tricks did you use?" Konohamaru demanded loudly. He had no idea who this stranger was, but seeing his grandfather speaking so kindly with him was enough to make him a target. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the Sandame's grandson, Naruto thought, piecing it together. Naruto looked down at the boy with amusement dancing in his blue eyes. "I don't think you should. Wear a scarf that is longer than you are," Naruto said, gently teasing the shrimp. Before Konohamaru could shout a reply, a man wearing dark sunglasses burst into the room, looking frantic. "Honorable grandson, how many times have I told you not to run off where I cannot see you?" Ebisu declared dramatically. He stopped to catch his breath, finally noticing the spiky-haired teen watching them with interest. Ebisu's eyes widened behind his shades, and his panicked expression instantly shifted to one of deep respect. "Naruto-kun, it is a pleasure to see you here. And congratulations on your graduation." "Thank you, Ebisu-sensei," Naruto replied with a polite smile. He recognized the man immediately from his time at the academy. Konohamaru stood frozen, his mouth hanging slightly open. He looked back and forth between his strict tutor and the blonde stranger, completely dumbfounded. He had never seen Ebisu act so nice to anyone before. "I must excuse myself, Sandame. I have a long day tomorrow," Naruto said, turning back to the desk to offer a short, respectful bow. However, just before he walked out the door, he paused and looked down at the little boy. He flashed him a charming, friendly smile. "It was nice meeting you, Konohamaru-kun." Konohamaru's eyes went wide, and he stood frozen in place. For the first time in forever, someone hadn't looked at him and seen the honorable grandson. That guy had looked him in the eye and called him by his actual name. He whipped his head around to face his grandfather, practically vibrating with excitement. "Gigi, who was that guy?" Hiruzen took a slow, calming puff from his pipe before answering. "That was Senju Naruto. He just graduated from the academy at the very top of his class." As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed the old Hokage's mind. Naruto was disciplined, patient, and cool-headed. Maybe, just maybe, he is the one who can handle this boy's madness. Stars practically sparkled in Konohamaru's eyes. Whoa, super cool. He honestly didn't know what a Senju was, but that big brother looked strong, confident, and totally awesome. He didn't yell, and he didn't lecture, he just smiled. "Now, listen here, honorable grandso," Ebisu started, pushing up his sunglasses to begin another long speech. But Konohamaru wasn't having any of it. He had no intention of listening to his sensei's boring lectures. Without a second thought, he spun around and dashed out the open door, his long blue scarf trailing behind him like a tail. "Wait up, boss, arg, not again," Ebisu cried out in pure frustration. He scrambled to turn around and sprinted after the boy, his sandals skidding on the floor as he panicked. The office finally fell silent. "That kid will be the death of me," Hiruzen sighed, the exhaustion settling deep in his bones. He reached into his robes and pulled out his crystal ball, placing it gently on the desk. He rubbed his aching temples as the image in the glass flickered to life, showing the hallway outside. "I really hope Naruto can knock some sense into him." Next day, 5 a.m. The air was crisp and biting, a pre-dawn chill that cut through the silence of the sleeping village. While most of Konoha was tucked warmly in their beds, Senju Naruto was already awake, his sandals rhythmically slapping against the pavement as he ran laps around the village perimeter. It was a habit he had developed years ago, a physical outlet for a mind that refused to be quiet. The burning in his lungs and the ache in his muscles were the only things that effectively drowned out the darker thoughts lurking in his subconscious, specifically, the thoughts about his family. Why am I even thinking about her right now? The image of a blonde woman, likely passed out in a tavern. With a sake bottle in hand, flashed through his mind. Was he angry? Was he resentful that the legendary Tsunade Senju, his only living blood relative, hadn't bothered to send a letter, let alone attend his graduation? He gritted his teeth, forcing his legs to pump harder. She chose the bottle over the village. She chose running away over me. He shook his head violently, letting the cold wind whip the hair from his face. Suddenly, his sensory radar pinged. Someone's coming. Naruto narrowed his eyes, not slowing his pace, but shifting his weight, ready to defend himself. However, the figure that emerged from the morning mist was not an enemy. In fact, it was perhaps the most visually jarring thing Naruto had ever witnessed. It was a man, tall and fit, wearing a standard Junin flak jacket. But underneath, he wore a skin-tight, emerald green spandex suit that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. To top it off, he sported a bowl cut so precise it looked like it had been measured with a ruler. "Good morning, young man." The shout was so loud it likely woke up 3 different city blocks. Naruto was taken aback by the sheer, unadulterated voltage of energy radiating from the stranger, but his training took over. He didn't break stride, offering a polite, breathless nod. "Good morning, sir." The man matched Naruto's pace effortlessly, running backward just to face him. He grinned, a blinding flash of white teeth that seemed to sparkle in the dim light. "Senju Naruto," Might Guy thought, his thick eyebrows wiggling with interest. "The prodigy assigned to Kakashi. I can see the fire in his eyes. How beautiful to witness such a display of youth so early in the morning." The man bellowed, giving a thumbs up. "I am the sublime green beast of prey of Konoha. The name is Might Guy." Naruto blinked. The man was weird, but there was no denying the terrifying physical strength hidden beneath that ridiculous outfit. "Senju Naruto," he replied respectfully, keeping his face neutral. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Guy-san." "Naruto-kun, I can sense your greeting fueled by the flames of passion." Guy looked at his wristwatch and gasped melodramatically. "As much as I would love to join you on your youthful jog, I am behind schedule. I must complete my 500 laps around the village before breakfast." "See ya." With a roar of effort, Guy spun around and accelerated. He didn't just run, he exploded forward, vanishing in a blur of green and leaving a literal cloud of dust swirling in his wake. Naruto stopped running. He stood frozen in the middle of the empty street, staring blankly at the settling dust cloud. The silence returned to the street, but the moment lingered. Naruto muttered to himself, doubting his own ears. Did he just say 500? Can't you at least pretend to be excited, Shikamaru? Naruto asked, leaning back in his chair with a sigh. Beside him, his lazy friend was practically melting into the desk, looking as though he were counting the seconds until he could return to unconsciousness. Shikamaru scoffed, not even bothering to lift his head from his folded arms. Troublesome blonde, what exactly is there to be excited about? We're just trading a boring classroom for dangerous missions. It just means less time to sleep and watch the clouds. It's a drag. Naruto offered a weary smile, a metaphorical sweat drop forming at his temple. How does this guy have the energy to come up with such elaborate excuses for being lazy? Realizing that conversation was a lost cause while Shikamaru was in power-saving mode, Naruto turned his gaze outward, scanning the classroom. If they were to be assigned squads today, he needed to assess the variables. He immediately ruled out the trio beside him. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were an impossibility. The Ino-Shika-Cho formation was a legendary tactical unit maintained since the very establishment of Konoha. Tradition dictated they would stay together, which left Naruto with a pool of 5 potential teammates: Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Hinata, and Sasuke. His eyes landed on Kiba first. The Inuzuka was loud, brash, and volatile. He was always demanding spars, treating everything like a competition for dominance. Naruto didn't mind the physical challenge, he actually enjoyed their bouts, but the thought of dealing with that noise level on a long-term stealth mission made him shudder. Having him as a permanent teammate would be a nightmare for my sanity. Then there was Shino. Naruto frowned slightly. He knew absolutely nothing about Aburame Shino. The guy was a complete enigma, hidden behind high collars and dark glasses. He was silent, stoic, and frankly, managed to be even more brooding than Sasuke, which was an achievement in itself. His gaze drifted to the girls. Haruno Sakura was academically brilliant, easily passing the written exams with flying colors. However, she lacked the practical killer instinct of a shinobi, something she would have to learn the hard way in the field. On the bright side, her obsession was entirely focused on Sasuke. She had zero interest in Naruto, which he counted as a massive tactical bonus. Then, Hyuga Hinata. She was a puzzle he couldn't solve. She was the heiress to the most prestigious clan in the village, possessor of the Byakugan, yet she was painfully timid. She would barely mutter a word in his presence, and if he looked at her too long, she looked ready to faint. For a clan that prides itself on seeing everything, she can barely look anyone in the eye, Naruto mused. He wondered briefly what kind of pressure led to such anxiety, but decided it wasn't his place to pry. Finally, his eyes narrowed as they landed on Uchiha Sasuke. That was a complicated story. He would often catch the Uchiha glaring at him from across the room, a mix of rivalry and intensity burning in his dark eyes. In sparring practice, Sasuke demanded to fight Naruto exclusively. It wasn't that Sasuke ever won, Naruto's skills were superior, but the Uchiha never stopped trying. Naruto leaned his chin on his palm. It's the energy of the Uchiha and Senju rivalry, he concluded. Naruto chuckled nervously to himself, shaking his head as he looked over the eclectic group of misfits. This will be really troublesome. The low hum of chatter in the classroom died down instantly as the door slid open with a sharp clack. Yumino Iruka stepped inside, a clipboard tucked securely under his arm. His expression was a complex of stern authority and barely concealed pride as he scanned the faces of the students he had watched grow for years. Naruto straightened his posture, nudging Shikamaru awake with a sharp elbow to the ribs. The Nara groaned but sat up, blinking bleary eyes as he tried to look presentable. Congratulations, Iruka began, his voice projecting clearly across the room. As of today, you are no longer students. You are genin of Konohagakure. You have worked hard to get here, but I must warn you, the path ahead is far more treacherous than any exam you have taken within these walls. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over them. You will be formed into 3-man cells, led by a Junin commander. These teams will be your family, your shield, and your sword. You will live together, fight together, and if necessary, die for one another. Naruto listened intently, his face impassive. He respected Iruka. The man was a good teacher. Now, for the assignments, Iruka announced, lifting the clipboard. The tension in the room skyrocketed. Ino was practically vibrating. Sakura was clasping her hands in prayer, and Sasuke, well, Sasuke was brooding as usual, chin resting on his interlaced fingers. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Kiba let out a confident bark of laughter, while Hinata seemed to shrink into her seat. Shino remained a statue. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. Told you, Naruto whispered. Beside him, Shikamaru just sighed, as expected. How troublesome. Ino let out a groan of despair, seemingly mourning her separation from Sasuke. Iruka cleared his throat, his eyes drifting toward the center of the room. He lingered for a moment on Naruto, then shifted to the Uchiha. Team 7, Iruka announced, his voice carrying a sudden gravity. Haruno Sakura. Sakura's head snapped up, hope flaring in her eyes. Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura let out a squeal of victory, throwing her hands up, while Sasuke merely smirked, his eyes shifting sideways. And Senju Naruto. Silence descended on the room for a heartbeat. Naruto closed his eyes and let out a long, controlled breath through his nose. Of course, he thought, a faint, wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The universe has a wicked sense of humor. It was the most volatile combination possible, the obsessive civilian, the vengeful Uchiha, and the Senju heir. It was a powder keg waiting for a match. That concludes the team assignments, Iruka said, rolling up the scroll. Your Junin sensei will arrive shortly to collect you. Until then, good luck. As Iruka left, Naruto felt a gaze burning into the side of his head. He turned to find Sasuke staring at him, dark eyes narrowed with intense scrutiny. It wasn't hatred, exactly, it was the look of a predator sizing up its only real competition. Naruto met the gaze calmly, his blue eyes cool and unbothered. The rivalry of the founders was alive and well, it seemed. Well, Naruto muttered to himself, leaning back in his chair. This is going to be interesting. Hokage Tower. The office of the Hokage was thick with tension and tobacco smoke as the village's elite Junin gathered around the heavy oak desk. All eyes were fixed on the crystal sphere, the telescope technique, which displayed the classroom of newly graduated genin. Asuma Sarutobi was the first to break the heavy silence, shifting his weight as he stared at the image of the volatile Team 7. I have to say, Pops, Asuma grumbled, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a casual flick of his lighter. He took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of gray smoke. Handing Kakashi both the Senju heir and the Uchiha survivor. It looks a lot like you're playing favorites. He gestured vaguely at the orb, where Naruto and Sasuke sat in stoic silence while Sakura cheered. That's a powerhouse team on paper. A bit unfair to the rest of us, isn't it? Asuma, Kakashi drawled, leaning lazily against the wall with his hands buried deep in his pockets. He offered his signature closed-eye smile, his voice infuriatingly chill. You got the legendary Ino Shika Cho trio, didn't you? Aren't you happy with continuing the tradition? Asuma's eye twitched visibly. He knew exactly what Kakashi was doing. He had read the files on his assigned team, and he wasn't exactly thrilled. The Akamichi was obsessed with food, the Yamanaka was obsessed with boys, and the Nara, well, Asuma had just watched Naruto elbow the kid in the ribs just to wake him up. Don't give me that, Asuma shot back, his frown curling into a mocking smirk as he turned to face the copy nin. Just make sure you don't ruin them. We all know your track record. The room erupted in low chuckles. Kurenai hid a smile behind her hand, and even the Sandame cracked a grin around his pipe stem. It was an open secret among the Junin Corps. Hatake Kakashi had never passed a single genin team. He was notorious for failing every squad assigned to him, sending them back to the academy in tears. Go ahead, show us how fast you'll send this batch back to academy, Asuma teased, tapping the ash from his cigarette. I give them a day. Maybe two. Kakashi didn't rise to the bait. He simply turned his gaze back to the crystal orb, his lone visible eye focusing intently on the image of the blonde boy sitting calmly amidst the chaos. He saw the discipline in Naruto's posture, the way he observed his surroundings, so unlike the other rookies. Kakashi snorted softly, a sound of genuine intrigue. Well, he murmured, his voice dropping to a serious register that silenced the room. Maybe not this time. Sasuke Uchiha was many things, but he was not a fool. He possessed the eyes that saw the truth, and the truth was a bitter pill to swallow. Senju Naruto was stronger than him. From their very first year at the academy, the gap had been undeniable. Naruto demonstrated a level of capability and raw talent that eclipsed those of all his peers. It wasn't just his skill, it was his blood. He was the grandson of Shodai and Nadaime Hokage, and the son of Yondaime. He was shinobi royalty, but Sasuke was an Uchiha, an elite among elites, and he was not the type of person to accept second place, destiny or not. For years, Sasuke had trained until his muscles screamed and studied until his vision blurred, desperate to bridge the gap. Yet, no matter how much he honed his skills, he could never quite close the distance. He had never defeated Naruto in a spar, nor had he bested him in the written exams. Naruto was a wall he could not scale. Then came the night of the massacre. The world shifted, and Sasuke found his existence defined by a singular hatred. He found himself running a race against two ghosts, Uchiha Itachi, the traitor who destroyed his past, and Senju Naruto, the prodigy who overshadowed his future. But now is different, Sasuke thought, a cold, calculating smirk touching his lips as he glanced at the blonde boy sitting a few desks away. Now we are teammates. I will watch him and discover what makes him so powerful. Naruto, oblivious to the dark thoughts of his brooding teammate, took a deep breath and resumed the rhythmic tapping of his finger against the wooden desk. Tap, tap, tap. It had been 3 hours. 3 hours since the Junin commanders had arrived to collect their squads. 3 hours of staring at the chalkboard. It was a blatant display of disrespect, and a terrible start for a newly formed cell. It seemed his female teammate shared his sentiment, though she lacked his restraint. Where is he? Sakura shrieked, her voice cracking with frustration. She dashed back and forth across the front of the room, her boots stomping loudly. I don't mind spending extra time with Sasuke-kun, but this is ridiculous. There is a limit to how late a person can be. Naruto ignored her outburst, his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, his finger stopped mid-tap. He felt it, a suppressed, yet potent chakra signature approaching the corridor. Naruto's eyes snapped open, locking onto the classroom door just as it slid open with a harsh rattle. A man stepped inside. He was tall, dressed in the standard Junin flak jacket, with a shock of gravity-defying silver hair. His face was obscured by a dark mask, and his forehead protector was pulled down to cover his left eye, leaving only a single, bored-looking dark eye visible. Naruto's composure cracked for a fraction of a second, his blue eyes widening in genuine shock. Naruto thought, his mind racing. The copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi, my 2 sans, student. He quickly schooled his features back into a mask of indifference, but he wasn't fast enough. Kakashi, who had been scanning the room with a lazy gaze, caught the micro-expression. His visible eye narrowed imperceptibly. So, he knows exactly who I am. Interesting. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, scratching the back of his head as he looked over the 3 genin, the fuming girl, the brooding Uchiha, and the composed Senju. Team 7, Kakashi asked, his voice dragging with lethargy. Seeing 3 nods in return, he offered them a closed-eye smile that felt entirely unearned. My first impression of this group. He paused for dramatic effect, looking them over one by one. Quote. You guys look like an interesting bunch. He pushed himself off the doorframe and turned around, hands in his pockets. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Don't be late. Don't be late. Is this guy serious? The wind whipped across the academy rooftop, carrying the scent of leaves and dust. By the time the 3 genin arrived, Kakashi was already perched casually on the railing against the backdrop of the Hokage monument. He looked bored, his single eye half-lidded as he read a small orange book. Good, you're all here, Kakashi said, snapping the book shut and tucking it into his pouch. Let's start with introductions. I want to know who I'm dealing with. Sakura tilted her head, confusion knitting her brow. Introductions? What do you want us to say, sensei? The basics, Kakashi shrugged. Likes, dislikes, your hobbies, dreams for the future, things like that. Why don't you go first, sensei? Naruto suggested calmly, crossing his arms over his chest. Set the example so we know how it's done. Kakashi eyed the blonde boy. Assertive, but polite. Me, I'm Hitaki Kakashi. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. My dreams for the future, never really thought about it. As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. The 3 genin stared at him blankly. Can't believe he is reading this book so shamelessly, thought Naruto. Was this really the copy ninja? He basically just told us his name, Sakura whispered to Sasuke, who didn't respond. Okay, your turn, Kakashi gestured to the pink-haired girl. You first, on the right. Sakura straightened up, stealing a quick glance at the Uchiha beside her. I'm Haruno Sakura. What I like, or rather, the person I like is. She blushed furiously, looking at Sasuke. My hobby is, she giggled, burying her face in her hands. And my dream for the future is. She let out a high-pitched squeal. Kakashi sighed internally. Great. Girls at this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu. And what do you hate? Sakura's expression instantly soured. Ino pig. And waiting 3 hours for a teacher. Fair enough, Kakashi drawled. Next. You, the gloomy one. Sasuke sat forward, clasping his hands together. The air around him seemed to drop in temperature. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, and I don't like anything in particular. Sakura's smile faltered. Naruto watched him from the corner of his eye. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality, Sasuke continued, his voice cold and sharp as a kunai. I will restore my clan, and I will kill a certain man. A heavy silence fell over the roof. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly. Just as I thought. Okay. Kakashi broke the tension effortlessly. Last one. The blonde. Naruto stepped forward. He didn't slouch, and he didn't fidget. He stood with a natural grace that reminded Kakashi painfully of his deceased sensei. I am Senju Naruto, he began, his voice steady and deeper than his years. I like the village my ancestors built, maintaining order. And, cooking. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Cooking. That's unexpected. I dislike. Never gave it much thought. Naruto continued, my hobbies are studying history, fuinjutsu, and meditation. His gaze drifting briefly to the stone faces on the mountain before returning to Kakashi. He placed a hand over his heart and smiled deeply. My dream is to protect this village and become Hokage. The wind picked up again, rustling their clothes. Kakashi stared at Naruto for a long moment. It wasn't the boisterous declaration of a brat wanting attention, it was the solemn oath of a shinobi. Sensei, your child became a terrific kid, Kakashi thought with pride. Good, Kakashi said aloud, his eye curving into a deceptive smile. You're all unique, and you all have your own motivations. We're going to have a lot of fun together. He pushed himself off the railing. Your first mission begins tomorrow. It's a survival exercise. Survival exercise? Sakura asked. But we already did that at the academy. Kakashi chuckled, a low, ominous sound. This isn't like the academy. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will actually become genin. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this is a pass or fail test, and the probability of failing is 66%. The color drained from Sakura's face. Sasuke's fist clenched. Naruto merely narrowed his eyes, calculating the odds. Meet at the designated training ground at 5 a.m., Kakashi ordered, turning his back to them. And bring your ninja gear. He paused, glancing over his shoulder with a sadistic glint in his eye. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll puke. Next day 4:30 a.m. Naruto hummed a low, tuneless melody as he walked through the quiet streets toward Training Ground 7. The sun had barely crested the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pale violet and orange. His stomach gave a quiet grumble of protest, but he ignored it with practiced ease. He had debated the merits of disobeying Kakashi's order to skip breakfast. It was a common psychological tactic, create physical discomfort to test mental fortitude. However, Naruto ultimately decided to comply. It wasn't that he feared vomiting, as Kakashi had warned, rather, he understood the chain of command. If his superior shinobi gave a direct order before a mission, even a nonsensical one, there was likely a reason behind it. And if there wasn't, well, a few hours of hunger was nothing. Arriving at the training ground, he found the clearing empty. The dew was still heavy on the grass, and the only sound was the chirping of early morning birds. I'm the first one here, he noted, checking the position of the sun. He shrugged, adjusting his headband before leaping effortlessly onto a high branch of a nearby oak tree. He crossed his legs, settled his hands in his lap, and closed his eyes, slipping into a meditative trance to conserve energy. Judging by yesterday, Naruto thought, his mind drifting to the silver-haired Junin, I highly doubt Kakashi-sensei's tardiness was a one-time occurrence. A man who reads erotic novels in front of his students doesn't strike me as a stickler for punctuality. He prepared himself for a long wait. 30 minutes later, his sensory range picked up a familiar, slightly erratic chakra signature approaching the bridge. His eyes snapped open. Sakura, he raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Before Sasuke, that's unexpected. He stayed at the branch of the tree just as the pink-haired Kunoichi walked onto the bridge, looking tired but determined. She spotted him sitting at the top of the tree and brightened up, though her eyes immediately darted around him, searching for someone else. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto offered a polite, charming smile, the kind that made civilian shopkeepers give him discounts. Good morning to you as well, Sakura. Sakura fidgeted with the hem of her red dress, her gaze scanning the empty tree line again. So, Sasuke-kun isn't here yet. Naruto felt a metaphorical sweat drop slide down the back of his head. There really is no hope for you, is there? We are about to face a Junin in a survival exam, and your priority is a boy who ignores you. Outwardly, however, he kept his tone encouraging. I'm sure he will be here soon. As if summoned by her sheer desperation, the Uchiha heir arrived exactly 5 minutes later. He walked onto the bridge with his hands in his pockets, his face set in its permanent scowl of indifference. The air around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Sakura practically vibrated with excitement. She smoothed her hair and leaned forward. Gee, good morning, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke didn't break stride, he didn't even look at her. The grunt was dismissive, cold, and utterly lacking in social grace. He walked past them both and leaned against the railing on the far side of the bridge, staring out at the water as if they didn't exist. Annoying prick, Naruto thought, shaking his head slightly at the display. He thinks brooding makes him look strong, but it just makes him look like a child throwing a tantrum. Deciding that engaging in conversation with a wall and a fangirl was a waste of breath, Naruto sighed and closed his eyes again. He crossed his arms, leaning back against the wood, and returned to his meditation. They had a long morning ahead of them. The sun had climbed high into the sky, banishing the morning chill and replacing it with the creeping warmth of midday. 5 hours. They had been waiting for 5 agonizing hours. Naruto's stomach gave a violent growl, a stark reminder that he had skipped breakfast as ordered. Beside the railing, Sasuke's patience had visibly eroded, his tapping foot was the only sign of his agitation, but the dark aura around him suggested he was plotting murder. Sakura, meanwhile, had gone through the 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and was currently circling back to a seething, silent rage. Naruto, who had spent the last 2 hours balancing a kunai on the tip of his finger while perched in the oak tree, finally sighed. He opened his eyes, staring at the empty spot on the bridge where he knew their sensei would eventually appear. He's testing us, Naruto reasoned, though his brow twitched with irritation. Or he's just incredibly irresponsible. Suddenly, without a sound or a warning ripple of chakra, a cloud of white smoke erupted in the center of the bridge. As the smoke cleared, Hatake Kakashi stood there, one hand in his pocket and the other raised in a lazy greeting. He looked fresh, well rested, and completely unbothered by the fact that his students had been starving for half a day. Yo! The silence that followed was deafening. You're late, Sakura shrieked, the sound scaring a flock of pigeons out of a nearby bush. She stomped forward, thrusting an accusing finger at the Junin's masked face. We've been waiting here since dawn. How can you be this late? Naruto hopped down from the tree branch, landing softly on the grass. He didn't yell, but his blue eyes were narrowed into a glare that was far colder than Sakura's fiery outburst. He crossed his arms, his posture radiating disappointment. Seriously, sensei? Naruto asked, his tone flat and unimpressed. 5 hours? That's not just tardiness, that's desertion. Kakashi didn't even flinch. He simply rubbed the back of his neck, his visible eye curving into that infuriatingly innocent eye smile. Now, calm down, Kakashi drawled. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around to avoid bad luck. You understand, right, liar? Sakura screamed. He walked past them toward 3 wooden stumps in the middle of the clearing, placing an old-fashioned alarm clock on the center one. Anyway, Kakashi said, his tone shifting slightly, signaling the end of the banter. Let's get started. I have an alarm set for noon. He reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 silver bells, dangling them tauntingly in front of the 3 genin. They chimed softly in the wind. Your assignment is very simple, he said, his eye narrowing. You have until noon to take these bells from me. Sakura frowned, doing the math. But there are only 2 bells. And there are 3 of us. Correct, Kakashi said cheerfully. Which means that at least one of you will end up tied to a stump and will go without lunch. And that person will fail the exam and be sent back to the academy. The atmosphere on the training ground instantly shifted from annoyance to deadly seriousness. So, Kakashi said, holding the bells up, come at me with the intent to kill. If you don't, you'll never get them. Now, seeing his students get ready, he continued, begin. Concealed within the dense large bush, Naruto kept his breathing shallow, his blue eyes fixed on the silver-haired Junin standing openly in the clearing. Kakashi looked bored, lazily turning the page of that orange book while the bells jingled softly at his hip. Naruto frowned. One of us gets sent back to the academy, as he analyzed the parameters of the test. He narrowed his eyes further. Standard tactical squads are always formed as 4-man cells, 3 genin and 1 Junin captain. A 2-man genin team disrupts standard formation protocols and rotation schedules. It doesn't make sense. And continued his train of thought. He paused. He is bluffing. The threat of failure is real, but the condition of splitting the team is a lie, before looking back at the teacher. So, if the premise was false, what was the true objective? Naruto watched as Kakashi yawned, looking completely unconcerned by the 3 killers in training hiding around him. Then, it clicked, he knows it's statistically impossible for a fresh genin to take a bell from an elite Junin in single combat. The only variable that shifts the odds in our favor is numbers, and he finally understood. It's a test of teamwork, he realized. Naruto let out a silent sigh, rubbing his temple. Great. I have to cooperate. As he glanced toward the distinct chakra signatures of his teammates. Getting Sakura to cooperate was plausible, she was desperate to pass and would follow a lead if presented with one. But Sasuke, Naruto scoffed internally, that guy is drowning in his own arrogance. He thinks he's an avenger who needs no one. If I approached him now, he'd just sneer and tell me to stay out of his way, and shook his head. Naruto shifted his weight, gripping a kunai. He couldn't force teamwork on someone who didn't want it. He had to demonstrate the necessity of it. Naruto decided, I'll engage Kakashi-sensei alone first, as his muscles tensed for a strike. I need to show Sasuke the gap in power. Once he sees that even I can't touch him solo, maybe then the Uchiha will realize that working together is the only way to survive, he concluded. Kakashi was thoroughly enjoying the latest twist in Ika Ika Paradise, chuckling softly to himself as the protagonist found himself in yet another compromised situation. However, his literary enjoyment was abruptly cut short when the sharp whistle of cutting air reached his ears. Without lifting his eyes from the page, Kakashi tilted his head to the left, then swayed his torso to the right. 3 shuriken embedded themselves harmlessly into the tree trunk behind him. He sighed, snapping the book shut and sliding it into his rear pouch. He looked up to see the blonde genin standing openly in the clearing, hands empty but posture relaxed. "So, you've decided to come out," Kakashi said, his tone casual. "Standard ninja tactics usually suggest hiding and striking from the shadows, don't they?" Naruto's eyes narrowed as he drew 2 kunai from his holster, testing their weight in his grip. "You already knew exactly where we were. Hiding was pointless," he replied calmly. "Besides, there is nothing wrong with testing the waters directly." "Is that so?" Kakashi mused. "Here I come." With a sudden flicker, Naruto vanished. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. Fast. It wasn't a teleportation technique, but pure, explosive body flicker speed. Naruto reappeared instantly within striking range, his kunai sweeping horizontally in a vicious arc aimed at Kakashi's midsection. Reacting on instinct, Kakashi leapt backward, his sandals skidding across the grass as he created distance. "That was pretty fast, Nar." He stopped mid-sentence. A soft rip sound echoed in the clearing. Kakashi looked down. There, right across the sturdy material of his Junin flak jacket, was a deep, clean slash mark. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, that cut would have opened his stomach. "Hey!" Kakashi looked up to see Naruto standing 10 feet away, twirling the kunai in his hands. But now, the blades weren't just steel, they were humming with a faint, razor-sharp blue aura that distorted the air around them. "So, you channeled wind chakra into your kunai to extend their cutting range?" Kakashi observed, his voice losing its lazy drawl for the first time. "It works, doesn't it?" Naruto remarked, the blue light fading from the blades. As expected, Kakashi thought, genuinely impressed. Mastering elemental affinity at 13 is rare enough. But to channel the chakra only at the exact moment of impact to hide the technique until it was too late. That requires terrifying control. "Impressive indeed," Kakashi said, his stance shifting into something much more serious. "It seems I can't read a book while fighting you." Realizing that the wind-infused kunai trick had lost its element of surprise, Naruto instantly shifted tactics. He deftly holstered his weapons and settled into a heavy taijutsu stance, his center of gravity low. "Taijutsu it is," Kakashi noted, slipping his hands out of his pockets. Naruto didn't waste breath on a reply. He exploded forward, aiming a sharp jab at the Junin's throat. Kakashi tilted his head effortlessly to the side, letting the fist sail past, but Naruto was already moving into the next strike. A sweeping leg kick targeted Kakashi's ribs, followed immediately by a palm strike to the chest. Kakashi blocked the kick with his forearm and caught the palm strike with a dull thud. "He's heavy," Kakashi realized, feeling the weight behind the boy's blows. "He's not just fast, he hits harder than a genin has any right to." For the next few seconds, the clearing was filled with the sounds of combat, the rapid-fire smack of flesh against flesh and the whoosh of displaced air. They traded blow for blow, kick for kick. Naruto was relentless, flowing from one form to another with water-like fluidity, but Kakashi was a fortress. The copy ninja parried, blocked, and sidestepped with an economy of motion that spoke of decades of experience. Naruto saw an opening and pivoted on his heel, launching a vicious high kick aimed at Kakashi's head. It was a trap. Kakashi's hand snapped up, his grip clamping around Naruto's ankle like a steel trap. "Too linear," Kakashi remarked. With a simple flex of his arm, Kakashi used Naruto's own momentum against him, flinging the boy high into the air. As Naruto spun helplessly in the ascent, Kakashi reached into his pouch with blurring speed. 5 shuriken materialized between his fingers. "Let's see how you dodge this in midair," Kakashi thought, whipping his arm forward. The projectile shrieked through the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Naruto, suspended in gravity with no leverage to dodge, didn't panic. His eyes narrowed in focus as he twisted his body, bringing his hands together in a blur of seals. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. He inhaled sharply, his chest expanding, and snapped his mouth open. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A visible shockwave of compressed air erupted from Naruto's mouth. It wasn't just a breeze, it was a gale force blast that slammed into the incoming shuriken. The metal stars stopped dead in the air, trembling for a fraction of a second against the pressure, before being violently repelled backward. The wind tore through the clearing, ripping up grass and sending the shuriken flying back toward their owner at double the speed. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The projectiles buried themselves deep into Kakashi's chest and flak jacket. The Junin staggered back under the force of the wind, his body slumping forward lifelessly. Naruto landed gracefully on the grass, his breathing steady. He stared at the fallen Junin, his expression unimpressed. Poof! A cloud of white smoke erupted where Kakashi stood. When it cleared, the body was gone, replaced by a splintered wooden log riddled with shuriken. "Kawarimi," Naruto muttered, straightening his posture. From the shadows of the dense tree, Sasuke's grip tightened on the tree bark until his knuckles turned white. He had watched the entire exchange, his Sharingan-less eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and burning frustration. Wind style, Sasuke thought, his jaw clenched. He can already manipulate elemental chakra, and to use a technique of that magnitude while suspended in midair. He looked at the splinters embedded in the log where Kakashi had been moments ago. That wasn't just raw power, it was tactical brilliance. Naruto hadn't just thrown a punch, he had controlled the entire flow of the battle. Sasuke felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had trained until he spat blood to master the fireball jutsu, thinking it put him leagues above his peers. Yet, here was Naruto, casually tossing around C-rank wind jutsu as if it were a simple academy drill. The gap isn't closing, Sasuke realized, a cold sweat forming on his brow. It's widening. He slammed his fist quietly against the trunk. He couldn't afford to be impressed. He couldn't afford to be second best. My turn, Sasuke told himself, pushing the doubt down into the darkest pit of his stomach. I will not be left behind. With a flicker of movement, the Uchiha vanished from his hiding spot, hunting for the silver-haired Junin. I must say, Naruto. Naruto looked up. Kakashi was crouched on a high branch of a nearby tree, looking down at him. There wasn't a scratch on him, but his visible eye held a gleam of genuine approval. You certainly live up to your reputation. To pull off a C-rank ninjutsu midair is no small feat. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but Kakashi stood up, dusting off his knees. However, I have 2 other cute students to test, and I can't spend all day playing with you. So, Kakashi gave a 2-fingered salute. Yane. With a flicker, the Junin vanished, leaving Naruto alone in the wind-swept clearing. Naruto did not need to sense Kakashi to realize where he went, Sakura's scream was enough. Arrrrrrrghhhhhh. Naruto just sighed. It seems his plan had failed spectacularly. Naruto had hoped that by demonstrating the sheer gap in skill between them and their Junin instructor, Sasuke would realize the futility of a frontal assault and accept a partnership. It was a logical deduction. However, Naruto had underestimated the sheer depth of the Uchiha ego. Instead of seeing reason, Sasuke had taken Naruto's display as a personal challenge. Rather than joining forces, the Uchiha had rushed off to hunt Kakashi alone, desperate to prove that he wouldn't be left behind by a Senju. The result was humiliating. Sasuke ended up buried up to his neck in the dirt via the earth style, headhunter jutsu. Naruto had wasted precious time digging him out, only for Sasuke to spit a thank you and run off to get beaten again. Now, the noon alarm clock was ringing, its shrill sound mocking them in the silent training ground. Naruto sat on the grass, his stomach rumbling violently. Beside him, Sasuke sat with his knees pulled to his chest, his clothes dirtied and his pride shattered, finding the grass incredibly interesting to glare at. And then there was Sakura, poor Sakura, who was currently tied tightly to the center wooden post, looking exhausted and on the verge of tears. Kakashi stood before them, his single visible eye devoid of its usual mirth. The playful atmosphere of the morning was gone. I must say, Kakashi began, looking down at them with a cold, piercing gaze. You guys suck. The blunt insult hung in the air. The 3 genin said nothing, their heads bowing in collective shame. You ignore the basics, Kakashi continued, stepping closer. You act as individuals, not as a unit. Sakura, you were so obsessed with Sasuke you didn't even know where he was while you were wandering right into a genjutsu. Sasuke, you assume you can do everything alone. And Naruto, he looked at the blonde. You worked alone, too. You didn't even realize the meaning behind the tase. It was teamwork, Naruto interrupted, his voice quiet but firm. Kakashi paused, raising a silver eyebrow. If you knew the answer, why didn't you act on it? I tried, Naruto sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair. He cast a sideways glance at the brooding Uchiha. But teamwork requires a team. I realized that forced cooperation would result in failure given certain personality types. I tried to show them the gap in power so they would come to me, but... He trailed off, shrugging. I miscalculated. Excuses, Kakashi stated simply. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The words struck a chord. Sasuke flinched visibly. Sakura looked down. Naruto clenched his fist. Kakashi stared at them for a long, uncomfortable minute. He saw the potential, buried deep under layers of arrogance, insecurity, and naivety. However, Kakashi's expression softened just a fraction. I'm feeling generous today. The three of you look pathetic enough. He walked over to the memorial stone, picking up 2 bento boxes. I will give you one last chance after lunch, Kakashi declared. The heads of the 3 genin snapped up in surprise. I'll make this an easy combat test. If you can take the bells, you pass. But, Kakashi added, his voice dropping an octave, becoming deadly serious. Under no circumstances are you to feed Sakura. If you do, you fail immediately. He turned on his heel, vanishing in a puff of smoke. I'll be watching. The silence that followed Kakashi's departure was heavy, broken only by the chirping of cicadas and the agonizingly loud growl of Sakura's stomach. The pink-haired girl flushed a deep shade of crimson, hanging her head in humiliation. She was tied to a post, hungry, and completely useless to her team. She expected mocking, or perhaps just cold indifference from the 2 prodigies sitting before her. Naruto sat silently, staring at the bento box in his lap. The rice was fluffy, the egg roll perfectly yellow, and the smell was intoxicating. He picked up his chopsticks, but he didn't eat. His mind replayed Kakashi's words, those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Then, he looked at the order, do not feed Sakura. It was a contradiction, a paradox. If they left her to starve, they were following orders but abandoning a comrade. If they fed her, they broke the rules but saved the team. A leader prioritizes the team over the rules, Naruto decided firmly. He stood up, walking calmly over to the wooden stump. Sakura flinched, expecting a lecture. Instead, she saw Naruto kneeling in front of her, holding up a portion of rice with his chopsticks. Eat, Naruto commanded gently. Sakura's eyes widened. But, Naruto, you heard sensei, if you feed me, you'll fail. You'll be sent back to the academy. Kakashi is gone, Naruto replied, his voice steady and reassuring. He looked around to confirm they were alone. Listen, Sakura, the next test is combat. We need to take those bells. If you are starving, you'll be weak. You'll slow us down, and we will fail anyway. He smiled, a soft, genuine expression that lacked his usual stoicism. We need you at full strength. We are a 3-man squad, right? Naruto, Sakura whispered, her resolve crumbling. Here, Sasuke's voice cut in. Sakura turned to see the Uchiha standing on her other side, holding out his own bento box. He looked away, refusing to make eye contact, his cheeks slightly pink. He's right, you're annoying enough as it is. If you pass out from hunger during the fight, you'll just be a burden to me. So just eat. Naruto chuckled softly at Sasuke's clumsy attempt at kindness. He brought the food closer to her lips. Go on, say, ah. Sakura looked between the 2 boys, both risking their futures just to make sure she didn't go hungry. Her vision blurred as hot tears pricked the corners of her eyes. Gee guys, she choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. She opened her mouth, accepting the food Naruto offered. She chewed, the simple rice tasting like the best meal she had ever had. But before she could swallow, the atmosphere shifted violently. The wind howled, the sky seemed to darken in an instant. A terrifying, oppressive pressure slammed down onto the clearing, freezing the 3 genin in place. A thunderous roar echoed around them as a massive cloud of smoke exploded in front of the stump. From the smoke, Hitaki Kakashi emerged, but he didn't look like the lazy pervert from before. He looked like a demon. His lone eye was wide with fury, his hands formed into a seal, and the air crackled with killing intent. You broke the rules, Kakashi shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Are you prepared for the consequences? We are a team, Naruto declared, standing firm against the crushing pressure while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in fierce agreement. You said it yourself. Those who abandon their comrades are scum. The terrifying killing intent vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheerful, closed-eye smile. You passed. Flashback. 5 years ago. Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, beaming down at the masterpiece steaming on his small kitchen table. After weeks of trial and error, he had finally nailed the broth ratio. The smell was divine, rich, savory, and absolutely perfect. Finally, he whispered, his mouth watering as he clapped his small hands together. Itadakimasu. He looked up, a bright, childish smile plastered on his face, only to freeze solid. The smile vanished, replaced by genuine, wide-eyed surprise. Standing directly across the small table, looming over his dinner like gargoyles, were 3 full-grown shinobi wearing the slashed headbands of Iwagakure. Naruto blinked, his brain struggling to process the intrusion. You guys aren't Ichiraku delivery, are you? The leader in the middle didn't answer. Instead, he slowly drew a katana, a low, rasping laugh bubbling up from his chest until it warped into a manic cackle. Ha ha ha, delivery. No, boy. The ninja's eyes burned with unhinged madness as he pointed the sharp blade right at the stunned child's nose. We are your executioners. Today we avenge our comrades. Today, the yellow flash pays his debt. Oh, Naruto blinked slowly, letting out a long, weary sigh as he rubbed his temples. Look, I'm going to be nice about this. If you guys just walk away right now, nothing happens. I eat my ramen while it's hot, and you get to keep breathing. Deal. The 3 assassins froze, bewildered. The sheer audacity of an 8-year-old child speaking to them like that sent a cold shiver down their spines. There was no fear in his voice, only the mild irritation of someone dealing with a minor inconvenience. But the bloodlust of the Third War ran too deep to be quelled by a child's apathy. Die, you cocky brat! The leader screamed, his sanity snapping as he swung his katana down in a vicious arc meant to split the boy's skull. Yup, he's a madman, Naruto thought, completely unimpressed. Time seemed to slow. As the steel blade whistled toward his head, Naruto didn't panic. He simply tilted his head to the right, just an inch, letting the blade slice harmlessly through the air beside his ear. In the same fluid motion, his hand snapped out, grabbing a wooden chopstick from his bowl. The Iowa Jonin had no time to process his mistake. He only saw a blur of motion before a sudden, biting pressure exploded in his throat. Thwack! The chopstick, humming with invisible, razor-sharp wind chakra, buried itself deep into the man's neck. The leader gurgled, eyes wide with shock, staring into blue orbs that held absolutely no emotion, only a void. He crumpled to the floor. Taicho. Naruto remained seated, calm as ever, as the 2 remaining subordinates roared in grief and charged toward him. Die. Before they could take another step, the shadows behind them lunged. 2 identical copies of Naruto materialized from the darkness, kunai already drawn in reverse grips. There was no scream, only the synchronized, wet sound of steel slicing through flesh. The 2 men crumpled to the floor, dead before they even hit the ground. The room fell silent, save for the soft dripping of blood. Naruto looked at the corpses for a moment before his gaze was tragically fixed on his dinner. A spray of crimson from the leader's neck had landed squarely in his bowl, swirling into the perfectly crafted golden broth and ruining it instantly. His eyebrow twitched. As if the night couldn't get any worse, his sensory range pinged. 3 chakra signatures were rushing toward his apartment at high speed. One was old and powerful, the Sandame, flanked by 2 sharp Anbu signatures. Naruto slumped back in his chair, dropping the remaining chopstick onto the bloody table with a defeatist clatter. You guys could have avoided this. 4 weeks after graduation. Oh, my poor little Tora-chan. Mama was so worried. Naruto actually winced as he watched the large woman crush the struggling cat against her chest. The poor animal looked like it was being squeezed to death. No wonder that stupid cat ran away, Naruto thought, feeling a rare moment of pity for the beast. I would run away too if I got hugged like that. However, his sympathy for the cat vanished the moment the 3rd Hokage cleared his throat and looked down at a scroll. Now then, the Hokage mumbled around his pipe. For Team 7's next assignment, we have digging up sweet potatoes, babysitting the counselor's 3-year-old, or running groceries to the neighboring village. Naruto's eye twitched. He wasn't doing this anymore. He stepped forward, cutting the Hokage off mid-sentence. Actually, Hokage-sama, Naruto said with a smooth, polite smile. I believe Kakashi-sensei has something he wants to tell you. He slowly turned his head to look at his teacher. His blue eyes bore into Kakashi's single visible eye with intense pressure. The message was clear, you promised. Kakashi's left eye twitched visibly. He looked at the smiling boy, then at the confused Hokage. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Kakashi, the Hokage asked, raising an eyebrow. Is this true? Knowing he had no other choice, Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck and stepped forward. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, sounding like the words physically hurt him. I believe my team is ready for a higher-ranked mission. Wait a minute, Uruka, who was organizing scrolls beside the Hokage, stood up abruptly. He looked at the elite Jonin with disbelief. Are you sure, Kakashi-san? They only graduated 3 weeks ago. They are still rookies. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, his visible eye curving into a lazy smile. Relax, Uruka-sensei. You don't need to worry so much. Trust me, they are more than ready. They are a special bunch, after all. But, before Uruka could argue further, Hiruzen cleared his throat. The third Hokage took a slow puff from his pipe, letting the smoke curl around his hat. I find myself agreeing with Kakashi. If he says they are ready, then perhaps it is time to stretch their legs a bit. AC rank mission shouldn't do any harm. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Sasuke smirked, finally getting what he wanted, while Sakura shifted nervously but remained silent. Your mission is to protect a certain individual, the Hokage stated, gesturing toward the door. Send him in. The door slid open to reveal an elderly man swaying on his feet, a bottle of sake clutched tightly in his hand. He took one look at the 3 genin and scoffed in disgust. What is this? I didn't pay for a bunch of brats. He took a swig of alcohol, glaring specifically at Sakura. Especially the pink-haired one, shouldn't she be in school or something? Sakura couldn't help but gaze around in wonder. The massive trees, the unfamiliar path, the air that tasted distinct from the air inside the walls, it all felt surreal. She was actually leaving the village for the first time. However, when she glanced at her blonde teammate, the magic faded slightly. Naruto didn't look excited, nervous, or even particularly interested. He looked bored. He walked with a casual slouch, staring ahead as if this were a routine grocery run rather than a journey into the unknown. Naruto, she asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Have you been outside the village before? Naruto blinked, pulled from his thoughts. He looked at her, then shrugged noncommittally. Yeah, a few times. Sakura raised an eyebrow. She knew Naruto was an orphan, the prince of the village, sure, but still alone. Who would have taken him on trips outside the village walls? Her curiosity spiked. With whom? Naruto felt a prick of annoyance at Sakura's sudden fixation on his personal life. He opened his mouth to brush her off, but stopped when he felt the weight of multiple gazes. It wasn't just Sakura. Kakashi was listening intently, Tazuna had glanced back, and even Sasuke of all people, had slowed his pace slightly, waiting for an answer. What the hell? Naruto thought. Why is everyone so interested? He couldn't mention Jiraiya. That would raise too many questions about his training. He needed a name big enough to explain the travel, but distant enough to be plausible. Senju Tsunade. Immediately, he realized he had made a severe tactical error. He had forgotten that to the Kunoichi of Konoha, the slug princess wasn't just a Sannin, she was a goddess. Sakura stopped dead in her tracks, stars practically exploding in her eyes. No way, she shrieked, clutching her hands together. You traveled with Lady Tsunade. What is she like? I heard she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Naruto internally scoffed, a mental image of a drunk, gambling woman shouting for more sake flashing through his mind. Outwardly, however, he just let out a tired sigh. How about we fangirl about Tsunade later? Naruto suggested, gesturing down the path. I think we should focus on guarding Tazuna-san for now. The group continued their trek in silence, the earlier excitement about Tsunade fading into the rhythmic sound of sandals hitting the dirt path. The sun was beating down on them, bright and unyielding. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and the ground was dry and cracked from days of heat. That was why the puddle stood out so blatantly. Naruto didn't break his stride, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted the small pool of water sitting innocently in the middle of the path. It hasn't rained in a week, Naruto thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. That's not just a trap, it's an insult to the art of stealth. He glanced sideways at Kakashi. The Junin was walking with his nose buried in his orange book, looking completely oblivious to the world. But Naruto saw the slightest shift in Kakashi's visible eye, a tiny flicker that said, "I see it." Wait. Naruto relaxed his posture, feigning ignorance, though his hand drifted inches closer to his kunai pouch. Sasuke seemed to notice something was off too, his gaze darting around, while Sakura was busy wiping sweat from her forehead, completely unaware. They passed the puddle. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the sound of splashing water broke the silence. Two figures erupted from the puddle like demons rising from hell. They were clad in dark cloaks, wearing breathing apparatuses and strange, clawed gauntlets connected by a razor-sharp chain. One down. Before Sakura could even gasp, the chain whipped around Kakashi like a striking snake. The two assassins pulled in opposite directions with brutal force. RIIIP. Kakashi was torn to pieces instantly, his body scattering in a gory mess of blood and flesh. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shrieked, her face draining of all color. The two assassins didn't pause. With their first target eliminated, they turned their cold, masked gazes toward the trembling bridge builder and the three genin. Now, one of them rasped, his voice muffled by his mask. "You're next." Naruto just sighed, looking at the spot where his teacher had died. "Show off." Without pausing, they separated. One launched at Sasuke, the other bypassed a terrified Sakura, aiming his claw directly at Tazuna. Sasuke moved fast, leaping into the air to pin the first assassin's chain to a tree with shuriken, effectively neutralizing him. The second assassin roared, "You're next," as his claw descended on the bridge builder. Clang! Sparks flew as Naruto intercepted the strike with a reverse grip kunai, his stance low and perfectly grounded. His expression was razor-sharp and devoid of panic. "Too slow," Naruto stated coldly. With a fluid shift of weight, he deflected the claw, twisted inside the assassin's guard, and drove a precision palm strike into the man's chin. The ninja's head snapped back, and he collapsed, unconscious instantly. Naruto didn't celebrate. He remained standing over the body, kunai raised, his eyes scanning the perimeter for additional threats. "Yo!" Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree, eyeing the defeated attackers. "Excellent reaction time, Sasuke." And Naruto, flawless execution. Naruto simply nodded, keeping his guard up. "Sensei, this is obviously no longer a C-rank mission. Why you?" Tazuna stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed accusingly at the silver-haired Junin. "If you were alive the whole time, why didn't you interfere sooner? We could have been killed." Kakashi turned slowly toward the client. Gone was the lazy, eye-smiling teacher, in his place stood a veteran shinobi. His single visible eye bore into the old man with piercing intensity. "I needed to confirm their objective," Kakashi stated coldly. "I had to know if they were targeting a Konoha ninja squad, or you." Tazuna's face drained of all color. He backed away a step, only to realize he was surrounded. 4 pairs of eyes were locked onto him, Kakashi's calculating gaze, Sasuke's suspicion, Sakura's fear, and Naruto's unyielding scrutiny. "Why?" Tazuna swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. "Why would they be after me? I'm just an old bridge builder." "Chunin-level assassins don't hunt bridge builders for sport," Sasuke cut in, stepping forward. He holstered his kunai with a sharp click, his expression hard. "Cut the act. You tell us." Seeing he had no choice, he spilled the beans. "Do you know Gato?" Naruto watched the thick mist swirl around the small boat, hiding the dark waters beneath them. He couldn't help but shake his head internally. Konoha shinobi had a reputation for being soft, compared to the ruthless killers of Kiri or Iwa, but this was ridiculous. Continuing a mission that had clearly escalated to A rank, all because an old man shed a few crocodile tears and spun a sob story about poverty. Perks of being the good guys, I guess, Naruto thought, a short, dry chuckle escaping his lips. Kakashi, who was sitting at the front of the boat, turned his head slightly. "Something funny, Naruto." Naruto waved him off, leaning back against the wooden hull. Nothing, sensei. Just thinking." He shifted his gaze to the massive structure looming out of the fog ahead of them. The unfinished bridge was colossal, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. "I must say though, Tazuna-san," Naruto added, his tone genuine. "This really is a magnificent bridge. The scale is incredible." Tazuna puffed out his chest, his earlier fear momentarily forgotten in the face of flattery. A grin split his weathered face. "Hey, of course it is. I told you, didn't I? I'm a super elite bridge builder. This bridge will be the lifeline of the Land of Waves." Sakura, sitting beside Sasuke, crossed her arms and let out a loud, unladylike snort. Honestly, we thought you were lying about your skills, just like you lied about the mission rank. Tazuna's face turned beet red. He sputtered, pointing a calloused finger at her. What did you say, you little brat? Keep it low, Tazuna, the boat driver snarled at Tazuna, who immediately apologized. The boat ride ended in uneasy silence, the group stepping onto the shore of the land of waves. But even on solid ground, the thick, unnatural fog clung to them like a shroud. First the demon brothers from Kiri, and now this mist. Naruto thought, his guard raised. Suddenly, a massive spike of chakra flared on his sensory radar, moving at breakneck speed. His eyes snapped wide. Sensei, incoming. 12 o'clock. Kakashi didn't hesitate, he trusted his student's senses implicitly. Just as the terrifying sound of tearing wind reached his ears, he screamed, "Get down!" Naruto moved instantly, grabbing the back of Sakura and hauling her into the dirt before she could process the command. Sasuke dropped into a crouch on instinct, while Kakashi forced a bewildered Tazuna to the ground. Whoosh! A massive slab of spinning steel cleaved through the air where their heads had been a split second earlier. With a violent thud, the weapon embedded itself deep into the trunk of a tree behind them. It wasn't just a sword, it was a gigantic butcher knife. As the dust settled, a tall, shirtless figure materialized from the fog, landing silently on the hilt of the blade. He looked down at them with cold, dead eyes. Kakashi stood up slowly, dusting off his knees as he recognized the iconic blade. He stared up at the rogue ninja, his single eye narrowing dangerously. Well, Kakashi drawled, his voice deceptively calm. If it isn't Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza looked down from his sword, eyeing the silver-haired Jonin. I figured it was you from the hair, no wonder the demon brothers stood no chance, Zabuza said, his voice rough. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sharingan. Zabuza ignored the kid and kept his eyes on Kakashi. I saw your entry in the bingo book. They call you the copy ninja. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. He grabbed the handle of his massive blade and yanked it free from the tree with a heavy thud. It's an honor to meet you, Zabuza said, pointing the giant sword at him. Looks like you will not hand over the old geezer. So, I'll have to kill you. Naruto glanced at his sensei. Huh, turns out you are actually famous. Kakashi sighed and reached for his headband, pulling it up to reveal the scarred, spinning red eye. Looks like I can't save this for later. Take Tazuna and run away. Don't worry about me. Naruto didn't move. He narrowed his blue eyes, coldly analyzing the situation. It looked like Kakashi had severely underestimated the rogue ninja. Getting caught in a water prison jutsu was a rookie mistake for a man of his caliber. He glanced sideways. Sakura was trembling so hard her knees were knocking together, and even Sasuke looked paralyzed, his eyes wide with shock. They were useless right now. Zabuza noticed the anomaly. While his real body held the water sphere trapping Kakashi, a water clone rose from the lake and stepped onto the shore, staring directly at Naruto. You, Zabuza rasped, pointing his massive sword at the boy, brat. You seem unbothered. Naruto stood his ground, his posture relaxed but ready. You could say I have issues. He looked the demon of the mist in the eye, unfazed by the killing intent rolling off the man. And as for your graduation story, slaughtering your classmates doesn't make you a shinobi, Zabuza. It just makes you a psychotic killer with a headband. The air grew heavy. Zabuza's eyes narrowed into slits, rage bubbling beneath his bandages. He hated being lectured, especially by a fresh genin. You have a big mouth for a dead man, Zabuza growled, gripping his sword tighter. You are nothing but a wannabe in a world of killers. Now, hand over the old man, or I squeeze the life out of your precious sensei right now. How is he so calm? Sasuke thought, his body stiff and unresponsive. Cold sweat ran down his temples as he watched his teammate. The killing intent in the air was suffocating, thick enough to taste, yet Naruto stood there with the same expression he wore during D-rank weeding missions. End Naruto. Sakura shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. What are you doing provoking him? He's going to kill us. Naruto ignored his pink-haired teammate completely. His blue eyes were locked onto the lake, his hands already blurring through a sequence of seals with practiced speed. This time, Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the heavy mist to reach his trapped teacher, do not underestimate him, sensei. Tiger, rabbit, dog, ram, dragon. Naruto slammed his hands together, his chakra flaring sharp and dangerous. Wind style. Wind cutter jutsu. What? Zabuza's water clone didn't even have time to raise its sword. Visible blades of pressurized wind tore through the air, slicing the clone into a harmless splash of water instantly. But the attack didn't stop there. The wind blades raced across the surface of the lake, cutting the water as they aimed straight for the real Zabuza's neck. A genin using high-level elemental manipulation. Zabuza's eyes widened in genuine shock. He had a split-second choice: keep the prison active and lose his head, or let go and dodge. Cursing, Zabuza ripped his hand out of the water sphere and leapt backward. The wind cutter sliced through the space he had occupied a fraction of a second later, dissipating into the fog. Behind him, the heavy sphere of water collapsed with a splash, dropping a coughing, soaking wet Kakashi into the lake. Zabuza was mad. No, he was furious. To be forced to break his jutsu, not by the copy ninja, but by a fresh-faced genin with a loud mouth. It was humiliating. The demon of the mist felt his blood boil, his killing intent spiking to suffocating levels as he prepared to slaughter the brat where he stood. You little. His thought process was cut short by a blur of gray and green. Thwack. Zabuza didn't even see it coming. A heavy boot slammed squarely into his chest, winding him instantly and launching him skidding across the water surface. He dug his sword into the lake bed to stop his momentum, coughing as he glared up. Kakashi stood between Zabuza and the genin, water dripping from his vest, but his eye curved into a genuine smile. Brilliant work, Naruto, Kakashi called out, not looking back. I'll take it from here. Naruto, standing on the shore, simply offered a thumbs up. Kakashi's smile vanished as he turned back to the rogue ninja. He pulled his headband tighter, his Sharingan spinning slowly, menacingly. The air temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as he spoke, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl that sent a cold shiver down Zabuza's spine. Now, how about we finish what we started? Wonder who else is watching the fight, Naruto thought as he felt chakra hiding in the forest. Naruto watched the battle unfold with keen interest, his blue eyes tracking every splash and strike. He had to admit, he was impressed. Kakashi wasn't just countering Zabuza, he was mirroring him perfectly, weaving hand signs in absolute synchronization as if he were plucking the thoughts right out of the rogue ninja's head. He glanced to his side. Even Sasuke was transfixed, his earlier fear replaced by obsession as he watched the legendary dojutsu of his clan in action. So this is the true power of the Sharingan, Naruto thought, calculating the strategic value as he watched Kakashi unleash a water dragon. To simply look at a jutsu and make it your own, that would be incredibly convenient. It didn't take long for the copy ninja to end it. With a final, thunderous crash, Kakashi unleashed the water style, great waterfall technique, a massive vortex of water that blasted Zabuza clear out of the lake and slammed him violently against a massive oak tree. Pinned and coughing up water, Zabuza looked up weakly at the man standing over him. The red eye of the Sharingan seemed to peer straight into his soul. "See, can you?" Zabuza wheezed, blood trickling from his lip. "Can you really see the future?" Kakashi raised a kunai, the steel glinting in the filtered sunlight. His voice was low, grave, and incredibly dramatic. "Yes, and in it, I foresee your death." On the sidelines, while Sakura gasped in awe and Sasuke stared in admiration, Naruto let out a long, silent sigh, a giant sweat drop forming on the back of his head. Wow, Naruto thought, unimpressed. He can be so corny. Just as Kakashi raised his kunai to deliver the final blow, a high-pitched whistling sound cut through the air. Thwip, thwip, two long Senbon needles embedded themselves deeply into Zabuza's neck. The demon of the mist stiffened, his eyes glazing over, before he collapsed sideways onto the dirt with a heavy thud. Kakashi froze, his Sharingan darting to the source of the attack. Standing on a high branch of a nearby tree was a boy, or perhaps a girl, wearing a striped kimono and the distinctive porcelain mask of a Kiri hunter nin. "You were right," the masked figure said, their voice polite and melodic. "He is dead." Kakashi lowered his guard slightly, moving to check Zabuza's pulse. He pressed two fingers against the rogue ninja's neck. Nothing. No breath, no heartbeat. "Hunter nin from the hidden mist, I presume?" Kakashi asked, standing up. The guy who was hiding in the forest Naruto analyzed with narrowed eyes. "Yes," the masked nin replied with a bow. "I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time. I thank you for your assistance." Sakura let out a breath she had been holding. "So, it's finally over." "Looks like it," Kakashi said, pulling his headband down to cover his eye. Naruto, however, didn't relax as he scrutinized the hunter nin. Hunter nin are supposed to destroy the body on the spot to protect village secrets, Naruto thought, his mind racing. They don't carry heavy corpses away unless they need something specific. And those needles, they hit the neck, but there was no blood. I will be taking the body now, the masked nin said. In a swirl of leaves, they vanished, reappearing next to Zabuza's corpse. Hoisting the massive man over their shoulder with surprising ease, the hunter nin vanished into the mist. We should get moving, Kakashi said, turning to the group. We need to get Tazuna-san to his hoe. Kakashi took one step and suddenly crumpled. Sensei, Sakura screamed, rushing to catch him. Naruto sighed, walking over to help Sasuke lift the unconscious Junin. He looked in the direction the hunter nin had vanished, a frown touching his lips. That was definitely a fake death, Naruto concluded, adjusting Kakashi's weight on his shoulder. Great, as if this mission wasn't annoying enough already. Tazuna's house was humble, built from sturdy mangrove wood, but it held a cozy warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold mist outside. In the guest room, Kakashi lay flat on his back, his single visible eye staring blankly at the wooden ceiling beams. His body felt heavy, drained of every drop of chakra. Are you certain you'll be all right, Sensei? Tsunami asked, her voice stern but laced with genuine concern as she adjusted the blanket over him. Kakashi offered a weak nod, his voice barely a murmur. I'll be fine. I just overdid it a little. I'll need about a week of bed rest to recover. A week? Naruto leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching his teacher with a knowing smirk. Well, you aren't an Uchiha by blood, after all, Naruto remarked casually, his tone teasing. It's no wonder the Sharingan drains your reserves so aggressively. You can't deactivate it, can you? Kakashi sighed, closing his eye. You know too much for your age, Naruto. Naruto chuckled softly, then shifted his gaze to the corner of the room. Sasuke sat there, staring out the window into the fog. He hadn't said a word since they arrived, doing nothing but brooding, likely stewing over the fact that a non-Uchiha had mastered his clan's eye better than he had. At least Zabuza is dead, Sakura said with a relieved sigh, breaking the heavy silence in the room. She sat on a small stool near the bed, wringing her hands. We can finally relax a little, right? Kakashi frowned beneath his mask, staring up at the ceiling. About that, he's alive, Naruto stated flatly, cutting straight to the point. Sakura whipped around, her eyes wide. What? But we saw him die. The hunter nin checked his pulse. Kakashi-sensei even confirmed it. I confirmed that his heart had stopped, Kakashi corrected weakly. But there are ways to temporarily stop the heart without killing the body. Naruto pushed off the doorframe, walking to the center of the room. Think about it, Sakura. Hunter nin are disposal squads. Their job is to destroy the body on the spot to erase any secrets the ninja might hold. They don't carry heavy corpses away to a secondary location unless they have a very specific reason. Precisely, Kakashi agreed. And the weapon, Senbon needles. Unless they hit a vital organ, they rarely kill instantly. They are primarily tools for medical treatment, acupuncture, or inducing a state of suspended death. Sasuke finally turned away from the window, his brooding replaced by a sharp, dangerous focus. So it was a rescue mission. The masked ninja was his accomplice. Exactly, Kakashi confirmed grimly. Which means Zabuza is still out there. And once he recovers from the damage I inflicted, he'll be coming for us. Sakura looked between the three males, pale-faced. But sensei, you can barely move. If he comes back now. He won't come back immediately, Naruto interrupted calmly. Sensei hit him with a pretty nasty water vortex. Even for a frantic madman like Zabuza, that takes time to heal. I'd say we have a week. Kakashi nodded. A week, which is exactly why I'll be starting your training tomorrow. Training, Sakura squeaked. But you're bedridden. Kakashi's eye curled into a closed-eye smile. I can't move, but I can still instruct. If we want to survive the next encounter, you three need to get stronger. Fast. What's the point of getting stronger? The sudden, quiet voice cut through the tension in the room. Everyone turned toward the doorway where a small boy, barely 6 or 7 years old, stood wearing a bucket hat and a striped poncho. His eyes were dull, devoid of the spark a child should have. Inari, where have you been? Tazuna exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief as he rushed to hug his grandson. The boy didn't return the embrace, just staring at the floor. Welcome home, Grandpa. Tsunami frowned, wiping her hands on her apron. She was clearly displeased with her son's lack of manners. Inari, Greet our guests properly. These are the ninja who protected your grandfather all the way from the land of fire. Naruto, sensing a bit of Konohamaru in the kid, stepped forward with a friendly grin. He crouched down to be at eye level. Yo, nice to meet you, Inari-ku. They're gonna die. Naruto blinked, his smile freezing in place. Oh, he stood up slowly, looking dumbfounded by the sheer melancholy coming from such a small kid. Even Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and Sakura looked uncomfortable. No one can beat Gato and his men, Inari continued, his voice flat and hopeless. There's no point in fighting. You're just going to die, like everyone else who tries to be a hero. Now, Inari-kun, Naruto said, offering a small, disarming smile. He crouched slightly, trying to look less imposing. Nobody here claimed to be a hero. We're just professionals trying to do our job. He hoped the pragmatic approach would calm the kid down, but it had the opposite effect. Inari's glare intensified, his dark eyes filled with a cynicism far too old for his face. He scoffed, a sharp, dismissive sound, and turned his back on them. Inari, where are you going? Tazuna called out, frustration and worry warring in his voice. The boy didn't look back as he trudged toward the stairs. I'm going to my room, he muttered sullenly. I want to watch the sea. Damn, he is just as emo as you, Sasuke, Naruto whispered to Sasuke, making sure Tazuna and Tsunami would not listen. Sasuke glared at the blonde Senju for a moment before giving his trademark grunt. The next morning, the group gathered in a dense clearing surrounded by towering trees. Kakashi, leaning heavily on a crutch, looked at his three students. All right, Kakashi began, his voice serious despite his injured state. To prepare for Zabuza, we need to improve your chakra control. So, today's training will be climbing trees. Climbing trees? Sakura asked, confused. But sensei, we can already climb trees. Not like this, Kakashi corrected. You will be climbing without using your hands. You must focus a fixed amount of chakra to the soles of your feet to stick to the trunk. He shifted his weight, slowly walking vertically up the nearest tree trunk until he was hanging upside down from a branch. Like so, Sakura gasped. Wow, Kakashi dropped back down. This is essential for high-level jutsu and movement. Now, each of you take a kunai. Run up the tree, and mark the highest point you can reach before you fall. Go, Sasuke smirked, eager to prove himself. Chakra to the feet, simple enough. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Sakura did the same, furrowing her brow in concentration. Naruto, however, didn't close his eyes. He didn't even change his stance. He simply walked toward the tallest oak in the clearing. Without breaking his stride, he stepped onto the vertical trunk. Step, step, step. There was no running start, no frantic gathering of energy. Naruto walked up the perpendicular surface as casually as if he were walking up a flight of stairs. Strolling all the way to a high branch, where he sat down and swung his legs. Is this high enough, sensei? Naruto called down, looking bored. Silence filled the clearing. Sasuke, who had managed to get halfway up before peeling off and landing on his feet, glared up at the blonde with grit teeth. Sakura, who had managed a few steps, looked up in disbelief. Kakashi smiled, not looking surprised in the slightest. Very good, Naruto. It seems you've already mastered this. Yeah, Naruto nodded. I learned it years ago. It's basic stuff. Good, Kakashi nodded. Then while Sasuke and Sakura work on their climbing, you will be responsible for Tanu's protection. Naruto watched in silence as the drama unfolded on the unfinished bridge. The wind howled through the steel beams, carrying the voices of the arguing men. Tazuna, I can't do this anymore, Gichi pleaded, wringing his cap in his hands. Gato, he'll kill us. Is a bridge really worth our lives? What are you talking about, Gichi? Tazuna shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. This bridge is our future. If we stop now, the village dies anyway. But we will be alive. Gichi snapped back, tears in his eyes. He shook his head, turning away. I'm sorry, Tazuna, I have a family. As Gichi walked away, head hung low, Tazuna slumped against a metal girder. He looked old, older than he had yesterday. The fight seemed to drain out of him, leaving just a tired old man staring at an impossible task. Naruto approached slowly. He had seen that look of hopelessness before, on Inari, on the villagers. It gnawed at him. Tazuna-san. The bridge builder didn't look up immediately. He rubbed his eyes with a calloused hand. What is it, Naruto? If you're here to tell me to give up, save your breath. How many workers have left? Naruto asked, his voice steady and serious. Tazuna sighed, a heavy, rattling sound. He looked at the empty expanse of the bridge where a bustling crew should have been. 12. 12 good men. Without them, we're months behind. We'll never finish in time. Naruto nodded once. He stepped back, raising his hands in a cross seal. His expression was set in stone. Don't worry about the time. Poof. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted across the bridge deck. Tazuna coughed, waving his hand to clear the air. As the smoke dissipated, his jaw dropped. Standing there were not just 12, but 100 Narutos. They covered the scaffolding, sat on the beams, and crowded the deck, all of them rolling up their sleeves in unison. The original Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't know the first thing about building, but I'm a quick learner and I've got plenty of stamina. Just tell us what to do. Yeah, put us to work, boss. A clone shouted from atop a pile of lumber. We got this. Another cheered. Tazuna stared. His lips trembled as he looked at the sea of yellow heads. The despair that had been crushing his chest moments ago vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of gratitude. Tears pricked his eyes, spilling over before he could stop them. You stupid brat, Tazuna choked out. Without warning, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the original Naruto in a crushing hug. Thank you, thank you. It was getting dark. Sasuke was panting heavily, glaring at the tree marks that were still nowhere near the top. He wiped the sweat from his eyes, preparing for another run. Hey Sasuke. Sasuke flinched and spun around. Naruto was standing at the edge of the clearing, hands in his pockets. Dinner is ready, Naruto said. Tsunami-san is waiting. I'm not hungry, Sasuke snapped, turning back to the tree. Get lost. Naruto shrugged, but he didn't leave. He pointed at the deep gouges Sasuke had left in the bark. You're using too much power. Sasuke paused, his eyes narrowing. What? You're kicking off the tree instead of sticking to it, Naruto explained simply. You're an Uchiha. Your chakra is naturally potent and aggressive. Stop trying to burn through the wood and just match it. Dial it back. Naruto turned around and started walking back to the house. Don't be late. It's fish tonight. Sasuke stood there for a moment, silence returning to the clearing. He looked at the bark, then at his feet. Dial it back, he thought, closing his eyes to focus. Naruto considered himself a cool-headed person. Tsunade often called him a smart-ass brat who always has an answer, while Jiraiya-sensei claimed he had the nerves to face anything, the sign of a truly gutsy ninja. But this kid, this brat, was testing his patience. Sakura, as usual, had stepped into something she shouldn't have. She asked about the torn family photograph on the wall, triggering a painful explanation. Inari's stepfather, Kaiza, had been publicly executed by Gado's men. It was a tragedy, certainly. But instead of honoring the man's memory, Inari seemed to use it as an excuse to lash out. As if on cue, the boy stood up, tears streaming down his face, trembling with rage. Why you don't know anything? You're all just gonna die. That's enough. The stern command cut through the room like a whip. Everyone froze, Sakura, Tazuna, Tsunami, even Sasuke, turning to look at Naruto. He wasn't yelling, but his voice held an authority that demanded silence. He stared down at the crying boy, his expression hard. Yes, your father died, Naruto said bluntly. And that is a tragedy. But look around you, kid. He gestured to Tsunami, who looked heartbroken, and Tazuna, who looked weary. You have a mother who worries sick about you every day. You have a grandfather risking his life to build a bridge to save your entire country. And what do? Naruto stepped closer, his blue eyes piercing. You sit in your room and sulk. Did you ever think, even once, about stepping up? About helping your grandpa instead of crying about a past you can't change? Naruto, Sakura whispered, shocked by his harshness. If you want to cry, do it, Naruto finished, turning away. But don't tell us we're going to die just because you gave up. Inari stood there for a moment, trembling. His small fists clenched at his sides, knuckles turning white. He wanted to scream, to shout that Naruto didn't understand a thing, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he shot Naruto one last glare filled with tears and raw hurt, then turned and bolted. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his feet pounding up the stairs echoed through the silent house, followed by the loud slam of a bedroom door. The silence that settled over the dining table was suffocating. Tsunami was looking toward the stairs with watery eyes. Tazuna stared down at his plate, looking older and more defeated than before. Even Sasuke and Sakura stayed quiet, glancing at their teammate. Naruto let out a long, heavy sigh, the stern tension draining from his shoulders. He slumped slightly, reaching up to rub the back of his neck. I apologize, Naruto said quietly, bowing his head slightly towards Tsunami and Tazuna. That was out of line. I shouldn't have spoken to him like that in his own home, especially at the dinner table. I'm sorry. Naruto did not wait for an answer, he just stood up and left. Inari sat alone on the edge of the dock, his legs dangling over the dark, rippling water. The moonlight was the only comfort he had, casting a pale glow over his small, trembling frame. He hugged his knees to his chest, the earlier shouting match replaying in his mind like a broken record. May I sit here? Inari jumped, whipping his head around. His eyes widened when he saw Naruto standing there. The blonde ninja wasn't glaring anymore, his expression was soft, illuminated by the silver light. Inari hesitated, then gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Naruto offered a small, grateful smile and sat down beside the boy, leaving a respectful distance between them. For a moment, neither spoke, the only sound the gentle lapping of waves against the wood. I wanted to apologize, Naruto said quietly, breaking the silence. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. Inari looked down at his sandals, shocked. He had expected a lecture, not an olive branch. It's okay. It's just. Naruto leaned back, staring up at the full moon. I have a hard time tolerating people who choose to escape instead of facing their problems. Seeing you give up, it struck a nerve. Naruto's gaze grew distant, looking past the moon and into a memory. There was a person I loved dearly, Naruto murmured, his voice thick with emotion. She was everything to me. Strong and legendary, but she carried a heavy pain. And instead of facing it, she chose to run. She chose to escape her past, burying herself in distractions just to forget. He looked at Inari, his blue eyes sad. She was just like you are now. Inari blinked, sensing the depth of the ninja's pain. Where is that person now? A faint, nostalgic snort escaped Naruto. An image of a blonde woman, likely losing a gamble or drowning in sake, flashed through his mind. Knowing her, she's probably doing exactly what she always does. She's so predictable. Naruto let out a long, shaky breath, the moonlight catching the moisture in his eyes. I miss her so much. The morning sun filtered through the window, illuminating a bizarre training session. Kakashi was face down on the floor, sweat dripping from his nose as he performed one-armed push-ups. Perched precariously on his back was Tazuna, looking equal parts guilty and impressed. 98, 99. Kakashi grunted, his arms trembling with strain. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, watching the spectacle with a relaxed, amused grin. I still have to ask, Tazuna said, gripping Kakashi's vest to steady himself. Why, I lied to you. I dragged you into an A- rank suicide mission on a C rank budget. Why didn't you abandon me the moment you found out? Kakashi paused at the bottom of a rep, holding the position, but before he could answer, Naruto spoke up. His playful grin had vanished, replaced by a look of quiet conviction. The Yondaime Hokage used to say, to know what is right and choose to ignore it is the act of a coward. Naruto looked the bridge builder in the eye. We aren't just here for the money, Tazuna-san. We're here because it's the right thing to do. Kakashi pushed himself up, locking his elbow. Exactly. Just as Naruto said, a true shinobi doesn't just wag their tail for whoever pays the most. Tazuna felt a lump form in his throat. He looked at the two-leaf ninja, a grateful smile spreading across his weathered face. You guys. Suddenly, Naruto flinched violently. He gasped, clutching his head as a rush of foreign experience slammed into his mind. It wasn't just a headache, it was the sudden, jarring return of a shadow clone's memory. Kakashi noticed the shift instantly, dropping Tazuna gently as he sat up. Naruto. What is it? Naruto's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and urgency. He looked toward the window, processing the image of mist and steel that had just been transmitted to his brain. My clones at the construction site, they just got wiped out, Naruto shouted, leaping off the bed. They attacked the bridge. It's Zabuza. Damn it, just die already. Zabuza roared in frustration, the massive executioner's blade cleaving through three Narutos in a single, horizontal arc. Poof, poof, poof. White smoke filled the bridge, blinding and choking, but before it could even clear, 5 more brats leapt from the scaffolding, kunai drawn. It's endless, Zabuza growled, swinging again with enough force to shatter stone. It's like kicking a nest of cockroaches. Where is he getting this much chakra? Haku moved like a phantom through the chaos, his movements fluid and efficient. He ducked under a wild kick, incapacitating a clone with a swift jab of a Senbon to the neck. As the clone dissolved into smoke, Haku's sharp eyes locked onto the symbol stitched onto the back of the jacket, a symbol he hadn't had the time to study during their first encounter. Zabuza-san, Haku called out, his voice calm amidst the bedlam. Look at his back, that emblem, it belongs to the Senju clan. Zabuza froze for a fraction of a second, his eyes widening behind his bandages. He looked at the next wave of clones, really looking at them this time. Senju. Zabuza spat, parrying a kunai strike with the flat of his blade. The Forest Clan, no wonder the brat is too good for his own good. One of the surviving clones wiped a smudge of dirt from his cheek, standing defiantly atop a pile of steel beams. He crossed his arms, looking down at the two rogue ninja with a smirk that was all confidence. HMPH, you figured it out, huh? The clone scoffed, but you're wasting your breath on us. The Prime is on his way right now. The clone's grin turned feral. And when he gets here, you're getting your asses kicked. Zabuza swung the executioner's blade with lethal force, aiming to bisect the arrogant clone in front of him. But before the steel could connect, the clone didn't dodge or block, it simply vanished. Poof. Zabuza stumbled slightly, his momentum carrying him through empty smoke. Around him, the remaining clones didn't attack. Instead, in a synchronized wave of white puffs, they all dispelled themselves at once, clearing the bridge in an instant. What the? The demon of the mist turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as the heavy fog parted at the end of the bridge. Three figures walked out of the white haze, footsteps echoing on the stone. Naruto stood in the center, his hands held in the ram seal. Flanking him were Sasuke, looking grim and focused, and Kakashi, whose relaxed posture belied the killing intent rolling off him. Sorry about that, Naruto called out, his voice echoing across the bridge. My clones, they can be a bit diabolical. I figured I'd save you the trouble of popping the rest. Haku flickered across the battlefield, landing silently beside his master. Zabuza straightened up, resting his massive sword on his shoulder as he glared at the new arrivals. He scanned the area behind them, his brow furrowing. So, the brats finally arrive, Zabuza muttered, his voice dripping with annoyance. But where is the old man? I don't see the bridge builder cowering behind you. The old man is at his house, well protected, Kakashi answered smoothly. He reached up, his hand grasping the metal plate of his forehead protector. We decided that this bridge was becoming too crowded for civilians. This is between ninja now. Zabuza scoffed. Confident, aren't we? Kakashi pulled the headband up, unveiling the spinning red tomo of the Sharingan without hesitation. He wasn't going to make the same mistake of holding back again. Naruto. Sasuke, Kakashi commanded, his voice dropping to a steely, professional tone. You two take out the masked kid. He stepped forward, his single eye locking onto the demon of the mist. I will handle Zabuza. Sasuke didn't wait for a signal. A feral smirk cut across his face, the adrenaline of battle singing in his veins. He channeled chakra into his legs, not to stick, but to explode. Boom. The concrete beneath his sandals cracked as he launched himself forward, closing the distance to Haku in a blurring streak of blue and white. Hey, he got faster, Naruto remarked, his tone light but his eyes sharp as he tracked the movement. He watched the way Sasuke's chakra flared at his soles with every step. He's using the tree climbing principle to maximize his propulsion. Using the surface tension to launch himself. Interesting adaptation, Sasuke. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza moved. They stood like statues, silently observing the proxy war between their students. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of taijutsu, but Haku parried with frustrating elegance, weaving through the strikes like water. Then, amidst the flurry of blows, Haku did something impossible. He stepped back, his right hand blocking Sasuke's kick while his left hand moved independently. Ram, dog, snake. Naruto's eyes narrowed. One-handed seals. He's good, really good. Moisture from the heavy mist instantly condensed around Haku, forming razor-sharp needles of water suspended in the air. Secret jutsu. 1,000 flying water needles of death. The water Senbon fired. Sasuke didn't panic. He smirked. He poured a massive surge of chakra into his feet, overloading the surface adhesion instantly. Crash. The section of the bridge he was standing on shattered into debris. Using the explosive force of the break, Sasuke vanished from the trajectory of the needles, reappearing instantly in Haku's blind spot. Too slow. Haku's eyes widened behind his mask. Before he could react, Sasuke delivered a punishing roundhouse kick to his ribs. Wham! Haku was launched backward, skidding across the stone until he came to a stop near Zabuza's massive sword. He crouched there, clutching his side, his breathing slightly labored. Zabuza didn't even look down at his subordinate. He kept his cold gaze locked on Kakashi, his voice low and dangerous. Haku, I think that's enough playing around. Haku straightened up instantly, the pain seemingly forgotten as he bowed his head. Hi, Zabuza-san. The air on the bridge changed instantly. The heavy humidity of the mist seemed to crystallize, the temperature plummeting until their breath came out in thick white plumes. Haku's stance shifted. The hesitation was gone, replaced by a cold, sorrowful resolve. He brought his hands together, his chakra flaring, not blue, but a chilling, pale white. I am sorry, Haku whispered, his voice carrying an eerie echo. I do not wish to kill you, but for Zabuza-san's dream, I shall do it. He performed a single, strange hand seal. Sasuke frowned, sensing the spike in danger. What is he doing? Suddenly, the water that had pooled on the bridge's surface began to levitate. It didn't spray or splash, it rose in solid, unnatural columns. Don't let him finish, Naruto shouted from the back. Sasuke, move. Sasuke reacted, inhaling deeply as he wove signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flame roared from his mouth, aiming to incinerate Haku before the technique could complete. But as the fire collided with the rising water, it didn't evaporate. The water hissed, hardened, and expanded. Crack, crack, crack. The fire was snuffed out instantly. In its place, massive, rectangular slabs of ice rose from the ground, surrounding Sasuke in a tight, inescapable dome. Sasuke skidded to a halt, looking around wildly. He was boxed in. 12 mirrors surrounded him on the ground, and 9 more hovered above, creating a seamless prison of ice. Ice style, Sasuke breathed, seeing his own reflection staring back at him from every angle. Haku stepped forward, walking calmly toward one of the mirrors. As he touched the surface, he didn't shatter it. Instead, he sank into it like a stone into a pond. Instantly, Haku's reflection appeared in every single mirror. 21 Hakus looked down at the Uchiha, each holding 3 Senbon needles. Secret jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Kakashi's visible eye widened, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. A Kekai Genkai, ice release. He knew instantly that Sasuke was outmatched. The Sharingan could track speed, but it couldn't counter an elemental bloodline limit of this caliber inside a confined space. Ignoring the threat in front of him, Kakashi pivoted, his feet bursting with chakra as he lunged toward the ice dome. Sasuke, clang, a shower of sparks lit up the mist. Kakashi was forced to skid to a halt, his kunai locked against the massive, chipped steel of the executioner's blade. Zabuza loomed over him, a cruel smirk visible beneath his bandages as he blocked the path. Where do you think you're going, Kakashi? Your opponent is me. Kakashi grit his teeth, the metal screeching as he struggled against Zabuza's raw strength. He couldn't get past him without opening himself up to a fatal blow, but he couldn't leave Sasuke to die. Don't worry, sensei. The voice cut through the tension. Kakashi flicked his gaze to the side. Naruto was already moving, a blur of yellow sprinting past their deadlock toward the prison of ice. You handle Zabuza, Naruto shouted over his shoulder. I'll handle the rescue. Getting a bandaged kunai out of his pouch, he said to himself, can't believe I'm doing this here. Zabuza didn't even bother to chase the boy. He just chuckled, a dark, rumbling sound in his chest as he pressed down on Kakashi's blade. HMPH. The brat is certainly full of himself, Zabuza mocked. It doesn't matter if he carries the blood of the Senju or not. No one has ever broken Haku's mirrors and lived to tell the tale. Kakashi shoved Zabuza back with a surge of chakra, creating distance between them. He settled into a fighting stance, glancing briefly at Naruto's retreating back. That may be true for others, Kakashi said coolly, his Sharingan spinning. But you really shouldn't underestimate him. They never noticed the mark implanted in the ground. Sasuke was living through hell. A relentless barrage of Senbon rained down from every angle, the attacks moving faster than his eyes could track. It wasn't just speed, the enemy seemed to exist in all places simultaneously. I can't track him, Sasuke realized, gritting his teeth as a needle grazed his cheek. Suddenly, a shadow flickered beside him. Sasuke flinched, raising a kunai, but froze when he saw Naruto standing calmly in the center of the kill zone. The blonde wasn't looking at Sasuke, his sharp blue eyes were darting between the mirrors, analyzing the chakra flow. It mimics space-time ninjutsu, Naruto stated, his voice devoid of humor. He isn't cloning himself. He's using the mirrors to reflect his body at speeds invisible to the naked eye. He's essentially becoming light. Haku's voice echoed from the ice, tinged with genuine surprise. Impressive. You deduced the nature of my technique in seconds. But how were you able to step inside the formation so easily? Sasuke, shaking off his shock, glared at his teammate with disbelief. You idiot, Sasuke shouted, his frustration boiling over. If you figured it out, you should have destroyed the mirrors from the outside. Why the hell did you sneak inside? Sorry, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice quiet but firm. He placed a heavy hand on his teammate's shoulder, offering a small, apologetic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But you won't be fighting here. Zip. There was no smoke, no sound of movement, no blur of speed. Sasuke didn't even have time to protest. One moment the Uchiha was standing there, and in the next fraction of a second, the space beneath Naruto's hand was empty. Sasuke had vanished into thin air. What? Haku's breath hitched. His eyes darted frantically between the 21 mirrors, but the Uchiha was gone. The dome of ice was sealed shut, nothing could have entered or exited without shattering the mirrors. How did he disappear? Haku thought, genuine panic beginning to crack his composure. That wasn't speed. He erased him from the battlefield. You see, Naruto spoke, his blue eyes piercing through the heavy mist to lock onto the real Haku, you aren't the only one who uses space-time ninjutsu. With a flick of his wrists, Naruto tossed 6 strange, bandaged kunai into the air. They didn't aim for the mirrors or Haku. They scattered in a perfect circle around Naruto, embedding themselves deep into the floor of the bridge with a sharp, metallic ringing sound. What are you doing? Haku demanded, sensing a terrifying buildup of chakra that made the air vibrate. Naruto said nothing. A shadow clone materialized instantly, standing back to back with the original. In each of their hands, a swirling sphere of condensed blue chakra roared to life, emitting a high-pitched screech that threatened to shatter the eardrums. We are doing that, boss. Naruto just sighed at his clone's antics. Yup. The chakra flared, yellow electrical sparks dancing wildly around the blonde ninja. Naruto looked up, his expression dead serious. You are dead. The hum of the Rasengans reached a fever pitch. Rasen Senko Cho Rinbuko Sanshiki. Kakashi had seen the technique countless times in his life. It was the signature of his teacher, the yellow flash of the leaf. It was a sight that always left him in awe, no matter how many times he witnessed it. But seeing it now, performed by his 13-year-old student, it made his breath hitch in his throat. One moment, the bridge was empty beside him. The next, space distorted, and Sasuke Uchiha materialized out of thin air, stumbling as he regained his balance. This was, Kakashi thought, his single eye widening in disbelief. He actually mastered this. That asshole, Sasuke roared, kicking the ground in frustration as he spun to face the ice dome. He's going to get himself killed in there. Sasuke was trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer humiliation of being tossed aside like luggage. And beneath the anger was a burning confusion. How on earth did he just send me here? What is going on? Zabuza growled, his guard raising as he looked between the mirrors and the Uchiha. How is the brat here? No one escapes the demonic mirrors. Kakashi didn't reply. He couldn't. There were too many questions, but now wasn't the time to ask them. If Naruto was pulling out that level of jutsu, Kakashi realized he couldn't afford to drag this fight out any longer. No need for you to know, Kakashi said coldly. He reached into his vest, pulling out a small scroll. He bit his thumb, swiftly smearing a streak of fresh blood across the paper. He looked up at Zabuza, his Sharingan spinning dangerously. Right now, it looks like I need to finish my battle as well. Naruto stood amidst the shattered remnants of the ice mirrors, the mist swirling lazily around his ankles. He stared down at the boy slumped against the railing. Haku's mask lay in fragments on the stone, revealing a face that looked far too gentle for a killer. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving with ragged, shallow breaths. The boy possessed incredible skill, a bloodline limit that could have dominated battlefields. But in the face of the flying thunder god and the raw, destructive power of the Rasengan, speed and mirrors meant nothing. Naruto tightened his grip on his kunai. There was no triumph in his eyes, only a heavy, cold acceptance. Haku had been a tool for Zabuza, yes, but they were mercenaries who had slaughtered innocents to prop up a tyrant like Gato. There were lines that, once crossed, left no road back. From the other side of the bridge, he heard weird loud sound. He knew it was Kakashi-sensei's jutsu. He could sense Kakashi-sensei channeling chakra. It's time to end this, Naruto decided. You, Haku wheezed, his eyes struggling to focus on the blonde looming over him. You are powerful, he coughed, a wet, hacking sound. What makes you so strong? Naruto didn't hesitate. He didn't offer a speech about dreams or friendship. He simply looked at the dying boy with a gaze that held the weight of a veteran. I have my reasons, Naruto said quietly. In one fluid motion, the kunai flashed. Shing. It was quick, merciful, a single clean slash across the throat. Haku's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before the light faded from them forever. His body slumped forward, the silence of the grave finally claiming the tool of Zabuza. Feeling Zabuza's chakra disappearing, he just stared at sky and sighed heavily. Always the same feeling, the lingering mist finally evaporated, carried away by the salt breeze of the ocean. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, exhaled one final, rattling breath before his body went still, his eyes fixed vacantly on the gray sky. Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief, his body sagging slightly as the adrenaline faded. The threat was over. He watched as Naruto walked silently through the debris of the shattered ice mirrors. The blonde carried the slight, lifeless frame of Haku in his arms, treating the boy not as an enemy, but as a fallen warrior. With a solemn expression, Naruto knelt and gently placed Haku beside Zabuza, reuniting the tool with its master even in death. It was a moment of quiet respect, until it was violently shattered. A blur of blue motion crashed into Naruto. Sasuke grabbed the blonde by his collar, yanking him up and slamming him back against the steel railing of the bridge. You, Sasuke snarled, his face inches from Naruto's, his Sharingan fading but his eyes wild with frustration. Explain yourself. How did you send me outside that dome? And how did you defeat him? Sasuke's hands shook with a mix of rage and inferiority. That ice release had been impenetrable. Sasuke had been helpless against it, yet Naruto had not only bypassed the barrier but obliterated the user in seconds. The gap between them wasn't just wide, it was a chasm. Naruto didn't flinch, he didn't look intimidated, he simply looked down at Sasuke's trembling hands with cold blue eyes. I don't owe you an explanation, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low octave. He glared back, his killing intent spiking just enough to make the air heavy. Now, let go. Don't screw with me. You think just because. That's enough. Both of you. Kakashi's sharp command cut through the tension like a kunai. He stepped between them, his single eye narrowed not at his students, but at the far end of the bridge where the sound of heavy footsteps and clapping began to echo. Break it up, Kakashi ordered, his voice grim. We have something else to deal with. Well done, truly well done. The slow, mocking applause echoed against the steel beams, drawing the attention of the three-leaf ninja. From the thinning fog at the far end of the bridge, a short man in a business suit emerged, tapping a cane against the stone. Gato, Kakashi muttered, his guard instantly rising. You ninja really are useful tools, Gato sneered, adjusting his dark sunglasses. Behind him, the mist churned, revealing a veritable army of thugs, ronin, bandits, and mercenaries, numbering in the hundreds. They brandished swords and clubs, a wall of malice blocking the only exit. Gato glanced dismissively at Zabuza's corpse. I see the demon of the mist is dead. Good, he was getting too expensive anyway. Why pay a monster when I can just have you kill each other? He pointed his cane at the exhausted Konoha team. Now, kill them all. And chop the bridge builder into pieces. The bandits roared, surging forward like a tidal wave. Sasuke grit his teeth, reaching for a kunai despite his drained chakra. Kakashi prepared to unveil the Reikiri one last time. Shi-NG. A high-pitched, piercing whistle cut through the roar of the mob. It wasn't the sound of metal slicing air, it was the sound of air becoming a blade. Before Gato could take a step back, his head snapped backward violently. Thwack. The cheering died instantly. Gato stood frozen for a horrifying second, a single kunai buried to the hilt in the center of his forehead. Faint, razor-sharp ribbons of wind chakra swirled around the metal handle before dissipating into the breeze. Slowly, the tycoon toppled backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Every eye on the bridge snapped to Naruto. The Senju stood 50 meters away, his arms still extended in the follow-through, his expression colder than the ice mirrors he had just destroyed. "You talk too much," Naruto stated flatly. The bandits stared at their dead employer, stunned silence stretching for a heartbeat before chaos erupted. He killed Gato. Forget the money. Kill the brat and loot the town. Charge. Greed and fear turned into bloodlust. The mob screamed, raising their weapons to crush the three ninja. Stop right there. A thunderous roar erupted from the opposite side of the bridge, the land of waves side. The bandits faltered, looking past the ninja. Their eyes widened. Lining the horizon of the bridge was a different kind of army. Dozens, no, hundreds, of villagers stood shoulder to shoulder. They held no katana or shuriken, they gripped pitchforks, hammers, fishing spears, and heavy wrenches. At the front of the formation stood Inari, clutching a crossbow almost as big as he was. Flanking him were Tsunami, eyes fierce with protective rage, Tazuna wielding a massive iron pipe, and Sakura, who had rallied them all. "If you want to touch these ninja," Inari shouted, his voice cracking but ringing with undeniable courage. He leveled the crossbow at the bandits. "You have to go through us first." "Yeah," the villagers roared in unison, slamming their tools against the ground in a rhythmic, intimidating beat. "Get off our bridge." Caught between a lethal, wind-wielding shinobi and an entire nation rose in rebellion, the bandits, morale shattered instantly. They all escaped immediately, making the villagers cheer in happiness. "Guys, you all safe?" Sakura asked loudly as she waved her arm. Naruto chuckled at his female teammates' antics. "Yeah, Sakura, we safe." The bridge stretched magnificently across the strait, a gleaming monument of steel and stone connecting the land of waves to the mainland, and to the future. The entire village had gathered at the entrance of the bridge to bid farewell to the Leaf Ninja. The air was filled with a bittersweet mixture of celebration and sorrow. Tazuna stood at the front, his eyes red-rimmed but his posture proud, while Tsunami held a handkerchief to her mouth. Naruto adjusted the strap of his backpack, his gaze settling on the small boy standing in front of him. Inari was trembling, his fists clenched at his sides as he fought a losing battle against the tears welling up in his eyes. Naruto sighed softly, a faint, affectionate smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and lowered himself to one knee, bringing himself to eye level with the child. "I guess this is goodbye, Inari." The dam finally broke. "Ni-chan," Inari choked out, rubbing furiously at his eyes with his sleeve. He sniffled loudly, trying to look tough but looking every bit the child he was. I promise I won't cry anymore. I'm going to be strong. I'll protect Mom and Grandpa, and I'll protect this village." Naruto watched the boy's determination shine through the tears. The resemblance was uncanny. The stubbornness, the loud declaration of intent, the desperate need to prove himself. He really is just like Konohamaru, Naruto thought, his expression softening into a genuine smile. No wonder I had a soft spot for the kid. Naruto reached out, placing a firm, reassuring hand on Inari's head, ruffling the boy's hair. "I believe you," Naruto said, his voice steady and warm. "But remember, strength isn't just about not crying. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you're scared." He stood up, towering over the boy once more, looking like the elite shinobi he was destined to become. "Be a good boy, Inari. Listen to your mother and your grandpa. Make them proud." Inari nodded vigorously, unable to speak, as he watched his hero turn and walk back to his team. As Team 7 began their trek across the bridge, leaving the land of waves behind, the villagers didn't just see ninja leaving, they saw the backs of legends who had given them their lives back. As the silhouettes of Team 7 faded into the horizon, the gathered crowd remained at the entrance of the massive structure, admiring the steel beast that had cost them so much sweat and blood. "It's finally done," Gichi murmured, wiping his brow with a grin. He turned to the master builder. "But Tazuna-san, we haven't decided on a name yet. What are we going to carve onto the stone tablet?" Tazuna leaned against the railing, looking out at the endless ocean. He thought about the battles fought here, the despair that had almost drowned them, and the spark that had ignited a revolution. He looked down at Inari, who was wiping his dry eyes with a newfound strength. It wasn't the ninjutsu or super techniques that had saved them. It was the unyielding storm of a single boy who refused to let them give up. "That boy, he created a bridge to our hearts before we even finished this one," Tazuna said, a gentle smile wrinkling his eyes. "He taught us that hope is something you fight for." He looked back at the villagers, his voice filled with pride. We shall name it the Great Naruto Bridge. Inari looked up, his eyes shining. The Great Naruto Bridge, he grinned, nodding firmly. Yeah, it's perfect. In the microsecond before the kunai reached their guard, space distorted. The genin's eyes widened in sheer terror as Naruto materialized out of thin air, his hands already gripping the handles of the kunai mid-flight. He hadn't just thrown the weapons, he had ridden them. He was inside their guard before they could even twitch. With a fluid, merciless cross-slash, he severed both their throats in a single motion. The bodies hit the floor with a wet thud, but Naruto didn't wait to watch them fall. He didn't check for a pulse. He was already gone, a blur of black rushing through the trees, fear for his teammates driving him faster than he had ever moved before. Orochimaru had not expected to have this much fun. Having successfully removed the annoying Senju brat from the equation for a few minutes, he was free to toy with the Uchiha prize. While the boy was certainly no Itachi, and lacked the raw, terrifying potential of Naruto, he was still impressive. To stab oneself in the leg just to override the paralysis of fear, exquisite. Stay away. Orochimaru's smirk widened as he watched the young Uchiha's desperation manifest in a flurry of kunai and fire style, incinerating the giant snake summon. Yes, dance for me, Sasuke-kun. Show me the potential of the Char. Crack, his internal monologue, and his jaw, shattered instantly. A boot, heavy with chakra, slammed into the side of his face with the force of a battering ram. The impact sent the Sannin hurtling sideways, crashing through the thick trunk of an ancient oak tree in a shower of splinters. Tisk, Orochimaru thought, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip as he righted himself. The annoying brat returns. Zap. Naruto materialized instantly in front of his teammates, his black jacket whipping in the wind. The sight behind him was grim. Sakura was trembling, tears streaming down her face, while Sasuke looked on the verge of a breakdown, his eyes wide with absolute, primal terror. Are you guys okay? Naruto demanded, keeping his back to them, eyes fixed on the dust cloud. Naruto. Sasuke stammered, his voice cracking. This guy, he's not normal. We have to run. We have to get out of here right now. Naruto frowned, his heart sinking. This is bad. He's completely broken their spirit with just his killing intent. Well, look who decided to join the party. A raspy, chilling voice echoed from above. The dust cleared to reveal Orochimaru standing atop a massive snake head, peeling away the ruined face of the grass ninja like a mask. The pale skin and golden, reptilian eyes underneath gleamed in the dim forest light. It has been a while, hasn't it? The more you grow up, the more you look like Minato, Naruto. Orochimaru said, using his usual annoying polite tone. I can imagine how proud Tsunade is. Naruto didn't flinch, he didn't look surprised. He simply sighed, a sound of pure, unadulterated annoyance, and tilted his head up to meet the Sannin's gaze. Orochimaru. The name hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. What are you doing here hanging around with Genin? Naruto deadpanned, his chakra flaring to shield his teammates. Orochimaru's smile stretched unnaturally wide, pure malice swirling in his golden eyes. I could say the same to you, Naruto. He formed a single seal. With a sudden puff of smoke, a shadow clone materialized beside him, both Sannin staring down with predatory hunger. As for why I am here, the clone licked its lips, locking its gaze on the trembling Uchiha behind Naruto. Sasuke-kun, interests me. Flashback. 11 years old Naruto. Creepy place, Naruto thought, walking carefully through the dark corridors of Orochimaru's hideout. He and Jiraiya had split up only minutes ago to cover more ground. What a waste of tea. Crash. Naruto instinctively threw himself backward. A split second later, a massive fist smashed through the wall, pulverizing the spot where his head had just been. Ha 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 ha, I will kill you. Naruto landed in a crouch, staring narrow-eyed. Standing in the rubble was a boy his age with orange hair, except half his body was transformed into gray, monstrous axe blades. He looked more like a beast than a human. The boy roared, drool dripping from his chin as he prepared to attack again. Naruto just blinked, stood up, and dusted off his jacket. Interesting chakra you have, Naruto murmured, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the energy radiating from the boy. It wasn't just dense, it was wild, heavy, and chaotic. It feels less like human chakra and more like nature itself. But corrupted. His analysis was cut short as the air displaced violently. The boy, no, the monster, blurred, appearing instantly in front of him. The massive axe arm swung down with enough force to cleave a boulder. Naruto didn't panic. In a fraction of a second, he drew a kunai, flooding it with wind chakra to reinforce the metal. Clang! Sparks showered between them as the small blade halted the massive axe. You are dead. What strength? Naruto thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the ground beneath his feet cracked from the pressure. He gritted his teeth, pushed back, and flipped away to create distance. Stop running. Fight me. The monster roared, drool flying from his jaws. Naruto landed in a crouch, his eyes flashing. He's wide open. Perfect time to test it. He held his right hand out. Instantly, blue chakra began to swirl, compressing and rotating at breakneck speeds until it formed a volatile, perfect sphere. He was glad he kept training in the land of rice. Jugo lunged, but his target was no longer there. Zap! Naruto didn't dodge. He vanished. In the split second they had clashed earlier, Naruto's hand had brushed the axe arm. He hadn't just blocked, he had marked him. Jugo's eyes widened as a yellow blur materialized inches from his chest, inside his guard. Rasengan. Boom. The sphere ground into Jugo's abdomen, twisting the air itself before launching him backward like a cannonball. He smashed into the stone wall, creating a crater that buried him in debris. Naruto landed softly, shaking out his hand. He looked at the devastation with clinical interest. Incredible. No hand signs, instant activation. It really is a one-shot technique. He walked toward the rubble. Jugo was pinned, struggling to breathe, the transformation rippling unstable across his skin. Sorry, buddy, Naruto said, his voice void of malice as he raised a kunai, the wind chakra humming dangerously around the blade. But you know, it's not personal. I can't let you loose. He prepared to strike. My name is Jugo. Naruto froze. The monstrous gray skin receded like a tide, the axe melting away to reveal a trembling, bruised arm. The demonic eyes that had been filled with bloodlust were now soft, wet, and filled with terrifying clarity. Naruto's grip on the kunai loosened. He wasn't looking at a monster anymore. He was looking at a terrified child his own age. His blood boiled. That scumbag, Orochimaru. What is he doing to children in this place? Naruto lowered his weapon, the wind chakra fading. Mine's Naruto. Jugo blinked, confused by the sudden mercy. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp tug in his gut stopped him. A summoning signal. Jiraiya-sensei, I must leave, Jugo, Naruto muttered. He looked at the boy one last time, a look of pity, not judgment. Then, he vanished in a blur. Jugo lay alone in the dark, silent rubble, staring at the empty space where the blonde boy had been. This was the perfect chance, someone powerful enough to liberate him from this large prison. Why? Jugo whispered, a tear sliding down his dusty cheek. Why didn't he kill me? Orochimaru had not expected today to be so delightful. To stumble upon his old teammate in a place like this. A rare treat, and to catch him at such a disadvantage, it was practically a gift. Jiraiya was slumped against the cold stone wall, chest heaving, surrounded by the broken bodies of 30 failed experiments. The Toad Sage was exhausted, his chakra drained from the relentless assault. Orochimaru stepped over a corpse, the Kusanagi blade extending from his mouth, gleaming in the dim light. Any last words, Jiraiya? He asked, his voice dripping with malice as the blade tip hovered inches from his friend's eye. But Jiraiya didn't look afraid. He smirked. Orochimaru frowned. Why is he SM? Zap. There was no sound of movement. No footfalls. Just the sudden displacement of air. A blur of yellow materialized between the Sannin and his prey. A small hand pressed firmly against Orochimaru's chest. Not a strike, but a touch, before a Rasengan exploded point blank, blasting the snake Sannin backward into the darkness. Fast as usual, Naruto, Jiraiya breathed, finally letting his guard down. I'm just glad you finally swallowed your pride and actually signaled me, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto mumbled, though his blue eyes remained locked on the shadows ahead. I thought you'd rather die than rely on your student to save your ass. It's Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, his voice hardening as he stood up. There is no room for pride. From the shadows, Orochimaru rose, dusting off his robes. His golden eyes were wide, the pupils constricted to needle points. He was already pale, but now, he looked like a ghost. He looked down at his chest. There, glowing faintly on his robe where the boy had touched him, was a seal formula. This is Hiraishin, Orochimaru thought, his mind reeling. The Kyuubi brat is 11 years old. How is this possible? He looked up at the small blonde boy in the black jacket. The stance, the cold eyes, the terrifying speed. Senju Naruto, Orochimaru hissed, a mix of fascination and dread curling in his gut. The boy reminded him of the man he hated, the man who stole his Hokage hat. It is like staring at a young Minato. No wonder Jugo stood no chance against you. Jugo is just a victim, Naruto replied, his voice flat. Zap, he was gone. Orochimaru barely had time to register the sound before Naruto reappeared instantaneously directly in front of him, guided by the mark on the Sannin's chest. A wind-laced kunai slashed upward in a vicious arc, tearing across Orochimaru's torso. Blood sprayed the walls. Damn, Jiraiya watched the scene, a cold shiver running down his spine. He marked him the moment he palmed his chest. He only mastered the jutsu 3 months ago, and he's already spamming it in combat just like his father. Orochimaru stumbled back, clutching the deep wound, coughing up blood. This was bad. This was catastrophic. For the first time since his encounter with Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru felt something foreign. Fear. Just as he had no answer for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had no defense against a ninja who could teleport instantly to his location. He was being hunted by a ghost he couldn't touch. I have to leave. Now. Orochimaru's hands blurred through seals with desperate speed. Naruto saw the movement and vanished again, reappearing to decapitate the Sannin. Swish. His blade sliced through nothing but white smoke. The bastard. Jiraiya groaned in frustration. He used reverse summoning to escape. Rumble. Before Naruto could sheath his weapon, the ground lurched violently. Deep, rhythmic thuds echoed from the walls, followed by the screeching of metal. Self-destruct sequence. Jiraiya barked, his eyes widening. Naruto. Yes sir. Naruto didn't hesitate. He grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder firmly. Zap. The air rushed into the vacuum where they stood, and a split second later, the corridor was consumed by fire and collapsing stone. Flasback end. Sasuke-kun. Interests me. This is bad, Naruto thought, his eyes darting between the Sannin and the newly formed shadow clone. He's splitting us up. He knows I can't protect Sasuke if I have to watch my own back against him. If Sasuke had been scared before, the revelation of the enemy's identity shattered him. He took a trembling step backward, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his kunai. Oh Orochimaru, Sasuke breathed, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. One of the legendary Sannin. Why? What does he want with us? Naruto clicked his tongue, his expression twisting into open revulsion. Freaky as ever, he muttered, shifting his stance to shield his teammates. Don't you have a dark hole to crawl back into? Kukuku. Now, Naruto. Don't be so cold, Orochimaru chuckled, his long, purple tongue flickering out to taste the terror in the air. How about we catch up? In a blur of motion, Orochimaru lunged. Naruto's eyes widened. The speed was blinding, but his stomach dropped when he saw the shadow clone break away, heading straight for the paralyzed Uchiha. Sasuke, move, Naruto shouted, turning to intercept. I am your opponent. The original Orochimaru was already on him. His neck elongated with sickening, unnatural speed, his head shooting forward like a striking cobra. His thick, muscular tongue lashed out, wrapping tightly around Naruto's waist and slamming him against a tree trunk before he could take a single step. Got you, Orochimaru hissed, tightening the constriction to crush the boy's ribs. Splat. The Sannin's eyes narrowed. Naruto didn't scream. Instead, his body dissolved into a thick, brown sludge that oozed between the coils of the tongue. Kawarimi. Orochimaru whipped his head upward. Naruto was floating in midair behind him, his black jacket billowing in the updraft as he finished a sequence of hand signs. His chest expanded, chakra visibly condensing in his lungs. Futon. Atsugai. Orochimaru's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Naruto didn't just exhale air, he released a highly compressed sphere of super dense wind pressure. It hit the forest floor and detonated like a bomb. Boom. A catastrophic shockwave expanded outward, vaporizing the ground and pulverizing the surrounding trees into sawdust. The sheer force of the blast tore a massive clearing into the dense canopy of the forest of death, sending debris flying for miles. Naruto landed gracefully on a thick branch as the dust cleared, his blue eyes scanning the destruction. He wasn't disappointed, or surprised, to find that the Sannin wasn't dead. Instead, Orochimaru stood perched atop the head of a massive, newly summoned brown serpent, looking completely unscathed. He thinks a snake can stop me, Naruto thought, his gaze hardening. Then, realization struck. No, he's not trying to win. He's stalling. Hiss. The giant snake lunged, its jaws wide enough to swallow a house. Naruto didn't move an inch. He simply held the snake seal. Ranji Shigemi no Jutsu. His blonde hair exploded in length and density, hardening into steel-like cables. The mane wrapped around the giant snake mid-lunge, constricting violently until the summon burst into shreds of light and smoke. But the hair didn't stop there. It surged forward, wrapping around Orochimaru and immobilizing him completely against a tree. Jiraiya surely has an eye for talent. Orochimaru laughed, his voice echoing with genuine delight despite being bound by the lion-like mane. The Senju bloodline is truly magnificent. You are a masterpiece, Naruto. Naruto ignored the praise, his sensory perception flaring. He glanced sideways. Sasuke was holding his own against the clone, having managed to trap it against a tree with wire strings and shuriken. Cut the crap, Orochimaru. Naruto barked, tightening the bind. What do you want with Sasuke? Orochimaru's grin widened, stretching the pale skin of his face until it looked like a mask on the verge of tearing. Come now, Naruto, you are a smart boy. You should have figured it out by now. Orochimaru licked his lips. You fought one of my prized specimens 2 years ago, didn't you? You remember him, Jugo. Suddenly, the Orochimaru trapped in the hair melted into mud. Naruto's eyes widened. The memory of the boy with the orange hair, the monstrous transformation, and the corrupted nature chakra flashed through his mind. Not surprise, but pure, cold terror washed over him. The puzzle pieces clicked together. The interest in Sasuke, the mention of Jugo, the testing of limits. He wants to brand him. He wants to give Sasuke the curse mark. No, Naruto abandoned his defensive stance, releasing his jutsu before exploding into a sprint toward his teammates. But he was too late. Sasuke, panting heavily, thought he had won. He had trapped the enemy clone in wire strings and was preparing to unleash a fireball jutsu to finish it. Got you, Sasuke yelled. He gasped in shock when the trapped clone dissolved into mud. A split second later, the real Orochimaru, who had switched places with the clone moments ago, emerged from the tree trunk directly behind the young Uchiha. You are mine, Sasuke-kun. His neck elongated, shooting forward like a striking viper. Fangs sank deep into the junction of Sasuke's neck and shoulder. Arg, Sasuke-kun. Sakura screamed, rushing forward as her crush collapsed. A blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Sasuke convulsed violently as the vile chakra flooded his system. Sasuke, Naruto yelled, horror etched on his face as he watched Sakura catch the falling boy. The black pattern of the heaven seal began to burn itself into the Uchiha's pale skin, glowing like molten lava. Time to leave, Orochimaru thought, satisfied with his work. Before Naruto could reach them, the Sannin sank into the tree, vanishing without a trace. Naruto leaned against the cold, damp wall of the hollowed-out tree root they were using for shelter. He sighed softly, watching Sakura gently place a fresh wet towel on Sasuke's burning forehead. Her expression was a mixture of grief and exhaustion, a deep frown marring her features. This was bad, truly bad. Despite having already secured the necessary scrolls to pass, they were dead in the water. They couldn't move, not with Sasuke in this condition. The fever from the bite was ravaging him, his chakra spiking and crashing in volatile waves as his body fought the foreign power. These exams are becoming more trouble than they're worth, Naruto thought grimly, his gaze lingering on the ominous black seal searing into the Uchiha's neck. "And Naruto." Sakura's voice trembled, breaking the heavy silence. She didn't look up from Sasuke's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What did that guy do to Sasuke-kun? Naruto's expression softened. He knew exactly what Orochimaru had done. He had seen the horrific results on Jugo firsthand. But telling Sakura that Sasuke might turn into a chakra-crazed monster or die from the rejection wouldn't help anyone right now. He forced a gentle, reassuring smile onto his face. He just hit him with some weird chakra, Sakura. It's like a bad fever, Naruto lied smoothly. He'll be fine. Sasuke is stubborn, remember. He's too strong to let a snake bite take him down. Sakura sniffled, wiping her eyes, and gave a shaky nod. Why yeah, you're right. Naruto pushed himself off the wall and stood up, dusting off his black pants. Sakura's head snapped up instantly, panic flashing in her eyes at the movement. Where are you going? She demanded, her voice rising in pitch. The thought of being left alone in this nightmare terrified her. Naruto blinked, faking innocence as he pointed toward the cave entrance. Relax, Sakura, I just need to take a leak. He deadpanned, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Unless you want me to do it right here. But, that wouldn't exactly be appropriate in front of a lady, would it? Sakura's face went bright red. The tension in her shoulders dropped just a fraction, the crude humor grounding her. Idiot, she muttered, turning back to Sasuke to hide her blush. Just be quick, okay. Naruto turned and walked out into the rain-soaked forest. Once he was certain he was out of Sakura's earshot and hidden by the dense foliage, the mask of the carefree teammate dropped completely. Naruto moved with efficient urgency, retrieving a small blank scroll and a travel ink brush from his pouch. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru is Uchiha quick. Finishing the stroke, he rolled the scroll tight and tied it. He brought his thumb to his mouth, biting down hard enough to draw blood, and flew through 5 hand signs. Kuchio's no jutsu. He slammed his palm onto the muddy forest floor. A small puff of white smoke erupted, clearing to reveal a small, orange toad with blue markings. Yo, Naruto, it's been a while, the toad chirped, blinking up at him. Naruto smiled slightly. He crouched down, meeting the toad's eyes. Gamakichi, I need you to deliver this to Jiraiya-sensei. ASAP. Gamakichi crossed his arms, puffing out his chest. Sheesh, straight to business. What happened to, hello? And hey, if you want a favor, you gotta pay up. Where are my snacks? Naruto's eyes narrowed. The playful banter he usually indulged in was gone, replaced by suffocating pressure. Gamakichi, Naruto said, his eyes twitching as his voice dropped to a dangerously low octave. The scroll, now. The small toad froze and gulped. The look in his blue eyes promised consequences that were far worse than a missed meal. Oh, of course, right on it, boss. Gamakichi stammered, snatching the scroll with his tongue. I'll get it to the old man in no time. With a nervous salute, the toad vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto let out a long breath, wiping the rain from his face. Finally, he turned to head back to the cave, but froze mid-step. His sensory radar pinged violently. 3 distinct, hostile chakra signatures were closing in rapidly on the hollow tree. One of them felt like sound itself. Naruto groaned, tilting his head back toward the stormy sky. Give me a break. Sakura stood frozen at the entrance of the cave, her kunai trembling in her grip as she stared down the 3 ninja blocking her path. They were strange, bandaged, covered in fur, and radiating hostility. They had made their demand clear. They wanted Sasuke. What do you want with Sasuke-kun? She shouted. She tried to sound fierce, but her voice cracked, betraying her absolute terror. I know you're working for him. That guy, Orochimaru, he's pulling the strings, isn't he? What did he do to Sasuke? What is that mark? The mention of the name froze the attackers in their tracks. The girl, Kin, gasped audibly, exchanging a panicked look with her teammates. How does she know about him, Dosu? The hunchback boy, whose face was almost entirely bandaged, narrowed his single visible eye. Dosu remained the most rational of the group, his mind racing to process the breach in secrecy. Interesting, Dosu mused, his voice muffled. We weren't told that our targets had prior knowledge. Just what is Lord Orochimaru planning? But Zaku didn't care for analysis. He stepped forward, a cruel smirk stretching across his face as he raised his palms toward the trembling girl and the unconscious Uchiha. He was so blinded by his own arrogance and the thrill of the hunt that he failed to notice a critical detail. The team was supposed to have 3 members. HMPH, who cares? Zaku scoffed, air pressure beginning to build in the tubes implanted in his arms. It doesn't change anything. I'm going to destroy you, little girl, and your precious Sasuke, too. Zaku barely had time to prime the air pressure in his arm tubes. There was a blur of yellow, and then a sickening thud. A boot slammed into his solar plexus with the force of a battering ram, lifting him clean off his feet. Zaku gasped, the air forced from his lungs, as he was hurled backward, crashing into the mud at his teammates' feet. Naruto. Sakura breathed, her legs nearly giving out. The sheer relief that washed over her was overwhelming. The sight of his back, broad and steady, was the only thing keeping her upright. Naruto didn't look back at her. He stood between the girl and the invaders, his blue eyes cold and sharp as steel. I'll ask once, he said, his voice deceptively calm, though the killing intent rolling off him was suffocating. What do you want? They are here for Sasuke-kun, Naruto. They work for that guy Orochimaru. Naruto resisted the urge to slap his forehead. Now he got it since they were wearing Otogaker forehead. every fucking situation, you will find that bastard behind it. Dosu felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. He had been watching earlier. He had seen what this blonde had done to the sand ninja using nothing but a flare of his chakra, paralyzing them with fear alone. He had marked him as a variable to avoid. But before Dosu could voice a retreat, Zaku scrambled to his feet, his face twisted in humiliation and blind rage. You little, Zaku snarled, raising his palms, the tubes humming with dangerous pressure. You will pay for that. Zaku, wait, don't, Dosu shouted, recognizing the gap in power. It was too late. Zankaha, a supersonic blast of compressed air and sound waves erupted from Zaku's palms, tearing up the ground as it raced toward the blonde. Naruto didn't dodge, he scoffed, raising a single hand to form a half-ram seal. His chakra flared, dense, refined, and sharp. Futon. Repusho. With a sharp exhale, he raised his palm and released a violent gale of wind. The two invisible forces collided in dead center with a thunderous crack, the opposing pressures grinding against one another for a split second before neutralizing completely, scattering dirt and leaves in every direction. He just stopped Zaku's blast, Kin muttered, her eyes wide. The blonde hadn't even shifted his weight, he just stood there, arm extended, looking bored. So you manipulate sound waves, typical for ninja from that pathetic excuse of a village, Otogakur, Naruto scoffed, lowering his hand. His glare hardened, boring into the three genin. We don't have to do this. Just turn around and walk away. Now, Zaku began to shake, not from fear, but from a humiliation so deep it burned. He had never felt this weak, this dismissed. How dare this brat mock him? How dare he mock the village Lord Orochimaru built? Dosu let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He's offering us an out. We should talk. You think you can humiliate us like this? Zaku screamed, his logic consumed by blind rage as he aimed his arms again. I will kill you. Naruto merely sweat dropped, looking at Zaku like he was a particularly noisy insect. Trust me, pal, there is no alternate universe where you are capable of killing me. But Naruto's dry amusement was cut off instantly. A spike of chakra, cold, vile, and terrifyingly familiar, erupted from the cave behind him. He whipped his head around. Sasuke was standing up. Shit. Sasuke-ku. Sakura's chirpy cry of relief died in her throat. Sasuke stood hunched over, his body trembling. Flame-like black markings were spreading across his pale skin, glowing with a sickly, pulsating rhythm. But it wasn't the physical changes that froze Sakura's blood. It was the feeling, the cold, suffocating malice radiating from him. This wasn't Sasuke. Naruto frowned deeply, his body tensing. The chakra Sasuke was leaking was potent, certainly, but the sheer density of the hatred within it reminded him uncomfortably of the Kyuubi. Sasuke was already mentally unstable on a good day, adding this corrupted seal to the equation. Huh, so you're finally awake, coward. Naruto spun back around, staring at Zaku with wide, incredulous eyes. The sound genin was grinning, completely oblivious to the apex predator that had just woken up behind them. Does this guy have an actual death wish? Naruto thought, shaking his head in disbelief. It is genuinely impressive how stupid one person can be. You guys wanted Sasuke, here you go. Sasuke didn't understand it, he shouldn't be standing, he should be writhing in agony, consumed by the fever. Yet, he had never felt clarity like this in his entire life. Power, raw, electric, and intoxicating, surged through every vein, overriding the pain, overriding his fear. Was this the gift Orochimaru spoke of? Sasuke wondered, flexing his hand as purple chakra rolled off him in waves. If this is the curse mark, then perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. His thoughts were interrupted by a grating, obnoxious voice. Huh, so you're finally awake, coward. Coward. The word echoed in Sasuke's mind, not as an insult, but as a trigger. The blood in his veins seemed to boil, the flame-like markings on his skin pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Who was this insect to address him, an elite, an Uchiha, with such disrespect? He turned slowly, his eyes burning a vibrant, hateful red. Naruto, stay back. His voice was hollow, layered with a cold cruelty that hadn't been there before. Naruto merely nodded and stepped aside, his expression unreadable. He needs to vent, Naruto analyzed. No good will come by suppressing that corrupted chakra. Better he burns it off on these idiots. The fight, if it could even be called that, began instantly. To Sakura and the sound ninja, Sasuke had simply vanished. One moment he was standing by the cave entrance, the next, he was behind Zaku. He's fast, Naruto noted, his eyes narrowing as he tracked the Uchiha's movements. Unbelievably fast. The seal is forcing his body beyond its natural limits. It's tearing his muscles, but the chakra is healing him simultaneously. It's a double-edged sword. Sasuke wasn't just fighting, he was dismantling his opponent. He dodged a supersonic blast with a tilt of his head, moving with the fluidity of water and the strike of a viper. Before Zaku could even process his missed attack, he was on the ground, face pressed into the dirt. Sasuke stood over him, planting a foot firmly in the center of Zaku's back. He reached down, gripping both of the boy's wrists and pulling them backward, straining the joints to their breaking point. "You seem very proud of these arms," Sasuke whispered, a sadistic smirk twisting his face. "You use them to blow people away, don't you?" Realization dawned on Zaku, and his arrogance shattered into pure terror. "And no, wait, stop." Crack. The sickening sound of bone snapping echoed through the clearing. "Arg." Naruto winced slightly at the sound but didn't look away. "That's excessive." Sasuke tossed the screaming boy aside like broken trash. He didn't even look at his handiwork. Instead, he slowly turned his head toward Dosu and Kin, his Sharingan spinning lazily, hungry for more. The killing intent spiked. It wasn't the focus of a ninja, it was the bloodlust of a monster. He's going to kill them, Naruto realized, his relaxed posture vanishing. He's lost control. Moving swiftly, he immediately appeared beside the Uchiha. His hand clamped down on Sasuke's shoulder with the weight of an anchor, halting the boy's advance toward the remaining two terrified genin. "This is enough, Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice low but cutting through the silence like a blade. He tightened his grip. "You are better than this. Don't let that thing turn you into a beast." Sasuke froze. He turned his head slowly, the tomo in his eyes spinning wildly as he fought the urge to strike Naruto down. The black flames on his skin pulsed, resisting the command. For a tense moment, they just stared at each other, red against blue. Then, Sasuke blinked. The malice in his eyes flickered and died. He gritted his teeth, a groan of pain escaping his lips as the cursed markings began to recede, slithering back toward the seal on his neck like retreating ink. The sudden withdrawal of power was agonizing. His knees buckled, and he collapsed forward, gasping for air as sweat drenched his clothes. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura was there in an instant, dropping to her knees and catching him before he hit the mud. Her hands hovered frantically over him. Are you okay?" Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut, his chest heaving. "Yeah, Sakura, I'm fine." Naruto crouched down on Sasuke's other side, watching the seal go dormant. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and offered a small smile. "I can't believe I'm saying this," Naruto quipped softly, "but I'm glad to have the brooding, annoying you back. That other guy was a bit much." Sasuke snorted, but a small smirk was visible. But the moment of peace was short-lived. A scuffling sound drew Naruto's attention back to the pests. Dosu had hoisted the unconscious, broken Zaku onto his back. He stared at Naruto with a mixture of fear and calculated respect. "Senju Naruto," Dosu said, his voice muffled by bandages but steady. "Next time we meet, the outcome will be diff. There will be no next time." Naruto didn't shout, he didn't even stand up. He just whispered the words, but they carried so much cold, absolute certainty that Dosu froze mid-sentence. Naruto turned his head, fixing the sound genin with a glare that promised nothing but death. "You should be thankful that you are leaving this forest breathing," Naruto said, his eyes narrowing. "Now, take your friend and get out of my face before I change my mind." Dosu didn't need to be told twice. With a stiff nod, he grabbed Kin, and the three sound ninja vanished into the trees, fleeing for their lives. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned back to his teammates and smiled. "Now we go to the tower. If heaven does not possess earth, seek intelligence to prepare for the opportunity. If earth does not possess heaven, seek strength to prepare for the battle." Sakura read the script on the wall of the tower, her brow furrowed in confusion. What does it even mean?" "It's about balance, Sakura," Naruto explained, standing with his arms crossed over his chest. "It means learn from everything around you and be prepared. If you lack strength, build it. If you lack knowledge, find it. Only when you have both can you open the path without wasting the chance." "Oh," Sakura formed a small O with her mouth, staring at him. She was genuinely impressed. She had always prided herself on being the smart one, but lately, she was realizing that Naruto wasn't just instinct and power. He was a bookworm, perhaps an even bigger one than she was. He just didn't brag about it. Well, speaking of the path, Naruto retrieved the heaven and earth scrolls from his pouch. He tossed them into the air, crossing them in an X shape before they hit the floor. Open. Poof. A large cloud of white smoke erupted from the center of the room. As it cleared, a familiar figure with gravity-defying silver hair and a masked face stood there, one hand raised in a lazy salute. "Yo, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura shrieked, jumping back. How did you just appear out of nowhere?" "It's a reverse summoning jutsu, Sakura," Naruto replied matter-of-factly, not even looking up as he dusted his palms. The scrolls contain a spatial formula linked to the proctors. When opened simultaneously, they act as a beacon to summon the assigned Jonin to the team's location. He paused, feeling the weight of silence. He looked up to find both Sakura and Sasuke staring at him as if he had suddenly sprouted wings. Naruto blinked. "What? It's standard theory." Kakashi sighed, his visible eye curving into a smile behind the mask. "I can't even get impressed anymore," the copy ninja mused, shaking his head. "I think I've finally developed an immunity to being shocked by him." "Well, anyway," Kakashi said, stepping over the scrolls. "I expected nothing less of you guys, but I have to admit, I'm surprised. To finish the second stage in less than 24 hours. Pretty impressive." He looked at them, pride evident in his stance. "Go get some rest. There are rooms upstairs. You've earned it." The team relaxed, the tension of the forest finally bleeding away. But just as they turned to leave, Kakashi's voice cut through the air, sharp and serious. "Sasuke." Sasuke tensed, freezing mid-step. He turned slowly as 3 pairs of eyes landed on him. "What?" Kakashi's eye lost its mirth. He wasn't looking at his student, he was looking at the bruised skin on the boy's neck, just visible above his collar. "You will come with me for a moment. We need to talk." Sasuke hesitated, his hand instinctively going to the seal, but he nodded. Naruto watched them go, letting out a quiet, relieved breath. He didn't need to ask what it was about. Good, Naruto thought, heading toward the rooms. The situation is under control. 5th day, he had no idea how he was witnessing it. It felt like he was trapped in a broken record, forced to watch the same tragedy play out again and again. He knew Kyuubi was messing with him, but every time, he hoped it would be different. The altar rises. His mother collapses, her face pale and twisted in agony. His father rushes to her side, panic cracking his usually stoic mask. "No, Tou-san, don't." Naruto screamed until his lungs burned, but no sound came out. His mouth hung agape in a silent, terrified roar. He was a ghost in his own memory, unseen and unheard. The scene shifted violently. The massive, hateful form of the Kyuubi loomed over him, its claws raised to end his life before it had even begun. No. His parents moved. They didn't hesitate. They threw themselves between the monster and the crib. Schlick. No. The sound of flesh tearing was deafening in the silence of his mind. A single, massive claw skewered them both, suspending them in the air like broken dolls. Blood dripped down the claw, splashing onto the crying infant below. His mother was speaking, her lips moving rapidly, tears streaming down her face. Then his father spoke, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking mixture of love and regret. But Naruto couldn't hear them. The world began to dissolve into blinding white light. He strained his ears, desperate, begging the universe for just one sound. He needed to hear their final words. He needed to know what they said to him. "Don't go." The light swallowed them whole. "Don't go." Naruto shot up in bed, his chest heaving as if he had just run a marathon. Cold sweat drenched his shirt, plastering it to his shivering skin. He gasped for air, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He reached up to wipe his face and felt the wetness. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, hot and unstopping. He didn't try to wipe them away. He didn't try to be strong. He curled his knees to his chest, burying his face in his hands as the silence of the room crushed him. His voice cracked, a broken whisper in the dark. "I just wanted to hear it." Naruto walked through the dimly lit corridors of the central tower, the silence of the stone hallway amplifying the sound of his own footsteps. Only 5 hours remained until the deadline for the second exam, and he couldn't wait to leave this gloomy forest behind. However, the looming deadline wasn't what occupied his mind. It was his team. Sasuke had been whisked away by Kakashi the moment they arrived. His sensei had assured him that the curse mark had been sealed and that the Uchiha was resting in the infirmary, but the situation still sat heavy in Naruto's gut. Then there was Sakura. She needs to start taking this seriously, Naruto thought, a small frown marring his features. Since they had arrived, she hadn't left the infirmary door. She sat there, keeping a vigil like a worried wife. He understood that she cared for Sasuke, but they were ninja. This was an exam, a simulation of war. If she couldn't separate her emotions from the mission, she was going to get herself, or worse, them, killed. What bothered him even more was that Sasuke never showed interest in her. Hey, lost in his brooding, he almost missed the sharp, feminine voice calling out to him. Naruto stopped and turned his head. Standing a few feet away was a girl with sandy blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails, a massive iron fan strapped to her back. She stood with a hand on her hip, projecting an air of confidence and annoyance, but it was undercut by the faint, betraying blush dusting her cheeks. You could at least say, "Hi, you know. You walked right past me." Naruto blinked. He honestly hadn't even registered her presence. "My apologies, Suna-san," he replied smoothly, offering a polite, practiced smile. "I was lost in thought." The formal address and the sudden charm seemed to catch her off guard. Her blush deepened slightly, and she cleared her throat to regain her composure. Just call me Tamari. Senju Naruto." "Yeah, I know who you are." Naruto tilted his head, genuinely confused. "You do?" Tamari gave him an incredulous look, crossing her arms over her chest. "We already met. Remember, you stood up to my brother before the exam started. You told him your name." The memory clicked into place. The intense redhead with the gourd. "Ah, right, the redhead," Naruto nodded. "So the 3 of you are siblings." "Yup, the Sabaku siblings." "Well, it was nice to meet you, Tamari-san," Naruto said. He didn't wait for a response. He turned and continued his walk, his mind already drifting back to his fucked-up team and Orochimaru. He didn't have time for flirting, and despite how cute she was, a kunoichi from a rival village wasn't on his priority list. Tamari was left standing alone in the corridor, her mouth slightly agape as she watched his retreating figure disappear around the corner. She was stunned. Back in Sunagaku, boys would have killed just to get a sentence out of her, mostly out of fear, sometimes out of admiration. But this Konoha genin, he had just brushed her off like she was part of the scenery. The nerve of that bastard, she thought, clenching her fist at her side. But as the anger faded, a different thought intruded. Still, he is tall. His shade of blonde is quite rare. He's handsome, and he has that confident, charismatic aura. She suddenly slapped her own forehead with a loud smack, groaning at her own thoughts. "Get a grip, Tamari," she hissed to herself, shaking her head. "You are a proud kunoichi of the sand, not some squealing fangirl." Naruto stood in the formation, his blue eyes sweeping across the ragged line of survivors. To his genuine surprise, and impressed relief, every single one of the rookie 9 was present. The Forest of Death was known for chewing up hopefuls and spitting out bones, yet his classmates stood unbroken. But his focus narrowed instantly when Sasuke stepped into line next to him. The Uchiha looked scrubbed clean, dressed in a fresh high-collared shirt, the grime and blood of the forest washed away. "You're fine?" Naruto asked, his voice low. He tried to keep the question casual, but a deep, worried frown marred his features. He couldn't help it. Every time he looked at Sasuke now, the image of the Uchiha was superimposed with the memory of Jugo, the gray, mutated skin, the mindless rage, the absolute loss of humanity. He was terrified that the seal on Sasuke's neck was a ticking time bomb waiting to turn his teammate into that. Sasuke caught the look, the searching gaze, the underlying pity, and his jaw tightened. He let out a sharp, irritated groan. "I am fine, Naruto," Sasuke snapped, keeping his eyes fixed forward. "Stop looking at me like I'm a patient. Just focus on the exam." Naruto studied him for a second longer, searching for any sign of the curse's influence. Finding none, he nodded once, letting the tension bleed out of his shoulders. "Attention!" The commanding voice silenced the murmurs in the hall. At the front of the room, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward. Smoke curled from his pipe as he surveyed the next generation with a grave expression. Naruto straightened his posture, pushing the worries about Orochimaru to the back of his mind. He turned his full attention to the old leader as Hiruzen began to unveil the brutal, diplomatic reality hidden behind the facade of the Chunin exams. Suddenly, a swirl of leaves interrupted the solemn atmosphere. A Jonin materialized in a puff of smoke, kneeling before the Hokage. He looked unwell, pale skin, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a katana strapped to his back. "Hokage-sama," the man wheezed, pausing to cover his mouth as a fit of coughing racked his frame. "Please allow me to take it from here," as the proctor of the third exam. Hiruzen nodded, stepping back to light his pipe. "Go ahead, Hayate." Naruto's sweat dropped, watching the new proctor hack his lungs out between every other word. "Is this guy okay?" Naruto wondered, eyeing the sickly man with genuine concern. "He looks like he's going to drop dead before the fights even start." Hayate straightened up, swaying slightly on his feet. "Now, before we begin, if anyone wants to retreat, they must do it now." A silence hung over the room, heavy with tension. Then, a hand shot up from the back. Excuse me, I guess I'm out of here." The room turned. It was the silver-haired guy who had given them the info cards earlier. Hayate glanced down at his clipboard, squinting. "You are Yakushi Kabuto, right? You are dismissed. You may leave." Kabuto let out a sigh of feigned disappointment, his shoulders slumping. He turned to walk toward the exit, his face a mask of weary resignation. But he froze mid-step. He felt it before he saw it, a physical weight pressing against the side of his face. Slowly, instinctively, Kabuto turned his head. He found himself locked in a stare down with a pair of cerulean eyes that were devoid of warmth. Naruto wasn't blinking. He wasn't smiling. He was glaring directly into Kabuto's soul. Orochimaru-sama was not wrong. Kabuto thought, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He nervously reached up to adjust his circular glasses, using the motion to break eye contact. His gaze is certainly intense. He senses something is off. Standing along with other Jonin, the disguised Orochimaru watched the silent interaction, a thin, cruel smile playing on his lips. He sees through the cracks, the Sannin mused, his predatory eyes gleaming. Looks like Kabuto will have trouble hiding his true nature from that one. Naruto leaned forward against the railing, a faint, impressed smile playing on his lips as he watched the conclusion of the match. Below, Sasuke had launched his opponent into the air. It was a sequence Naruto recognized instantly, the shadow, the positioning, the violent, rhythmic barrage of kicks. It was the Lion Barrage, an improvised adaptation of the technique Rock Lee had used to humiliate Sasuke just days prior. He didn't just get his ass kicked for nothing, Naruto thought, nodding in approval. He took the humiliation, analyzed it, and made it his own. That's the Uchiha way, I guess. With a final, devastating heel drop, Sasuke slammed Yoroi into the concrete floor, ending the fight instantly. "Winner, Uchiha Sasuke," Hayate announced, waving a hand. Up on the balcony, Naruto turned his head slightly. A few feet away, Rock Lee was gripping the railing so hard his knuckles were white. His thick eyebrows were furrowed in a mix of frustration and indignation. The genius had just stolen the fruit of his hard work with a single glance. "Well, Lee," Naruto said, his voice cutting through the bushy-browed Genin's fuming. Lee snapped his head toward Naruto, teeth gritted. Naruto gestured casually down at the victor. "That is exactly what happens when you get hasty. You showed your hand too early in a meaningless skirmish." Lee's expression faltered, the frustration giving way to a dawning realization. "You taught him something," Naruto pointed out, his tone not mocking, but teaching. "And Sasuke, he never forgets a lesson." Kakashi smiled at his student as the medic team carried the unconscious Yoroi away. "That was a nice fight, Sasuke." Sasuke grunted, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he leaned against the wall, trying to hide his heavy breathing. Across the balcony, Maida Guy watched the Uchiha with unusual seriousness, his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto was right, Guy thought, his gaze shifting between his own fuming student and the copycat. But the Sharingan is only a tool for observation. It cannot copy muscle density or physical conditioning. To execute a variation of the primary lotus midair after seeing it only once, impressive indeed. He reminds me of young Kakashi. Naruto watched the subsequent matches with keen interest. He was particularly invested in the fight between Shino Aburame and Zaku, the piece of shit from the forest. The outcome was brutal. "I never knew Shino was that good," Naruto admitted, his eyebrows rising as he watched the Aburame calmly plug Zaku's air tubes with insects, causing his arms to blow out from the inside. Sasuke nodded silently, acknowledging the quiet lethality of the bug. User. It's still kind of creepy, Sakura whispered, shivering as she watched a beetle crawl back into Shino's sleeve. Having bugs living inside you. The mood shifted drastically during the next match, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Naruto leaned forward, his hands gripping the railing. While impressed by the Hyuga's skills, he didn't like Neji's arrogance, nor the brutal, relentless way he dismantled his cousin physically. But more than that, Naruto was struck by the psychological warfare. Neji used words like Senbon, picking apart Hinata's confidence before he even threw a punch. When Hinata finally collapsed, coughing up blood, Neji moved in for the kill, forcing the Jonin to intervene and restrain him. He won the match, but he looked like he wanted to murder her, Naruto thought, eyeing the vein bulging on Neji's forehead as the prodigy ranted about destiny. I wonder what makes him so angry. It's like he's fighting a ghost, not a girl. The board flickered again. Temari vs. Tenten. The match was a one-sided massacre. Tenten's weapons were useless against the absolute defense of Temari's wind. Looks like you aren't the only wind user here, Naruto, Kakashi remarked casually as Temari summoned a gust that slammed Tenten into the fan. Still, Sakura asked, furrowing her brow. Why does she need that giant fan? You use your wind jutsu without any tools, Naruto. Naruto didn't look away from the arena, his eyes analyzing the flow of chakra. It's about application, not just skill, Naruto answered, his tone shifting into lecture mode. I use high compression wind for piercing power, sharp, fast, and concentrated. Temari is different, she uses the fan as a medium to amplify the volume of the wind. He pointed down at the arena floor, which was scoured clean by the gale. She sacrifices piercing power for area of effect. It allows her to control the entire battlefield and create massive gusts that don't require the precise shape manipulation I use. It's smarter for long-range suppression. So she lacks your skills? Sasuke asked. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Well, easier to say it this way. The electronic board flickered once again, displaying the next match, Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. If the previous matches had been displays of lethal skill, strategy, and bloodline power, what followed was an agonizing descent into mediocrity. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, his expression shifting from anticipation to a cringe of profound, second-hand embarrassment. He watched as his teammate and her childhood friend engaged not in a ninja duel, but in what could only be described as a glorified playground squabble. There was no tactical usage of chakra. No clever feints, just sluggish taijutsu, hair-pulling, and screaming matches. Naruto slowly raised a hand and dragged it down his face, letting out a long, suffering sigh. Beside him, even Kakashi seemed to be intently reading his orange book, likely trying to dissociate from the display while Sasuke leaned against wall with closed eyes. When the two girls finally rushed each other for one last, clumsy strike, connecting simultaneously and knocking each other out cold, the entire arena seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Hayate looked down at the two unconscious bodies, seemingly debating whether to wake them up or just leave them there. Double knockout. It is a draw, neither advances. Naruto watched the Asuma and Kakashi carry them back, his face devoid of sympathy. He didn't feel pity, he felt disappointment. Good, he thought coldly, turning his back on the arena. Luckily it ended as a draw. Neither of them deserves to win. Neither of them is ready to be a Chunin. However, the next matchup shocked almost everyone. Senju Naruto vs Rock Lee. Oh boy, Naruto thought as he saw Lee almost beaming with joy. It looks like your beloved student is about to run into a wall, guy. The words were spoken softly, but the action that accompanied them spoke volumes. Kakashi snapped his orange book shut with a sharp thud, sliding it into his pouch. For the first time all day, his lone visible eye wasn't half-lidded with boredom, it was sharp, focused, and uncomfortably serious. Guy's usual boisterous grin vanished, replaced by a rare, grim frown. He crossed his arms, his muscles tightening beneath his green jumpsuit. You would do well not to underestimate Lee, Kakashi, Guy warned, his voice devoid of its usual theatrics. His hard work is not something to be taken lightly. I'm not underestimating him, Kakashi replied simply, leaning forward against the railing. Lee is strong, perhaps one of the strongest here. However, he paused, his gaze fixing on the blonde boy stepping into the arena below. Naruto is in a league of his own. Neji, standing nearby, felt his Byakugan activate involuntarily. He had been listening. A league of his own. The Hyuga prodigy narrowed his pale eyes, shifting his focus from his sensei to the blonde Senju in the arena. Let's see just how strong you really are, Senju Naruto. It seems you anticipated this, Naruto-kun. That is why you refused to fight me before the first round. Lee shouted, his excitement palpable. He extended his right hand, palm forward, and sank deep into his signature Goken stance. You were saving the true battle for the stage. Patience is a virtue, Lee, Naruto replied simply, shifting his weight into a relaxed guard. Those who wait are often rewarded. Lee didn't wait another second. He vanished. Konoha Senpu. The green blur materialized midair, delivering a spinning high kick aimed to decapitate. Naruto didn't flinch. He brought his forearm up in a rigid guard. Thud. The impact sounded less like flesh hitting flesh and more like a hammer striking an anvil. Dust puffed up from the concrete around Naruto's feet due to the sheer pressure. This weight, Naruto thought, a frown twitching his brow as he felt the bone-jarring density of the kick. It's unnatural. They exploded into a flurry of motion. Jabs, hooks, roundhouses, Lee threw everything he had, moving at speeds that blurred to the civilian eye. But Naruto matched him. He bobbed, weaved, and parried, his movements efficient and fluid compared to Lee's explosive power. As the exchange dragged on, Lee's excitement began to curdle into frustration. Impossible, Lee thought, gritting his teeth as Naruto swatted away a punch that could have shattered a rock. I am the taijutsu specialist. I train day and night, yet he is keeping up with me in close quarters. He does not even look winded. Lee feinted a low sweep, then snapped a kick toward the chest. Naruto read it instantly, countering with a sharp knee check. Lee gasped, forced to abort his attack and backflip away to create distance. He landed gracefully atop the statue's stone fingers, crouching to reassess. But before he could formulate a new plan, Naruto's voice cut through the air, blunt and dismissive. Stop wasting my time, Lee. Lee froze. Naruto lowered his guard, standing completely relaxed in the center of the arena. You cannot win against me while wearing those weights. If this is truly all you have to offer, then you better surrender now. Lee's eyes widened in genuine shock, his grip on the stone tightening. He noticed. Lee realized with a jolt. He felt the extra mass the moment he blocked the leaf hurricane. What a guy, Guy thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple despite his stoic posture. He realized Lee was handicapped instantly. And, to be able to keep up with Lee's base speed in pure taijutsu. Amazing. Naruto is not even using ninjutsu. Sakura, having recently woken up from her double knockout nap, leaned over the railing, her eyes wide. She remembered how terrifying Lee had been when he challenged Sasuke. To see Naruto matching that same intensity without even breaking a sweat was incomprehensible. Sasuke stood beside her, his Sharingan spinning slowly as he tracked every movement. His hands gripped the metal railing until the steel groaned under the pressure. Lee had demolished him in seconds. Lee had made him look like a helpless child. And here was Naruto, playing with him. Damn it, Sasuke gritted his teeth, the inferiority complex burning in his gut like acid. I'm still too weak. While I was thinking I was catching up, he was already miles ahead. Kakashi noticed the Uchiha's turmoil and chuckled internally. Looks like Naruto is making him uneasy. I can't blame him, though. He is unbelievably talented. It's not fair to compare anyone to him. However, Naruto's comment from the arena floor caught Kakashi's attention. He turned his head slightly toward the spandex-clad Jonin beside him. You make your student wear weights continuously? Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. That's a bit of an old-school cliché, isn't it, Guy? Guy ignored his eternal rival's dry remark. His eyes were fixed on his student, burning with the fire of youth. He thrust his arm forward, giving a dazzling thumbs up. Lee, take them off. Guy roared, his voice echoing through the tower. I give you permission. Lee, take them off. I give you permission. Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as Lee sat down, unbuckling the orange leg warmers. He recognized the training method immediately. Resistance training was standard for taijutsu specialists. Boom. The entire tower shuddered violently. Naruto's jaw dropped. Two massive craters exploded into the reinforced concrete floor where the weights had landed, sending plumes of dust and debris rising to the ceiling. It wasn't a thud, it was an impact tremor. What the hell? Naruto's composure cracked, his eyes widening in genuine disbelief. He was moving that fast with literal boulders strapped to his legs. Now, Lee's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Naruto blinked, and the boy in the green jumpsuit was gone. He didn't flicker, he didn't dash. He simply ceased to exist in the space he had occupied a microsecond ago. Whoosh! A vacuum of air exploded behind him. Naruto's sensory instinct screamed. He didn't turn, he ducked and spun, throwing his forearm up blindly to cover his blind spot. Crack! The impact of the kick skidded Naruto across the floor, his boots carving grooves into the stone. He barely stabilized himself before Lee was there again, in his face, then to his left, then above him. For the first time since the exams began, the bored, analytical expression on Naruto's face vanished. A wild, feral grin split his face. Adrenaline, hot and electric, flooded his system. "This is it, Lee," Naruto shouted, his voice thick with passion as he caught a fist mere inches from his nose. "Now we fight," he retorted with a hook that broke the sound barrier. Lee blocked it, but the force sent a shockwave rippling through the arena. To the spectators in the stands, the match had become a ghost story. Where did they go? Kiba yelled, his eyes darting frantically around the empty arena floor. "I can't see anything. They're too fast," Neji whispered, his Byakugan veins bulging as he strained to track the movement. Even with his dojutsu, he was seeing afterimages. The arena was filled with the thunderous clapping of fists meeting flesh, creating vacuum pockets of air that detonated like small bombs. The audience couldn't see the fighters, they could only see sporadic sparks and two blurs, one green, one yellow, tearing through the air like warring comets, defying gravity and logic alike. "I can't believe you are actually keeping up with me," Naruto praised, the sound whipped away by the wind of their movement. He skidded back, eyes shining with genuine thrill. "You really are something, Lee." Lee landed opposite him, his chest heaving like a bellows. Sweat dripped from his brow, sizzling as it hit the floor. He stared at the blonde in disbelief. "Impossible," Lee thought, his mind reeling. "I have shed the weights. I am moving at my absolute physical limit. Yet he is matching me step for step. He does not even look tired. Speed alone is not enough," he realized, his chest heaving as he stared down the blonde across the arena. To execute the primary lotus, one must be overwhelmingly faster than their opponent to secure the bind. That is not the case here. He is matching my every step. What should I do? Lee glanced up toward the balcony, desperate for guidance. His eyes met his sensei's. Maeda Guy stood tall, his arms crossed, a gleaming, toothy smile on his face. He didn't speak a word, but his eyes screamed the command loud and clear. "Do it." Lee's heart soared. "Thank you, Guy-sensei." He turned back to Naruto, his posture shifting. The exhaustion seemed to evaporate, replaced by a terrifying intensity. "Naruto-kun, you are undeniably strong," Lee declared, his voice vibrating with a strange, harmonic resonance that seemed to shake the very air in the arena. "I admit that, however." He crossed his arms in front of his face, assuming a rigid, defensive charging posture. His muscles coiled tight, veins bulging against his skin like steel cables. "This time, I will end it." Boom! The atmosphere in the tower shifted instantly. It became heavy, suffocating, as if gravity itself had doubled. Visible waves of blue chakra began to erupt from Lee's body, swirling around him like a violent, unruly tempest. The pressure was so intense that the concrete beneath his feet groaned, cracks spider webbing outward as pebbles levitated into the air, suspended by the sheer force of his energy. Naruto took a step back, his eyes widening, not in fear, but in pure, unadulterated astonishment. "Why, you can't be serious," Naruto muttered, his breath hitching. He recognized the symptoms immediately. The cerebral inhibitors unlocking, the rampant, overflowing chakra pushing the muscular system past its biological breaking point. He had read the theory in the deepest archives of the village, regarded as a technique of suicide. "The 8 inner gates," Naruto shouted, his voice cracking with awe. "You actually intend to open them?" "The first gate, the gate of opening," Lee roared, his chakra flaring wilder. "Open!" Boom! A shockwave blasted outward, knocking the wind out of the spectators. Up on the balcony, Kakashi's visible eye widened to its limit, his lazy slouch vanishing instantly. He gripped the railing so hard the metal warped under his fingers. He turned sharply to face Guy, his voice losing all traces of calm. "Guy," Kakashi barked, sweat forming on his brow. "You couldn't have taught him that." "I did," Guy replied, not looking away from his student, his face set in a grim mask of pride. "Are you insane?" Kakashi snapped. "That isn't just a technique, Guy. It removes the body's limiters. For a genin to use that, he could destroy himself." He has a dream, Kakashi, Guy whispered, watching the aura around Lee shift. And he is willing to die for it. In the arena, Lee didn't stop. The second gate, the gate of healing. Open. Lee's skin began to darken, flushing a deep, angry red as his blood pumped at speeds that would rupture a normal heart. The blue chakra turned violent, thrashing against the walls of the arena. Naruto stood frozen, mesmerized. He was watching a human being transcend their mortality in real time. It was terrifying. It was suicidal. It was magnificent. Amazing. Naruto whispered, unable to tear his eyes away. To think I will witness such a thing here. The third gate, the gate of life. Open. Lee's eyes went purely white. The red skin turned crimson. The chakra exploded around him, not just cracking the floor, but pulverizing it into dust. Lee vanished. He didn't flicker. He didn't dash. He simply ceased to exist in the visual spectrum. Smash. Naruto didn't even have time to blink. A force like a freight train slammed into his chin, launching him vertically into the air. He couldn't track it. He couldn't sense it. Bam, bam, bam. The air became a kill zone. Lee was ricocheting off the invisible air currents, striking Naruto from every angle simultaneously. To the onlookers, it looked like Naruto was being assaulted by a red pinball, suspended helplessly in midair by the sheer frequency of the impacts. This is Lee, Neji thought, his Byakugan trembling as it failed to keep up. When did he become so powerful? The air screamed. It wasn't a metaphor. The sound of Lee tearing through the atmospheric resistance created a high-pitched, wailing shriek that pierced the ears of everyone in the tower. Naruto felt like he was caught inside a meat grinder. He couldn't fall. Every time gravity tried to claim him, a crimson blur slammed into his ribs, his spine, his face, launching him back into the center of the kill box. Lee, his skin now the color of a boiled lobster, gritted his teeth as his muscles began to tear under the strain. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The fifth gate, the gate of limit. Open. He appeared directly above the falling Naruto, grabbing the sash with one hand and winding his free arm back, channeling every ounce of his remaining life force into a single, devastating blow. He drove his fist into Naruto's chest, riding the momentum all the way down. Hidden Lotus. He struck. A single punch to the gut. Naruto's eyes bulged, the air forcibly expelled from his lungs in a spray of blood. The impact was so severe it bowed his body in half. Boom. The impact was cataclysmic. A column of dust and debris erupted from the arena floor, blasting upward with enough force to rattle the teeth of the spectators on the balcony. The shockwave slammed against the walls, cracking the masonry, and the floor of the exam hall disintegrated into a massive crater. Lee rolled away from the impact zone, tumbling several times before skidding to a halt. He lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, his skin slowly fading from the angry crimson back to a bruised, pale hue. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, broken and spent. He did it, Guy whispered as he gripped the railing. The entire hall was silent, save for the settling dust and Lee's ragged breathing. Sakura leaned over the rail, her hands trembling, refusing to believe what she had just seen. Naruto. As the thick cloud of pulverized concrete slowly began to drift away, the silhouette of the body in the center of the crater became visible. It lay crumpled, broken, motionless. Lee struggled to lift his head, a weak, triumphant smile gracing his lips. The pain was unbearable, but the victory was sweet. He had defeated the prodigy. But then, a sound cut through the silence. Poof. Lee's smile froze. The body in the crater didn't bleed. It didn't groan. It erupted into a cloud of white smoke. What? Lee whispered, his voice cracking with despair. The white smoke cleared, leaving nothing but an empty crater. No, Guy breathed, his face paling as he leaned dangerously over the rail. It can't be. Kakashi closed his visible eye for a moment, letting out a long breath. A Kage Bunshin. He took the full force of the Hidden Lotus, with a clone. But when? Neji demanded, his Byakugan searching frantically. Lee was moving faster than sight. When did he have the time to weave signs? That was terrifying. The voice came from behind Lee. Rock Lee froze. Slowly, agonizingly, he turned his head. The real Naruto was standing near the wall, completely unharmed. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't mocking. He was staring at the destruction in the center of the arena with genuine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The moment you opened the third gate, just before you dashed forward, that was when I created the clone. Naruto spoke quietly, his gaze shifting from the decimated crater to the trembling figure of the boy who had caused it. He wasn't boasting. he was simply stating the mechanics of his survival. To think you would be able to open 5 gates at our age. Naruto shook his head, a look of genuine respect crossing his face. You are a monster, Lee. I can't believe it, Guy thought frantically, his hands gripping the railing until the metal screamed. The sheer pressure of the gates usually paralyzes a genin with fear. How did he have the composure to weave signs and execute a perfect clone in that fraction of a second? On the floor, Lee's broken body twitched. His will was not yet extinguished. Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, he forced his head up, his lips parting as he struggled to speak. I can. Still, Naruto didn't let him finish. He knew that Lee would fight until his heart exploded. He knew that words would not stop him. So, Naruto stepped in. Moving with a fluid, merciful grace, he delivered a sharp, surgical chop to the side of Lee's neck. Lee's eyes rolled back instantly. His body went limp, finally allowed to rest as he slumped into unconsciousness at Naruto's feet. Naruto whispered, "You've done enough." He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his shoulders slumping slightly as the adrenaline from facing the 8 gates began to fade. He turned his back on the fallen boy, taking a step toward Hayate to hear the official declaration. Scrape. The sound was faint, but in the dead silence of the arena, it sounded like a gunshot. Naruto stopped. Hayate's eyes widened in disbelief. Slowly, impossibly, Rock Lee was moving. Despite the exhaustion of the gates, despite the cataclysmic impact of the hidden lotus, and despite the precise chop to the carotid artery Naruto had just delivered, Lee was rising. His limbs trembled violently, his breathing was a ragged rattle in his chest, yet he forced his broken body upward. He raised his fists, his bloody knuckles white with strain, drifting instinctively into his taijutsu stance. Lee, this is enough, Naruto yelled, spinning around, his voice cracking with sharp frustration. He was no longer calm, he was angry at the boy's sheer disregard for his own life. You already proved yourself. Stop this. Up on the balcony, Kakashi's patience snapped. He turned on his heel, facing the frozen Jonin beside him. Guy, this is enough, Kakashi barked, his voice losing its usual composure. He's going to kill himself. End this match right now. Guy didn't move, he didn't speak, he just wept, his tears falling freely onto the metal railing. He isn't listening, Kakashi, Guy choked out, his voice thick with heartbreak and pride. Look at him. Naruto, preparing to defend himself against the incoming strike, froze. He stepped closer, his guard dropping as he got a clear look at Lee's face. The eyes were open, but they were completely white. There was no focus, no recognition, no consciousness. He was asleep. The realization hit Naruto like a physical blow. The neck chop had worked. Lee was unconscious. He wasn't standing because of strategy, or chakra, or stamina. He was standing purely because his body refused to accept defeat even after his mind had shut down. He's out cold, Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. The frustration vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of sorrow and profound respect. Naruto stared at the boy who had no bloodline limit, no ninjutsu, nothing but pure, unadulterated will. Naruto closed his eyes for a brief moment. A single, solitary tear escaped, cutting a clean path through the dust on his cheek before he could stop it. He walked forward, ignoring the defensive stance of the unconscious boy. He reached out and gently grabbed Lee's shoulder, steadying the trembling figure before it could collapse. You really are, Naruto whispered, his voice thick with emotion as he supported his opponent. An amazing shinobi, Lee. Kakashi watched the scene below, his visible eye softening. He looked at Naruto, who was gently lowering Lee to the medics who had just arrived, treating his opponent with the care one would give a brother. He truly is a splendid ninja, Kakashi said softly, not looking at Guy, but speaking directly to his heart. You raised a good student, Guy. Guy didn't answer, he couldn't. He simply sobbed with a mixture of devastating heartbreak and overwhelming pride for the boy who had proven that hard work could indeed rival genius. They are all monsters, just like him. Kankuro swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his face paint as he cast a nervous glance sideways. Beside him, Gaara stood motionless, but the air around him felt heavy, suffocating. The redhead was vibrating with a terrifying, suppressed energy, his sea-green eyes wide and fixated on the carnage below. He was radiating pure bloodlust. Kankuro couldn't blame him, really. Gaara had been denied his own feast earlier when the boy with the mutt, Kiba, had surrendered the moment their names were called. Now, Watching the sheer violence of these gates the monster inside Gaara was getting excited. On the other side, Temari let out a long, shaky exhale as she finally accepted that Lee was truly unconscious. Her gaze shifted from the broken martial artist to the blonde victor who was now carefully handing him over to the medics. Temari just sighed as she realized Lee was truly unconscious. She shifted her focus to the blonde, watching with a calculating gaze as he wiped a stray tear from his cheek. She narrowed her eyes, intrigued by the sharp contrast between his lethal efficiency and his sudden gentleness. Senju Naruto, quite the softy, isn't he? Sakura let out a sigh of relief as she sank against the wall, glad Naruto did not take that hit. Phew. Thought he would die right there. Sasuke said nothing, but his body screamed the tension his voice suppressed. He gripped the railing until his knuckles turned bone white, the metal groaning under the strain. His Sharingan spun wildly, frantic and unable to process the reality before him, while a bead of cold sweat rolled down his temple. Lee did all that, Sasuke thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. He used forbidden jutsu, he sacrificed his very body, and he still couldn't win. How powerful was Naruto? Next day, Kakashi Hatake was a man prepared for most eventualities. Enemy ambushes, sudden mission recalls, guy bursting through his window to challenge him to a thumb wrestling match, these were all Tuesday occurrences. But Naruto Senju politely knocking on his front door at 7 a.m. That was a statistical anomaly. Naruto. Good morning, Kakashi. We must talk. Naruto didn't wait for an invitation. He stepped past the Jonin, letting himself in with the casual confidence of someone who owned the place. However, he paused, looking back over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. Wait, why are you wearing the mask inside your own apartment? I have my reasons, Kakashi deflected smoothly, closing the door. Though I never expected visitors at this hour. Do you want tea? Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. No tea. We must discuss something. It's related to Sasuke. Kakashi moved to sit on the edge of his unmade bed, his posture relaxing, though his visible eye sharpened. What do you mean? Naruto didn't sit. He stood by the wall, his expression dead serious. This Gaara, he is absolutely nuts, Naruto said bluntly. And I don't mean just unstable. I mean he is a ticking time bomb. Not to mention, he is a Jinchuriki. The air in the room instantly grew cold. Kakashi's eye widened. The Aikibi, Naruto nodded grimly, Shukaku of the sand, but it's not just the Biju. There is something wrong with the boy's mind. Even his own siblings are terrified of him. If Sasuke steps into that arena unprepared, he won't just lose. Naruto looked Kakashi dead in the eye. He will be slaughtered. Kakashi frowned, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. He had suspected the Sand siblings were dangerous, but a Jinchuriki with a loose seal. That bad? Huh, worse, Naruto said. He pushed off the wall and began walking toward the window. Just make Sasuke as powerful as you can, Kakashi. Don't hold back. Teach him something valuable. And what about you? Kakashi asked, watching his students back. What will you do for the next month? Naruto simply turned his head, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Sensei is in the village. Before Kakashi could ask for clarification, the air shimmered. There was no puff of smoke, no sound of movement. Naruto simply ceased to exist in that space, vanishing instantly. Kakashi sat there in silence, staring at the empty spot where the boy had stood. Even after years, seeing that jutsu, Minato Sensei's signature move, never ceased to amaze him. Sensei is in the village. Kakashi thought with a soft, self-deprecating snort. So Jiraiya-sama gets the title of Sensei, and I'm just Kakashi, huh? He glanced at the framed team portrait on his bedside table, his gaze lingering on Minato's bright smile, then shifting to the smiling blonde boy standing next to him. Well, Kakashi murmured to the empty room, scratching the back of his head. As long as he loves me, I guess it's fine. For the great Toad Sage, life was a delightful balancing act of wandering the world, penning his masterpieces, and gathering intelligence for the sake of his village. It was a good life, a free life. Yet, though he would never admit it aloud, the road felt a little quieter lately. He missed the brat. He missed Naruto traveling by his side. But birds must fly, and children must leave the nest. That was simply the way of the world. Mu tilde tilde Jiraiya-sama, you are quite funny. Gwahahaha. Right, right, Jiraiya bellowed, his face flushed red as he downed a saucer of warm sake in one gulp. He had two beautiful women in their mid-30s hanging off his arms, giggling at his every word. Life was good. Life was very good. Poof. A cloud of white smoke exploded directly in the center of the table, shattering the atmosphere instantly. Yo, Jiraiya-sama, got an urgent message from the boss. The music stopped. The women froze. Then, they looked down at the orange amphibian sitting amidst the spilled sake cups. It's talking. Monster. The two women shrieked in terror, scrambling over the tatami mats and fleeing the room as if the Kyuubi itself had appeared. Wait, ladies, please, he's a trained professional. Jiraiya called out desperately, reaching for them in vain. The door slammed shut, silence returned to the private booth. Jiraiya slumped, a dark cloud hanging over his head. My research, gone. He turned a glare on the intruder. Gamakichi, look what you have done. Do you have any idea how much that sake cost? Gamakichi just sweat dropped, scratching his head with a webbed hand. Yeah, sorry about the mood kill, I guess. But Naruto said it's urgent. Like, really urgent. I've never seen him look so serious before. The name snapped Jiraiya out of his self-pity instantly. The playful, lecherous drunkard vanished. His spine straightened, his flushed face cleared, and his dark eyes sharpened into the gaze of a Sannin. Naruto sent you? Jiraiya asked, his voice low. If that boy, who usually handled everything with seriousness, was sending a summons via Toad. It was a crisis. Give me the message. Gamakichi hopped forward and offered the small scroll. Jiraiya unrolled it. There wasn't much to read. It was barely a sentence. But as Jiraiya scanned the familiar, meticulous handwriting, his eyes widened in genuine shock. The weight of the words was heavier than any mountain. Orochimaru is in the village. He marked Sasuke. What the fuck? Jiraiya didn't waste a second. He moved with a speed that belied his size, tearing across the landscape toward Konoha with the urgency of a man on a mission to save the world. However, upon arrival, he was surprised to find the streets bustling with foreigners and strange chakra signatures. Ah, the Chunin exams, he realized, slowing his pace as he blended into the crowd. Perfect cover. So, naturally, he did exactly what a professional ninja of his legendary status would do to gather the lay of the land. He went straight to the hot springs. Hehehehe. Jiraiya giggled, his cheeks flushed and a perverted grin stretching across his face as he peered through a conveniently placed hole in the wooden fence. Such high-quality inspiration. The lighting is exquisite. You there. I'm sorry, mister, but as a gentleman and an elite educator, I cannot allow you to keep doing such shameful things. Jiraiya blinked, his research interrupted by the sound of rushing footsteps and a surge of self-righteous chakra. He lazily turned his head, spotting a man in a Jonin vest and dark sunglasses charging at him with a kunai in hand. Ebisu, Jiraiya thought, recognizing the special Jonin immediately. I really don't have time for him. He didn't even bother to turn his body fully. He simply bit his thumb and slammed his palm onto the wooden walkway. Kuchio's no jutsu. Poof. A medium-sized toad erupted from the smoke. Before Ebisu could even react, the toad opened its mouth and unleashed a long, sticky pink blur. Thwack. The massive tongue lashed out faster than the eye could follow, wrapping tightly around the charging tutor. With a violent yank, the toad slammed Ebisu into the ground, knocking him unconscious instantly. Anyway, Jiraiya muttered, not even glancing at the elite tutor currently wrapped in toad slime as he turned back to the fence. Where was I? Can you not do this in Konoha? People actually know me here. Jiraiya blinked, the familiar, unimpressed voice cutting through his perverted haze. A wide, genuine grin overtook his face as he turned around to find Naruto standing there, staring at him with a look of deadpan resignation. Naruto, my prized student. Naruto held the stern look for a moment longer before his shoulders dropped. He sighed, the deadpan shattering into a warm, welcoming smile. Hello, sensei, Naruto greeted softly. He then glanced down at the toad that knocked down the unconscious elite tutor. Hello, Gamatora. The toad bowed its head respectfully. Naruto-sama, now, can we talk somewhere before Ebisu-san wakes up? That disgusting, snake freak. Jiraiya muttered, his face twisting in genuine revulsion. He tore a dango off the stick with aggressive force, chewing as if he were crushing Orochimaru himself. So, how is the Uchiha brat? Naruto sighed, staring down into his cup of green tea. The steam curled up, obscuring his reflection. I don't know. Kakashi sealed the curse mark, but is that really enough against someone like him? No, it's not, Jiraiya answered instantly, his voice dropping to a serious rumble. A seal is just a lock. If the person inside wants to open the door, or if the person outside has the key, it won't hold. He shook his head, physically dispelling the dark mood. But enough about the snake and the Uchiha. How have you been doing? Gamakichi tells me you're in the Chunin exams. Yeah, I reached the final round. Naruto didn't smile. Instead, a frown etched its way onto his face. Honestly, sensei, I feel like a cheater. Jiraiya paused mid-chew. A cheater? I'm not really a genin nor chunin, am I? Not in terms of skill, Naruto murmured, his hand tightening around the ceramic cup. If I hadn't participated, maybe things would be different. Maybe Rock Lee would be preparing for the next round right now instead of lying in a hospital bed with his career hanging by a thread. Was staying in the academy a mistake? Jiraiya scoffed loudly, waving the empty skewer dismissively. Don't be an idiot, this is expected. The old man kept you in the academy to protect you, not to hold you back. You're a shark swimming in a pond of goldfish, kid. Sometimes the goldfish get knocked around. That's the ninja world. Maybe, Naruto whispered, sipping his tea to hide his conflict. Jiraiya watched him for a moment, his expression softening. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Also, I met up with Tsunade about 6 months ago. She was asking about you. Naruto froze. The cup stopped halfway to his mouth. She misses you, kid, Jiraiya said gently, a hopeful glint in his eye. Don't you want to go see her? Naruto slowly lowered the cup. The melancholy in his eyes hardened into cold iron. She wants to see me? Naruto asked, his voice dangerously calm. Then she can come to the village. I will not tolerate her behavior anymore, sensei. She runs from her past, drinks her guilt away, and as if that isn't enough, she drags poor Shizune around like a piece of luggage. I won't chase her. Jiraiya raised his palms in surrender, sweating slightly at the sudden intensity. Damn, relax, you both are so hot-headed. Even Minato was stubborn like this. I guess it really is a Senju thing. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes, taking a deep breath to center himself. He wasn't here to argue about his absentee family. Anyway, Naruto said, pushing the topic aside. I want your help, sensei. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Naruto looked up, a sharp, confident smirk finally breaking through his gloom. There's a jutsu I'm developing, Naruto said, his eyes gleaming. And I need a master to help me perfect it. It was already night by the time Naruto made his way back into the heart of the village, and for the first time, he really noticed the transformation Konoha had undergone for the Chunin exams. The streets were alive, shops that usually shuttered at dusk were wide open, their lanterns casting a warm, inviting glow. The air was filled with the scent of street food mixing with familiar chatter. It felt less like a military evaluation and more like a festival. After a grueling day of training with Jiraiya, Naruto decided he had earned a reward. Ichiraku. A genuine smile tugged at his lips as the familiar fabric flaps of the stand came into view. Now that he thought about it, it had been a while since he'd sat on one of those stools. The broth was legendary, of course, but he also missed the warmth of Tsuki and his daughter, Ayame. Anticipation rumbling in his stomach, Naruto stepped up to the entrance and slid the Norin curtains aside with a cheerful grin. Tsuki-san, one miso chashu, extra. His voice died in his throat. He blinked, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. There, sitting on his usual stool, was a familiar figure. The giant iron fan leaning against the counter was the first clue, the 4 distinct pigtails of sandy blonde hair were the second. She was hunched over a steaming bowl, aggressively slurping noodles with a focus usually reserved for combat. Naruto stared. Temari. Temari had decided to wander the village, needing a desperate escape from the suffocating atmosphere of her own team. Being around Gaara right now felt like sleeping next to an unpinned grenade, and Kankuro's nervous sweating was starting to grate on her nerves. She walked through the illuminated streets, her eyes scanning the Leaf Village nightlife with a mixture of awe and bitterness. Konoha was irritatingly wonderful. It was lush, green, and bursting with life. Laughter spilled from open taverns, children were running around despite the late hour, and the air smelled of peace. It was a paradise compared to the harsh, scouring winds of Suna. A pang of cold guilt twisted in her gut. It's beautiful, she thought, watching a family walk by, oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. Too bad we're going to burn it all to ash in a month. Her stomach growled, interrupting her dark musings. She spotted a small, unassuming stall tucked between two larger buildings. Ichiraku ramen. It looked basic, commoner food, but it would do the job of filling her up before she had to return to the hotel. She sat down and ordered a standard bowl, expecting nothing more than warm sustenance. She took the first sip of broth. Her eyes widened. What is this? She took a bite of the noodles. An explosion of flavor, rich, savory, and inexplicably comforting, flooded her senses. It wasn't just food, it was a revelation. All thoughts of the invasion, the exams, and her monster of a brother vanished. She dove in, abandoning her usual cool composure, slurping the noodles with an enthusiasm that bordered on aggressive. Suddenly, the fabric curtains behind her were thrown open with a burst of high-energy chakra. "Tsuki-san, one miso chashu, extra." The voice cut off abruptly. Tamari froze mid-slurp. Slowly, dreading the interaction, she turned her head. Her cheeks were stuffed comically full of noodles, making her look like a sandy blonde chipmunk, and broth was glistening on her lips. Standing there was the blonde boy from the preliminaries. The one who had defeated the boy with a bowl cut. The one she had secretly admitted to herself was quite attractive. Naruto blinked, his brain stalling as he looked at the terrifying Suna Kunoichi currently looking completely undignified. Tamari. The name hung in the air, freezing the moment. Temari's eyes bulged. In a moment of pure panic, she abandoned all dignity and forced the massive mouthful of noodles down her throat in one violent gulp. She slammed the bowl down, coughing slightly as she tried to recover her deadly Kunoichi persona, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Hey, she managed, her voice an octave higher than usual. Before the awkwardness could fully settle, the chef behind the counter leaned forward, his face lighting up. "Naruto-sama, long time no see, where have you been hiding?" Tamari blinked, her internal monologue screeching to a halt. "Sama, he's just a genin, why is the shopkeeper addressing him like he's nobility?" "Naruto-sama, what a surprise." Ayame, the owner's daughter, chirped happily from the back, wiping her hands on her apron. "We missed you." Naruto sighed, his shoulders dropping in a display of affectionate exasperation. He walked up to the counter, taking the seat next to the stunned Suna girl. "Come on, Tsuki-san, Ayame. I've been coming here since I was 5 years old. How many times do I have to tell you to stop with the sama stuff? It makes me feel old." Tsuki chuckled heartily, already reaching for a fresh ball of dough. "Nonsense. Respect is respect. Anyway, I'll get your usual started immediately." Naruto shook his head in amusement as the chef turned away. He then swiveled on his stool to face Tamari, a teasing glint in his blue eyes. "Looks like you were enjoying yourself," he noted, glancing at her empty bowl. Tamari's blush returned with a vengeance. She felt utterly humiliated to be caught stuffing her face by the very guy she had been analyzing. Well, it's delicious, I guess. I imagine," Naruto said, leaning an elbow on the counter. "Food in Sunagaku was never that good. No offense, but everything tastes like dust and preserved jerky over there." Tamari blinked, her embarrassment suddenly replaced by confusion. You've been to Sunagaku?" "Twice," Naruto replied casually, holding up 2 fingers. "The desert has always interested me. Since I'm a wind release user, the air currents there are perfect for training." Tamari's eyes widened, her mouth parting slightly. You are a wind user." Naruto stared at her for a second, then blinked as realization dawned on him. "Ah, right," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "I fought Lee using only taijutsu and shadow clone. I never actually used a wind jutsu in the prelims. No wonder you didn't know." "Yeah," Tamari mumbled, regaining some of her composure but keeping her eyes on the counter. "Looks like you're a person full of stories." Naruto chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that seemed to rumble in his chest. "I suppose I am, though I'm not usually the type to talk about myself." He paused, glancing sideways at her empty bowl. "By the way, you want another one?" Tamari blinked, looking down at the porcelain void where her ramen used to be. The heat rushed back to her cheeks, and she waved her hands frantically. No, I'm fine, really." Nonsense," Naruto cut in smoothly. He didn't even look at her, simply raising a hand with practiced ease. "Ayame, bring Tamari another bowl." "On me." Coming right up, Ayame chirped from the back. Tamari sat there, stunned. "The way he speaks," she observed, watching his profile. "He didn't ask, he just decided. But it wasn't arrogant, he has this natural authority, like he's used to people listening to him." And the way these two treat him, it's as if he were the Hokage himself. Her curiosity finally overpowered her pride. She shifted on the stool, looking at him intently. Hey, sorry for prying, but why does Tyuki-san call you Naruto-sama? You're just a genin, aren't you? Before Naruto could form an answer, Tyuki slid 2 steaming bowls onto the counter with a heavy thud. The old chef puffed out his chest, looking visibly offended on his favorite customer's behalf. Just a genin, ha, Tyuki grinned, gesturing to the boy with a ladle. Young lady, Naruto-sama here is the son of the 4th Hokage. Not to mention the great-grandson of the 1st, and grandnephew to the 2nd and related to Lady Tsunade. Temari's jaw practically hit the counter. Wow, she mumbled, staring at the blonde boy who was now sheepishly avoiding eye contact by drowning himself in his broth. She processed the lineage, royalty, essentially. But then, the last name registered. Her eyes snapped wide, sparkling with a sudden, intense light. She leaned in, invading his personal space. Wait, you're related to Lady Tsunade. The legendary Sannin, what is she like? Naruto's sweat dropped, leaning back slightly. The terrifying, stoic wind user from the exams had vanished, replaced by a wide-eyed fangirl. What is she like? Naruto murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He looked at Temari, really looked at her. The blonde hair in pigtails, the fierce temper, the commanding presence, the undeniable strength. Actually, now that I think about it, Naruto mused, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. She reminds me a hell of a lot of her. You know what, Temari? Naruto said, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I'm in a good mood tonight. Eat up, and I'll tell you all about her. Speaking about his most precious person, the taste of the ramen, the laughter of a beautiful girl, and the pride of his sensei, it had been a perfect day. For a few hours, Naruto had felt light. But that lightness evaporated the moment he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his apartment was gone. Replaced by damp stone, ankle-deep water, and the oppressive, rot-filled air of the sewer. He stood before the massive golden gates, the seal burning faintly in the darkness. Behind the bars, 2 slit pupils the size of houses glowed in the gloom. Naruto couldn't describe the depth of the loathing he felt for this creature. What do you want? Naruto asked, his voice dripping with the coldest annoyance he could muster. The giant fox shifted, its massive tail swishing behind it, creating ripples in the water. A low, rumbling chuckle vibrated through Naruto's chest. The Kyuubi wasn't just looking at him, it was smiling. You only come here when the shadows get too long, the Kyuubi purred, its voice a deep baritone that scraped against the walls. When your dark thoughts accumulate, you always end up here. What is it this time, Naruto? Naruto's eyes widened, his fists clenching at his sides. The fox knew. It could taste the guilt souring his chakra. The image of Rock Lee, broken, unconscious, potentially crippled for life, flashed through Naruto's mind. If I had insisted on graduating, if I hadn't stayed a genin for so long, maybe things would have been different. This is none of your business, Kyuubi. Naruto yelled, the sound echoing endlessly in the void. And never speak to me with such familiarity. You are not my partner. You are a prisoner. You are here for the power balance of the village, nothing more. The fox's smile widened, revealing rows of serrated teeth. The rejection didn't sting, it amused him. Can you really live your whole life like this, Senju? The roar was sudden, a physical blast of wind that whipped Naruto's hair back. How can you sleep at night, knowing that the taijutsu brat will likely never be a ninja again because you were too slow to act? Shut up, I am the only one you cannot lie to. The Kyuubi hissed, leaning closer to the bars. You swore 5 years ago that you would break the chains of your destiny, that you would become better human. But what have you actually done? The fox raised a massive claw, ticking off the failures. The Uchiha is marked by the snake. The Lee boy is crippled. Even your precious aunt doesn't care enough to step foot in the village to see you. Something inside Naruto snapped. Kyuubi, I told you to shut up, Naruto roared, his composure shattering. His blue eyes bled into a violent, slit-pupiled red, and a surge of crimson chakra exploded from his body, boiling the water around his feet. Seeing this, the Kyuubi simply smirked. The provocation had worked. He closed his massive eyes, settling back into the darkness, satisfied. Naruto stood there, panting heavily, his chest heaving as he fought to wrestle control back from the beast. Slowly, the red faded from his eyes. He glared at the giant cage one last time, hatred burning in his gaze. Realizing the fox had baited him, Naruto scoffed, turning his back on the seal. I don't know why I'm amusing you, he muttered, walking away into the darkness as the fox's low laughter followed him out. Flashback 6 years before the Chunin exams. Tsunade rested her chin on her palm, a soft, melancholy smile gracing her lips as she watched the boy beside her demolish his bowl of noodles. The older he got, the more the resemblance became undeniable. He was Minato's legacy, breathing, laughing, and eating right in front of her. You really do breathe that stuff in, don't you? Tsunade teased, her voice warm. Naruto lowered the bowl, a faint blush dusting his whisker-marked cheeks as he wiped his mouth with napkins. Well, it's the best food in the world. Especially with pork. I still can't cook it perfectly at home yet. Oink, oink. Naruto blinked, looking down to see a small pig in a pearl necklace glaring daggers at him. Oh, sorry, Tonton-chan. Naruto waved his hands frantically. I meant non-ninja pigs. You know, the regular kind. Naruto-sama, you really aren't making this any better, Shizune sighed, a massive sweat drop sliding down her temple. Tsunade's smile faltered slightly, her brow furrowing as the reality of his words settled in. I still hate the idea of you living alone in that cramped apartment, Naruto. At least let me hire someone. A housekeeper, just to clean and cook for you. Naruto shook his head vigorously, his stubborn independence flaring up. I'm fine, Oba-sama. You know I hate that stuff. I'm a shinobi, not some pampered daimyo's kid. You are 7, she stated flatly. Whatever, Naruto muttered, immediately burying his face back into his broth to escape the lecture. Tsunade let out a short, airy laugh, the sound tinged with nostalgia. You really are just like your father. Shutting me up when you don't like what I have to say. I bet you love that idiot Jiraiya more than me, too. Naruto choked on a noodle, looking up at her with genuine incredulity. I don't like Jiraiya-sensei more than you. You're both precious to me. HMPH. That's exactly what Minato used to say to get out of trouble, Tsunade chuckled, though her eyes shimmered with a sudden glassiness. She sat up straighter, her expression shifting from playful to solemn. Anyway, you are leaving soon, so, I wanted to give you this. She reached up, unclasping the crystal pendant that rested against her collarbone. The clear stone caught the light of the ramen stand, glowing faintly as she held it out to him. Naruto's eyes widened. This was our grandfather's necklace, she whispered, the memory heavy in her voice. He passed it to me, and years ago, I passed it to Minato. He should have been the one to place this around your neck. But, her voice trailed off. Naruto gazed up at her, seeing the raw, unhealed grief in her eyes. He stopped eating, his small hands resting on the counter. Oba-sama, it is my duty now, she said, her voice trembling slightly as she leaned forward and fastened the heavy crystal around his neck. She pulled back, looking at the stone resting against his orange shirt. It's yours, Naruto. Naruto looked down, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the first Hokage's necklace. He could feel the weight of it, the history, the love, and the expectation. He looked up, his blue eyes fierce and wet with emotion. I will cherish it, he vowed, clutching the stone tight. I promise. Flashback end. Tsunade groaned, digging the heels of her palms into her throbbing temples. The morning sun slicing through the shoji screen felt less like light and more like a physical assault on her retina. Was it the cheap sake that had dragged these memories to the surface? Or was it just the guilt, waiting for a moment of weakness? All these years, she thought, a bitter taste rising in her throat that had nothing to do with the alcohol. And I still haven't visited his grave. Perhaps it was denial. A desperate, childish refusal to accept the truth. Minato, the yellow flash, the man who seemed untouchable, invincible to everyone who knew him, was truly gone. To visit the stone was to admit the reality, and she wasn't sure her heart could take another crack. Bang! Her morbid introspection shattered as the sliding door was thrown open with violent force. Shizune skidded into the room, clutching Tonton to her chest, her face flushed with absolute panic. Tsunade-sama, the moneylenders. They found us. She gasped for air, looking around for their travel bags. They're downstairs. We have to relocate, now. Tsunade didn't move. She didn't reach for her coat. She didn't channel chakra to her legs. She just sat there, the weight of the past heavy on her shoulders. She was tired of running from debts, from memories, from herself. Pay them, Shizune, she said, her voice flat and exhausted. The room went dead silent. Huh, Shizune froze, blinking rapidly. She gaped at her master as if the Sannin had suddenly started speaking in tongues. Tsunade scowled, massaging the stiff muscles in her neck. I said, pay them. I'm too hungover to outrun them today. Just give them what we owe. Shizune's expression didn't change. She stared at Tsunade, then slowly looked down at the empty wallet in her hands. She turned it upside down. A single moth fluttered out. Actually, ma'am, Shizune said, her voice trembling. We have no money. Tsunade froze. Her hand stopped massaging her temple. She looked at Shizune. She looked at the moth. Huh, 1 week before Chunin exams. Naruto placed a small bouquet of wildflowers on the sterile white nightstand, the splash of color looking painfully out of place in the plain room. He lingered for a moment, watching the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of Rock Lee's chest. The bandages were thick, wrapping the boy who was usually a blur of green energy into a still, broken statue. Rest well, Lee, Naruto whispered, his smile failing to reach his eyes. He turned to leave, only to stop dead. Standing in the doorway, blocking the light, was Might Guy. But the green beast wasn't striking a pose. His shoulders were slumped, his usual blinding grin replaced by a small, tired smile. Hey, Naruto, Guy. Naruto shifted his weight, glancing back at the bed. How is he really? Guy hesitated. The silence stretched, heavy with the smell of antiseptic and old blood. Finally, the Jonin let out a long, suffering sigh that seemed to deflate his very spirit. The doctors, they are not optimistic, Guy admitted, his voice cracking. The bone fragmentation, the muscle tears, the damage to his chakra network is catastrophic. They say his days as a shinobi might be over. Naruto's blood ran cold. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Naruto bent at the waist, snapping into a deep, 90-degree bow, his trembling hands clenching his pants. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to, I never wanted to take his dream away. Stop it, the command was sharp, cutting through Naruto's spiral of guilt. Naruto looked up, startled, to see Guy staring at him with fierce intensity. Do not apologize, Naruto. You did nothing wrong. But you fought him. Guy stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. It was a duel between men. Lee opened the gates because he respected you. He put his life on the line to prove his nindo against a worthy opponent. If you pity him now, if you regret your victory, then you are spitting on his resolve. Naruto grit his teeth, the words striking him like physical blows. But, Guy, no, buts. Guy squeezed his shoulder, his eyes burning with a mixture of grief and pride. Lee understood the risks. To blame yourself is to say his sacrifice was a mistake. Honor him by holding your head high. Naruto said nothing. He nodded slowly, accepting the lesson, but as he walked past the Jonin and into the cold hallway, the heavy stone in his gut didn't move. He looked down at his own hands, the hands that had broken a friend. What have I done? Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the middle of the Hokage Tower's roof, the morning breeze ruffling his wild white mane. He smiled softly, his gaze fixed not on the village below, but on the great stone monument carved into the mountain across from him. His quill scratched rhythmically against the paper, a soothing sound against the distant bustle of the awakening village. It was this view, this specific feeling, that always drew him back to this spot. The imposing stone gazes of his teacher and his student seemed to challenge him. They fueled a quiet, desperate need inside him, a need to achieve something truly great. Something that could, perhaps, balance the scales against a lifetime of failures. So, this is where you were hiding. Jiraiya blinked, the sudden weight of a hand on his shoulder snapping him out of his trance. He turned to find his student standing there, the morning sun catching the blonde of his hair. Naruto was smiling, but his eyes held a knowing look. What are you doing up here, sulking like an old hermit? Jiraiya chuckled, turning back to his scroll. I'm not sulking, Naruto. I'm seeking inspiration. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting from amusement to mild disgust. He looked from Jiraiya's notebook to the solemn faces of the Hokage monument. You're using the honorable Hokage faces to get inspiration for your smut. It is literature. Jiraiya scoffed, swatting at the air defensively. And no, I'm not writing that right now. I'm writing, well, call it a diary. Or a tale of my life. Naruto's expression softened, the disgust replaced by curiosity. I see. He sat down next to the Sannin, his gaze shifting between the Hokage's stone faces. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the only sound the wind whistling through the high architecture. Isn't today the final round of the Chunin exams? Jiraiya asked, not looking up from the stone face of the fourth. Yeah, Naruto replied quietly, his gaze following his master's. It is. The weight of the day hung between them. It wasn't just a tournament, it was a precipice. Jiraiya set his quill down, the ink drying on the page. He looked at the profile of Minato carved into the cliff, then at the living, breathing legacy sitting beside him. Naruto. Jiraiya started, his voice rougher than usual. He hesitated, searching for the words he had never allowed himself to say. I've never been a father. I chose a life of wandering, so I can't say for sure how it truly feels. But, he looked Naruto in the eye, his expression stripped of all its usual goofiness. Between you and Minato, if the two of you were my sons, I think I would have been the proudest man on earth. Naruto's eyes widened, the wind seemed to stop. He looked at the old sage, seeing the vulnerability behind the paint and the bravado. A genuine, warm smile slowly spread across Naruto's face. And we, Naruto said, his voice steady and sure, are proud to have a great man like you as our sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a breath that rattled deep in his chest, the sound heavy with the weight of decades. Slowly, with trembling but deliberate hands, he lowered the wide-brimmed hat onto his head. The red kanji for fire sat against his brow, yet today, it felt heavier than a mountain. The shadows were lengthening, and the signs were written in blood. Hayate Gecko was dead, silenced before he could speak. The Yukushi boy had been exposed as a viper in their midst. And somewhere out there, hidden beneath a skin that didn't belong to him, walked his greatest failure. Orochimaru, the professor, knew better than to believe in coincidences. The board was set, the trap was sprung, and the storm was already here, it was just waiting for the first thunderclap. He straightened his back, the joints popping in protest, forcing his aging body into the posture of a ruler. He adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes sharpening into the hard, flinty gaze of the third Hokage. Let it begin, he whispered to the silence. No matter what darkness rose to challenge them today, he would stand. He would defend Konoha until his very last breath. The roar of the Colosseum was deafening. Standing at the absolute center of the Konoha arena, Naruto let his blue eyes sweep across the sea of spectators. It was impressive, no, it was intoxicating. The entire village, dignitaries from across the nations, even the daimyo, everyone was watching. But beneath the excitement, a splinter of unease pricked at his instincts. He counted the line of finalists. One was missing. The mummy guy from Sound, Dosu, was nowhere to be seen. And then there was the proctor. Where was Hayate, the sickly guy with the chronic cough and dark circles? He had seemed determined to see this through, yet here stood a completely different Jonin. What happened to Hayate-san? Naruto wondered, his smile faltering for a split second. Whoa, Naruto breathed, shaking off the thought as the crowd cheered louder. He threw a wide, enthusiastic wave to the stands. Now this is a crowd. Beside him, a familiar groan cut through the noise. Troublesome. Shikamaru Nara stood with his hands jammed deep in his pockets, slouching so hard he was practically horizontal. He looked at the screaming masses with the enthusiasm of a man facing a firing squad. I can't believe I actually let myself get dragged into this, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes darting toward the exit. Too many people, too much noise. Naruto chuckled, nudging the Nara with his elbow. Oh, quit the act. You're quite competent when you actually try. Who knows, if you show off enough today, they might just promote you to Chunin. Shikamaru looked at him with genuine horror. Don't even joke about that. Before Naruto could twist the knife further, a shadow fell over them. The new proctor stepped forward, a man with a bandana worn askew, a senbon needle rolling lazily between his lips, and a relaxed confidence that demanded attention without raising a voice. All right, zip it, you two, the man said, his voice cutting through their banter effortlessly. The audience is waiting. He turned to address the line of genin, shifting the senbon to the corner of his mouth. My name is Genma Shiranui. I'll be taking over as proctor for the finals. The rules are simple. Fight until one of you goes down, gives up, or dies. But, his eyes narrowed slightly, scanning them. When I say stop, you stop, immediately. Am I clear? Genma scanned the line of determined faces, accepting their silent nods of confirmation. He shifted the senbon to the other corner of his mouth, his expression hardening into professional focus. All right then, Genma announced, his voice carrying effortlessly over the hum of the crowd. "We're starting immediately." He gestured between the blonde and the brunette, the tension in the arena spiking instantly. First match, Senju Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. The crowd roared at the names, a battle of heavy lineages right out of the gate. "The rest of you," Genma commanded, jerking his thumb toward the stairs without looking away from the combatants. "Clear the floor and head up to the waiting balcony. Now." The noise of the crowd seemed to dull into a distant, muffled hum as Naruto and Neji stood across from each other in the center of the arena. Neji's pale, vein-less eyes locked onto Naruto, his expression one of calm, almost pitying arrogance. He broke the silence first, his voice smooth and carrying effortlessly across the gap. "I must admit, fate has a strange sense of humor to bring us together here, Naruto." Naruto narrowed his eyes, his stance shifting slightly. "You talk too much, Neji," Naruto cut him off, his voice low and dangerous. "Save the speeches, we fight." He didn't give the Hyuga prodigy a second to retort. Naruto's hand was a blur. He snapped his wrist, launching a single shuriken that whistled through the air. But the moment the steel left his fingers, his hands were already weaving signs, moving with a speed that made the chunin in the stands blink. Tiger, boar, ox, dog, ninja art, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The air around the single projectile distorted violently. Poof! With a sound like a cracking whip, the solitary star multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 50. In a heartbeat, a veritable wall of steel was raining down on Neji's position, blocking out the sun. Neji's Byakugan flared, the veins around his eyes bulging as he tracked every single trajectory. High-level duplication, Neji analyzed instantly. "I could rotate, but showing my hand this early would be foolish." Instead of blocking, Neji moved. He channeled chakra to his feet and launched himself vertically, soaring high into the air, letting the storm of shuriken bury themselves harmlessly in the dirt where he had stood a fraction of a second ago. He was clear, or so he thought. As Neji reached the apex of his jump, a shadow fell over him. His eyes widened in genuine shock. Above him, silhouetted against the blinding sun, was Naruto, already in position, his leg chambered for a strike. Naruto slammed his heel down. Crack! The kick connected squarely with Neji's guard, but the force was overwhelming. Neji was launched out of the sky like a stone, crashing back down into the hard earth of the arena with a cloud of dust. Cage box. Hiruzen chuckled softly, a puff of smoke curling from his pipe as he watched the arena. "That Naruto, starting right away with my jutsu. I must say," the cage murmured, his single eye glinting behind the veil. "To see him wield your signature technique so casually, impressive, Hokage Dono." "Indeed," Hiruzen replied, his voice even. But beneath the desk, his grip on the pipe tightened. A cold shiver crawled down his spine. This tone, why does he feel so familiar? Stance. Hiyashi Hyuga leaned forward just an inch, a massive breach of composure for the rigid clan head. His active Byakugan flickered, analyzing the perfect chakra distribution of the A-rank technique scattered across the ground. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Hiruzen-sama's signature move, Hiyashi noted, his stoic mask cracking ever so slightly. To master such a complex manipulation at this age, the rumors were not exaggerated. Beside him, Hanabi watched with sharp, calculating eyes, devoid of the timidness her sister usually displayed. She studied the blonde boy who had just outmaneuvered their clan genius with a critical, almost eager gaze. "So that is the Senju prodigy," Hanabi murmured, her voice tinged with a competitive spark. "Neji Nisan actually looks surprised." Neji skidded across the dirt, his feet carving deep trenches into the arena floor to kill the momentum. He brushed the dust from his shoulder, his expression darkening as he realized the gap in their opening exchange. "He fooled me. He is really impressive." Impressive, Neji. To react to a blindside attack with that level of precision. Naruto straightened his posture, dusting off his sleeve as he studied the Hyuga. "You truly are a genius." He paused, his expression shifting from combat focus to curiosity. "But before we continue, I have a question." Neji narrowed his eyes, thrown off by the sudden pause. He remained in his stance, wary of a trap. "Speak. Why did you try to kill Hinata?" Naruto asked, his voice devoid of anger but heavy with implication. "She has no malice in her heart. Yet, your killing intent during the preliminaries was genuine. That implies a motive beyond a simple tournament match." Neji stared at him for a long moment, surprised by the directness. He saw not a hot-headed brawler, but an analyst looking for a root cause. Slowly, He exhaled, his guard lowering just a fraction. Life is determined at the moment of birth, Naruto, Neji began, his voice taking on a detached, lecturing tone. Destiny is immutable. A failure will always remain a failure. It is like a bird born in a cage, even if you were to open the door, it would not fly. It does not know how to be free. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't immediately reject the philosophy. An interesting worldview, Naruto admitted. But you're dodging the question. Fate didn't tell you to kill her. You did. Why? It was her own doing, Neji replied, his voice devoid of warmth. She tried to defy the immutability of her station. If she had simply accepted that a failure is born a failure, she would not have needed to suffer. She provoked her own destruction. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. That's a convenient philosophy, but I saw your face during the preliminaries, Neji. That wasn't just fate, correcting a mistake. That was personal. You hate the main house, don't you? Neji's eyes widened, cracking his stoic composure. How do you know about the main house? I like to read. I see, Neji muttered as he smirked. You were right, I might try to defy my fate. But, look at yourself. You, the Senju heir, do you truly believe your strength is a product of your will? He gestured to the crowd, to the Hokage monument looming over them. Your greatness was written the moment you were conceived. If you were born a nameless nobody, do you really believe you would be standing here, daring to dream of the Hokage's seat? You are merely walking the path your bloodline paved for you. Naruto frowned, his jaw tightening. You're deflecting again. Perhaps, Neji whispered, his eyes widening as veins bulged around his temples. But words are meaningless now. This ends here. Naruto's breath hitched as Neji dropped his center of gravity, his arms spreading in a fluid, terrifyingly precise motion. The chakra in the air suddenly felt heavy, viscous. 8 trigrams. The air inside the arena seemed to solidify, a green chakra circle expanding beneath Neji's feet. The pressure was suffocating. 2 palms. Neji moved. It wasn't a run, it was a vanish. He reappeared instantly within Naruto's guard, his fingers striking with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Naruto didn't panic. He shifted his weight, his body becoming a blur of yellow motion as he slipped past the strike by a hair's breadth. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The strikes came in an exponential torrent, each one faster and heavier than the last. To the mesmerizing crowd, the 2 boys were nothing but streaks of light, white and yellow, clashing and separating in a high-speed dance of death. Neji's Byakugan widened in disbelief. He's dodging them. At this range, Naruto's eyes darted frantically, reading the flow of chakra, his movements fluid and efficient. He weaved, ducked, and twisted his body in midair, avoiding the devastating taps aimed at his vital organs with terrifying reflexes. 32 palms. Neji's rhythm reached a fever pitch. He stepped in for the kill, his palm charged with enough chakra to shut down Naruto's heart. 64 palms. The final strike launched forward, a spear of pure chakra. Naruto realized in a split second, I can't dodge this one. He didn't retreat. Instead, he made a calculated sacrifice. He threw his right forearm up, intercepting the lethal strike meant for his chest. Crack. The impact was sickeningly loud. Naruto was blasted backward, skidding 10 meters across the dirt before digging his heels in to stop. Silence fell over the arena. Neji stood panting, his Byakugan straining as he stared at the boy who was still standing. I can't believe it, Neji breathed, his composure rattling. You dodged the entire sequence. Naruto straightened up, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. His right arm hung completely limp at his side, the nerves deadened and the chakra points sealed shut, but his eyes were sharp. Yeah, I managed to avoid most of them, Naruto said, wincing slightly as he glanced at the useless limb. But I guess my right hand is useless now. Cage box. He avoided the lethal blows, but with a useless arm, his ninjutsu is sealed, the cage murmured, a faint, mocking rasp burying itself in the words. Hiruzen didn't look away from the arena. He will find a way. But beneath the desk, his hand clenched tight. There is no mistake. Orochimaru, do you truly think I have gone so senile that I wouldn't recognize you? Stands. Damn it, his arm is dead weight. Ino gripped the railing, her voice rising in panic. He can't use ninjutsu without hand seals. Sakura didn't look away from the fight, her frown deepening, not out of worry, but concentration. Calm down, Ino, it's Naruto. He wouldn't be standing there if he didn't have a plan. I've sealed the tenketsu in your right arm, Neji stated, his voice devoid of pity. Without the ability to weave hand seals, your ninjutsu is effectively dead. You are finished. I'll figure something out, Naruto replied, shaking his numb limb as if it were merely asleep. But more importantly, I want to know, why do you hate the main house? Neji blinked, his Byakugan flickering with genuine confusion. You are surprisingly calm for a man standing at death's door. I've been through worse, Naruto said simply, his gaze unwavering. Neji narrowed his eyes, his frustration mounting. Why do you persist in asking? Because I can see the anger rotting your technique, Naruto shot back, his voice cutting through the arena's tension. Call it curiosity, or maybe I just hate watching a genius like you fall into darkness without even realizing it. Neji's eye twitched. The statement hit a nerve. He glared at the blonde, searching for mockery, but found only a maddening, honest clarity. With a heavy, suffering sigh, Neji reached up. Very well. He untied the black cloth of his forehead protector, letting it fall to the dust. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the stark green cross emblazoned on Neji's pale skin. This is the caged bird seal, Neji whispered, his fingers hovering over the mark. A curse that binds us for life and vanishes only the moment we die. What is its purpose? To protect the secrets of the Byakugan, and to keep the branch family in absolute servitude. Neji looked at Naruto, a strange, reluctant respect forming in his gaze. We barely know each other, Naruto. But you are different. I will tell you everything. Neji tells his story like canon. Minutes. Neji spat, his voice trembling with a lifetime of suppressed rage. If my father had been born just a few minutes earlier, he would be the one standing. But fate doesn't care about fairness. His destiny, and mine, was sealed the moment we drew breath. Naruto listened, his expression softening into a sad frown. The weight of the story settled between them, but his resolve didn't waver. I understand the pain, Neji. Truly, Naruto said quietly. But that doesn't give you the right to direct that hatred at someone who actually cares about you. Hinata calls you brother, with respect, yet you blame her for ancient customs written by ghosts long dead. Neji's composure shattered. The veins around his eyes bulged as he snapped. Stop lecturing me, how could you possibly understand? Neji roared, pointing an accusing finger. You are the village's prince. You had status, power, and a legacy the moment you were born. You walk in the light while we rot in the dark. Naruto closed his eyes. For a heartbeat, the arena faded. He saw the flash of yellow, the crimson of a dying mother's hair, and the cold, oppressive darkness of a cage much stronger than any social stigma. The fox's malice, the loneliness, the weight of a village's expectations. I have my own cages, Neji, Naruto whispered, opening his eyes. They were clear, devoid of the hatred Neji expected. I have my own scars. But unlike you, I chose not to let them define me. He shifted his stance, the dust swirling around his feet. Now, we've made the crowd wait long enough. Let's continue. Neji scoffed, regaining his arrogant sneer. You are delusional. I told you, your right arm is useless. You cannot weave signs with one hand. Your ninjutsu is dead, is it? Naruto raised his left hand, his only active hand, and held it vertically in front of his chest. Watch closely. To the absolute shock of the entire arena, Naruto's fingers began to move. Ram, boar, bird. They moved with a dexterity and speed that blurred the eye, weaving a perfect sequence with a single hand. Neji froze, his Byakugan widening in genuine horror. The impossible was happening right in front of him. One-handed seals. Neji's mind reeled, panic finally setting in. Is this even possible? Cage box. Hiruzen leaned forward, his pipe forgotten in his hand as the realization struck him. One-handed seals. So he took the hit on purpose just to make the boy speak. Hiruzen's eyes crinkled with amusement. You get more terrifying by the day, Naruto. Beside him, the cage remained statue still, but beneath the veil, his expression twisted into a scowl. This brat, he's becoming a problem, Orochimaru hissed internally, watching the display of pure skill. The realization tasted like bile, but he couldn't deny it. I can't kill him now. He is already stronger than I am. Participants box. Man, what a drag. Shikamaru leaned over the railing, his usual slouch abandoned as he stared down in genuine disbelief. Seriously, how is he even doing that? Shino adjusted his dark sunglasses, the movement precise. It requires absolute chakra isolation. To mold energy with a single hand, logically, it should be impossible for a genin. However, I doubt if Naruto is actually a genin. Tamari didn't say a word. She just rested her chin on her iron fan, a soft, intrigued smile gracing her lips. She watched the blonde, strong, yet surprisingly gentle with a broken opponent, and found herself unable to look away. He really is charming. Wind style. Drilling air bullet. Naruto's single hand snapped into the final seal. A sphere of hyper-compressed air, screaming like a jet engine, launched from his palm. The ground tore apart in its wake, the sheer pressure threatening to pulverize anything in its path. Neji's Byakugan widened. I can't dodge this. He had no choice. He had to use the ultimate defense. Rotation. Neji spun. A massive, swirling dome of blue chakra erupted around him, grinding the earth to dust. The drilling air bullet collided with the spinning barrier, shrieking as it was deflected into the sky, dissipating harmlessly. Naruto lowered his hand, his eyes shining with genuine admiration. You team guy really are something else. He took a breath, his chakra spiking again. But this ends now, Neji. His left fingers blurred. Rat, rabbit, dog, wind style, vacuum bullets. Dozens of invisible, razor-sharp projectiles fired from Naruto's mouth. Neji's Byakugan tracked every single one, but the spread was too wide to evade. He's trying to overwhelm me with numbers, Neji analyzed, grit his teeth. But it won't work. Rotation. Once again, the blue dome expanded, spinning with centrifugal force strong enough to repel steel. Neji felt the wind bullets bouncing off his shield. He was safe. He was untouchable. And then, a flicker. Inside the impregnable dome of spinning chakra, right in the calm eye of the storm, space distorted. Neji's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated horror. Less than an inch from his face, a yellow blur materialized. Naruto was inside the rotation. Ha, crack. Naruto's fist, driven by the momentum of teleportation, connected squarely with Neji's chin. The force was catastrophic. The rotation shattered instantly, the blue chakra dissolving into mist as Neji was launched backward, crashing into the arena wall with a bone-jarring thud. Genma froze. The Senbon fell from his mouth, unnoticed. That was the fourth Hiraishin, the proctor thought, his composure utterly destroyed. Silence reigned in the arena. Naruto walked slowly toward his fallen opponent. Neji coughed, struggling to push himself up on trembling arms, blood trickling from his lip. How? Neji wheezed, staring at the blonde prodigy. How did you bypass my Kaden? Naruto didn't boast, he simply pointed. Check your left shoulder. Neji blinked, looking down. There, burning faintly on the fabric of his shirt, was a complex formula script. What is this? The Hiraishin formula, Naruto explained quietly. A space-time ninjutsu that allows me to teleport instantly to anything I mark. I imagine you can guess when I placed it. Neji's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a physical blow. When I used the 8 trigrams, when I struck your arm. I let you hit me, Naruto confirmed, his voice soft. I needed close contact to apply the seal. I sacrificed the arm to win the fight. Neji slumped back against the wall, defeated not by power, but by a tactical genius he couldn't comprehend. Why go through all that pain just to listen to my story? You could have finished me instantly. Naruto knelt, his expression losing its combat edge, replaced by a gentle, profound sadness. Because it bothered me, and because, Neji, I have a darkness inside me, too. Do you know the truth of what happened 13 years ago? The Kyuubi attack, Neji whispered. 13 years ago, the 4th Hokage had a choice, Naruto said. He didn't kill the fox. He sealed it. He tapped his own chest, right over his heart. He sealed it inside his own son. Neji stopped breathing. The entire stadium seemed to vanish. He stared at Naruto, the jailer of the world's strongest calamity. But, I thought, Neji stammered, that he took it with him. That's the story, Naruto said, a bitter smile touching his lips. But doing that would have upset the power balance of the nations. So, he made a choice. Maybe my destiny was to be a sacrifice. Or maybe my father defied destiny and trusted me to be strong enough to hold it. He looked up at the Hokage monument, his blue eyes reflecting the stone face of the man who gave him this burden. I'm in a cage too, Neji. A cage made of flesh and bones. But I decide how I live in it. Neji was silent. Slowly, he tilted his head back. High above the arena, a single bird broke away from the flock, soaring freely into the endless blue sky. If he can carry that burden and still smile, Neji thought, then maybe even a bird in a cage can still dream of the sky. Winner. Genma's voice cracked, then he cleared his throat, shouting to the masses. Winner. Senju Naruto. The arena exploded. The roar was deafening, a tidal wave of applause and cheers. Naruto stood up, blinking as the sound washed over him. A faint blush dusted his cheeks, and he raised his good hand, waving shyly to the village. Cage box. That Naruto. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head with amused resignation. Spilling the village's darkest secret to his opponent like it's nothing. Well, perhaps it's better this way. A spectacular finish, Hokage Dono, the cage murmured, his visible eye narrowing behind the veil. But is it wise to let a Jinchuriki speak so openly of his burden? Hiruzen waved the concern away with a casual trail of smoke. Naruto is no longer a child, cage Dono. He is strong enough to handle his own. Participants box. He holds the 9 tails. Kankuro swallowed hard, a cold bead of sweat sliding down his temple. He glanced sideways at his little brother, whose expression was twisting into a mask of terrifying delight. I knew it, they really are all monsters. Mother wants his blood. Gaara's sand shifted restlessly in his gourd, his grip on the railing cracking the stone. Senju Naruto, I will kill you, and I will finally feel alive. Tamari, however, was far more pragmatic. She watched the blonde ascend the stairs, her eyes narrowed in calculation. That wind style, to generate that kind of pressure with a single hand, without a fan or catalyst. He's terrifying, he might even be better than me. Man, things are always such a drag when you're involved. Shikamaru sighed as Naruto stepped into the participant box, though his eyes held a morbid curiosity. By the way, what's it look like? The fox. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling dryly. The Kyuubi. Honestly, it's mostly just grumpy and loud. Shino adjusted his dark sunglasses, the light glinting off the lenses. The creature is irrelevant. The tactical application of the seal to bypass the rotation was flawless. Congratulations, Naruto. Naruto smiled at his stoic classmate, the tension leaving his shoulders. Thanks, Shino. Alright, I get bored writing canon so everything happens the same. Now we start with after dispelling the genjutsu. The world was a sea of green, an endless field where tall wheat danced with the wind. The air smelled of summer, of peace, of a home he had never known. He inhaled deeply, the sweet scent filling his lungs. Naruto. The voice was a melody he had yearned for his entire life. He spun around. Standing on the horizon, bathed in light, were 2 figures. The white cloak of the 4th Hokage fluttered majestically beside a cascade of fiery red hair. Tu-san, Ka-san, joy, pure and unadulterated, flooded his chest. He laughed, taking a step forward, desperate to run into their arms. Squelch. His foot didn't meet the firm earth. It sank into something soft. Something yielding. The smile froze on his lips. The golden light seemed to dim. Slowly, dread coiling in his gut, he looked down. It wasn't grass. It was a face. Glazed, lifeless eyes stared up at him from a pool of spreading crimson. Naruto. The scream shattered the world. The golden field dissolved into gray stone and choking smoke. Reality snapped back with the violence of a whip crack. A shadow loomed. Over him, a sound ninja, sword raised for the execution. Naruto didn't think. He didn't breathe. His body moved on pure, drilled instinct. Wind release. His kunai hummed with a high-pitched whine as invisible vacuum blades coated the steel. He spun, slashing upward in a blur. Shing. The sound ninja stiffened, his weapon clattering to the floor as a thin red line appeared on his neck. He collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Dynamic entry. A green hurricane crashed down beside him. Might Guy descended like a meteor, his legs sweeping out in a devastating arc that caught 3 approaching enemies in the chest. Crack. The 3 shinobi were launched into the arena walls, crumpling into broken heaps instantly. You froze, Guy noted, his voice losing its usual boisterous edge as he crushed a sound ninja's ribs with a single, efficient strike. This is very unlike you, Naruto. Sorry, just resting my eyes, Naruto replied. He didn't even look as another enemy lunged. He simply stepped inside the guard, driving his kunai into the man's throat with a dull thud. No wasted movement, no anger, just work. Guy, Naruto said, his back to the Jonin. Go to Kakashi. Secure the stands. The civilians are sheep in a slaughterhouse right now. And Hokage-sama. Guy pointed toward the roof, where purple flames licked the sky. We must aid him. Naruto looked up. The heat from the barrier distorted the air, heavy and suffocating. We can't, Naruto said, his voice flat. That is a cage for monsters. If we touch it, we burn. Hiruzen Sama fights his own war now. He turned toward the gaping hole in the arena wall, the path the Sand siblings had taken. Where are you going? To hunt the Sand brat, Naruto said, his eyes cold as steel. Naruto cut through the burning streets, a blur of yellow motion against the gray smoke. He didn't slow down. His left hand rose. Half-ram, 10 clones exploded into existence, matching his speed instantly. Scatter, Naruto ordered, his voice cold iron. Find the sand, find the sound. He didn't look at them. Kill them all. The clones peeled off into the chaos. Naruto pressed on, the screams of the village fueling a rage that felt less like fire and more like ice. They brought this hell to my home. How dare they? He flared his chakra, casting a sensory net wide over the forest. Sasuke, Gaara, is this Shikamaru? Then, a fourth signature hit him. Small, familiar. Sakura, his blood ran cold. Kakashi sent Sakura to hunt a Jinchuriki. Is he insane? He veered left, skidding to a halt near a clearing. Shino Aburame lay slumped against a tree, his chakra dangerously low. The puppet user lay unconscious nearby, twitching from bug venom. Naruto didn't waste a second. Poof. 2 clones burst into existence without a single hand sign. Get Shino to the hospital. Take the puppet user to interrogation. Go. He didn't wait for them to nod. He launched himself forward, tearing through the canopy. He burst into the final clearing just as the nightmare unfolded. Sakura was pinned against a tree, crushed by a claw of sand. Sasuke was on his knees, the curse mark spreading like wildfire across his skin, screaming in agony. And above them, a monster of sand and madness lunged for the kill. Too slow, Gaara shrieked, the monstrous sand claw descending to crush the Uchiha into paste. The thrill of murder was electric, intoxicating. Crack. It wasn't a sound, it was an explosion. A blur of yellow lightning slammed into Gaara's face with the force of a falling meteor. The sand armor shattered instantly. Gaara didn't just fly backward, he was erased from the clearing, crashing through 3 consecutive trees before burying himself in the earth. Naruto didn't land softly, he cratered. The ground, dust and debris settling around his sandals. Sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. Naruto didn't look back, he just stood there, staring into the darkness of the forest. Stay back. Sasuke opened his mouth to snarl, to tell the Senju not to order him around. But the words died in his throat. The curse mark on his neck throbbed, not in pain, but in fear. The air around Naruto wasn't just heavy, it was crushing. It tasted of iron and ozone. It wasn't the cold, slithering malice of Orochimaru, it was the overwhelming, suffocating pressure of a mountain. Sasuke couldn't move, he didn't want to move. Alright, from the wreckage of the trees, Gaara pulled himself up. Half his face was sand, his eye yellow and manic. Senju Naruto, Gaara roared, drool dripping from his fangs. Finally, someone worthy of my exes. The scream died instantly. Gaara froze. The sand floating around him stopped midair. For the first time in his life, the monster inside him didn't howl for blood. It went silent. Temari, hiding in the branches, felt her knees buckle. She gripped her fan until her knuckles turned white. The boy she had called charming, the gentle soul who had mourned for his enemy, was gone. That isn't a genin, she realized, terror gripping her heart. This feeling, it's even worse than Gaara's. Naruto took a single step forward. The ground cracked under the weight of his chakra. For 13 years, I held back, Naruto spoke, his voice dangerously low, vibrating through the clearing. I told myself it was for the best. To be invisible, to be safe. He clenched his fist. The wind began to howl, reacting to his rage. But because of my hesitation, because I was afraid to act. Lee is broken. He looked up. His blue eyes were gone, replaced by darkened storms of raw power. He looked at the Sand siblings not as enemies, but as pests defiling a holy sanctuary. And now, you trash from the desert dare to crawl into the home my grandfather built. The chakra flared, visible, dense waves of blue energy that flattened the grass and stripped the leaves from the trees. The killing intent was physical, a heavy hand crushing their lungs. Unforgivable. He didn't run, he didn't jump, he simply ceased to exist. The air displaced with a sharp pop, and suddenly, he was there, hanging in the air mere inches from Gaara's horrified, sand-crusted face. In his right hand, a sphere of chakra didn't just form, it erupted, expanding instantly into a swirling vortex of blue energy. The sound was a deafening, grinding roar that drowned out the forest. Odama Rasengan. Naruto didn't throw it, he drove it. He slammed the massive sphere directly into the forming belly of the one-tailed beast. The sand armor didn't just crack, it disintegrated. The force drilled Gaara down, crushing him through the forest floor and burying him deep into the bedrock in a cataclysmic explosion of dust and screams. Gaara! Temari's scream tore through the settling dust. She leaned over the branch, her heart hammering against her ribs as the smoke cleared. Down in the crater, Gaara lay broken. His absolute defense was gone, stripped away to reveal fragile, pale skin. He was trembling, not from pain, but from a sensation he had never known. Weakness. Let me out. The voice inside him screeched, a chaotic, bloodthirsty cacophony that drowned out his own thoughts. Give me control. I will tear him apart. I will drink his blood. Gaara clutched his head, his fingers digging into his scalp until they bled. His eyes rolled back, white and manic. My existence will not be erased. Boom. The forest floor disintegrated. Sand didn't just rise, it erupted like a geyser, drowning the trees in a tidal wave of beige death. The air grew heavy, suffocating, as a massive, clawed hand swatted the canopy away like cobwebs. A roar shook the very foundation of the forest. The one-tailed tanuki, Shukaku, stood fully formed, blocking out the sun. Ha 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 ha, finally I'm out. So, this is the Ikibi. Naruto muttered, but his eyes narrowed when he saw Gaara atop Ikibi's head. Naruto stood his ground, his hair whipped violently in the gale force winds generated by the beast's chakra, but his feet remained planted. He looked up at the towering monster not with fear, but with cold recognition. High above, Temari stopped breathing. She looked from the kaiju to the tiny figure standing before it. He fully transformed, she thought, her legs giving out. We're all dead, but then she looked at the blonde. Why isn't he running? How can he stand before a tailed beast, and look bored? Naruto stared up at the towering mountain of sand and wind, his expression unimpressed. Summoning Gamabunta will destroy the forest, that would be overkill. He raised his hand, molding chakra not into a massive sphere, but a condensed, volatile ball of blue light. Good thing I tagged him when I landed that Odama Rasengan. The formula is still active. Yahoo! I'm finally free, Shukaku shrieked, his voice booming like thunder. I'm gonna kill every human in. Zap! The laughter died in his throat. Shukaku blinked. He felt a sudden spike of chakra right on top of his head. Huh! Naruto crouched next to the sleeping Gaara, a condensed, swirling sphere already grinding into his palm. Wake up, Naruto whispered. Wait, no, I just got crunch. Naruto drove the Rasengan directly into Gaara's gut. The impact snapped the boy's eyes open instantly, shattering the false sleep technique. You little bastard, I was out for 5 seconds. Shukaku screamed as his massive sand body began to crumble into dust. Damn you. Jiraiya landed on the roof tiles. He had rushed here to save the village, to hold the line against the invasion. But there was no line to hold. He froze, his breath hitching in his throat. Below him, the main thoroughfare wasn't a battlefield. It was an abattoir. Sound and sand ninja lay in heaps, approximately 200 of them. But they weren't just dead. They were dismantled, torsos separated from legs, heads rolling in the gutters. Clean, surgical, invisible cuts that spoke of high-level wind release used with zero hesitation. The smell of iron was overpowering. What is this? A young Chunin stammered, his knees shaking as he looked over the edge. Who could do this? We have the report, Jiraiya-sama. Ibiki Morino stepped out from the shadows. Even the head of torture and interrogation, a man who had seen the darkest depths of human cruelty, looked pale. It isn't a squad, it's 10 clones. Jiraiya turned his gaze slowly to the scarred Jonin. 10 clones of Senju Naruto are currently sweeping the sectors, Ibiki continued, his voice a mix of professional horror and undeniable gratitude. They aren't capturing enemies. They are neutralizing the entire invasion force, systematically. I see, Jiraiya whispered, looking back down at the river of blood that used to be a street. The cuts were precise. The lethality was absolute. There was no mercy here. You didn't just defeat them, Naruto, you obliterated them, Jiraiya thought, a cold sweat breaking on his neck. This is pure rage. Naruto walked through the settling dust, the kunai in his hand humming with a high-pitched, lethal whine. The wind chakra coating the blade distorted the air, promising a clean cut. It ends here. Gaara lay on his back, staring up at the smoke-choked sky. He didn't move. He didn't fight. Finally, he thought, a strange sense of Peace washing over him. Silence. No more screaming. No more pain. He closed his eyes, waiting for the end. Whoosh. A blur of gold and purple slammed between them. Naruto stopped, the humming blade hovering inches from a trembling back. Tamari, move. Gaara's eyes snapped open. Hovering over him, arms spread wide in a desperate shield, was his sister. Tamari. Gaara gasped, his voice raspy. Get away, he'll kill you. You heard him, Naruto said, his voice devoid of warmth. The killing intent rolling off him was a physical weight, crushing the air out of the clearing. Step aside, Tamari. This doesn't concern you. Tamari was shaking. Every instinct in her body screamed at her to run, to flee from this monster who had dismantled her brother without breaking a sweat. Her legs felt like jelly, and tears of sheer terror pricked her eyes. But she didn't move. He is my little brother. She cried out, her voice cracking but fierce. I won't let you kill him. Gaara froze. The words hit him harder than Naruto's fist. Brother. After everything he had done, after the threats, the fear, the blood, she was standing between him and death. Something inside the broken Jinchuriki shifted. A crack in the armor of hatred he had built for 13 years. Do you really think you can stop me? Naruto asked, tilting his head. The wind around his blade intensified, shrieking louder. I said, walk away. This isn't you. Tamari pleaded, looking up into his cold blue eyes, searching for the boy who had smiled at her in the restaurant. Please, Naruto. Naruto stared at her. The wind howled. He looked at the trembling girl. He looked at the shocked, vulnerable boy beneath her. His mind, sharpened by the chaos of the invasion, shifted from executioner to strategist. Killing the Kasage's children, Naruto calculated rapidly. It sends a message, but capturing them, holding the heirs to the sand alive, that gives the village leverage. That ends the war on our terms. The humming of the kunai died down. The wind vanished. You're right, Naruto said softly. Tamari slumped, relief flooding her veins. Thank why. Thwack. Naruto moved faster than she could blink. A precise, surgical chop to her carotid artery. Tamari's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed instantly, slumping over her brother's chest. What have you done? Gaara screamed, panic flaring in his eyes as he tried to reach for her. You shut up. Naruto slapped a small square of paper onto Gaara's forehead. Suppression seal. Activate. The suppression seal flared once, severing the chakra flow instantly. Gaara's eyes rolled back, and he slumped forward, landing softly against Tamari's unconscious form. Naruto stood over the heap of sand siblings for a long moment, the oppressive killing intent finally dissipating into the cool forest air. He let out a long, weary sigh, the adrenaline beginning to fade. You should be glad I actually like your sister, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He turned around to find Sasuke carefully supporting Sakura. The Uchiha was staring at him, his usual arrogance replaced by a stunned, silent awe. The gap between them had never been more visible. The Senju had just taken down a monster Sasuke couldn't even touch. What? Sasuke started, his voice rough. What are you going to do with them? Naruto holstered his kunai, his demeanor shifting back from warrior to teammate. That isn't up to me, he said, glancing back toward the village smoke. That's for the higher-ups to decide. We just need to get them, and Sakura, out of here. Naruto arrived on the roof, the battle with Gaara behind him. He knelt before the fallen third, the person he respected most in the world. Despite the war he had just waged, he was pristine, not a drop of blood stained his jacket. Jiraiya stood nearby, silent and grim, while the surviving Anbu and Jonin watched with a mixture of grief and awe. They weren't just looking at a genin anymore, they were looking at the savior of the village. Naruto took the old man's cold hand, squeezing it tight. With a gentle brush of his fingers, he closed the Hokage's staring eyes. Sarutobi-sensei, Naruto whispered, bowing his head. You can rest now. The black sky wept over Konoha, the relentless downpour mirroring the grief of a village that had lost its heart. Slowly, the sea of black umbrellas dispersed. Clansmen returned to their compounds, civilians to their shuttered homes, until only the whetstone of the memorial remained. Naruto knelt, his hand resting gently on Konohamaru's trembling shoulder. The boy was exhausted, his tears spent. Go with Udon and Moegi, Naruto said softly, nodding toward the two children waiting anxiously by the gate. I need a moment alone with the old man. But, Konohamaru hiccuped, wiping his nose. Don't worry Konohamaru, and you are making your friends worried. Konohamaru nodded weakly before trudging away into the rain. Naruto watched him go until he disappeared, leaving him truly alone in the silence. Naruto. The voice was aged and grave. Naruto didn't startle. He stood up slowly, turning to face the only other person left in the cemetery. Homura Mitokado stood there, his ceremonial robes heavy with rainwater. The elder looked tired, the lines on his face etched deeper by the tragedy, but his gaze was clear. Homura-sama, Naruto acknowledged, dipping his head in respect. Homura adjusted his glasses, peering at the young shinobi who now stood taller than most realized. A flicker of genuine sorrow passed through the elder's eyes before he regained his composure. Your actions during the invasion, Homura began, his voice low, intimate in the empty graveyard. They were exceptional. The village stands today in no small part because of you. Naruto didn't boast, he simply looked at the fresh earth of the grave. I only did what my father and Hiruzen-sama would have done. Indeed, Homura agreed, a heavy, weary sigh escaping him. However, with Hiruzen gone, the village is in a precarious position. We are vulnerable, and to be frank, we lack suitable candidates to fill the void. He stepped closer, the distance between counselor and genin vanishing. Hiruzen loved you, Naruto. And I must admit, I have grown fond of you as well. You remind me of your father. Not just in looks, but in spirit. Naruto met the elder's gaze, his expression humble yet dignified. It is still too early for me to be compared to him, Homura-sama. I have a long way to go. Homura nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. He seemed satisfied with the answer. Perhaps, the elder murmured. But perhaps not as long as you think. He lingered for a second, looking at the grave one last time. Rest well, Naruto. You as well, Homura-sama. With that, the elder turned, his robe sweeping through the puddles as he walked back toward the administrative building, leaving Naruto alone in the rain with the third's portrait. 2 days later, Ohaho, the bathhouses of Konoha truly are a goldmine for artistic inspiration. Jiraiya giggled, his eye pressed firmly against the lens of his telescope, his face flushed with a mixture of perversion and delight. You are pushing 50, Jiraiya. Have you absolutely no shame? The voice was sharp, withered, and cut through his fantasy like a kunai. Jiraiya didn't flinch, he calmly collapsed the telescope with a snap, tucking it into his vest as if he had merely been birdwatching. He turned around, flashing a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Old man Homura, Koharu-sensei, he greeted, acknowledging the two stern figures standing on the roof tiles behind him. To what do I owe the pleasure? Surely the counselors has better things to do than track down a humble novelist. Don't play the fool, Homura muttered, adjusting his glasses with a heavy sigh. It doesn't suit your age, and it certainly doesn't suit the gravity of the situation. The three stood in silence for a moment, the wind rustling the leaves of the village that was still rebuilding from the ashes. Why the long faces? Jiraiya asked, breaking the tension as he leaned back against the railing. I heard the treaty negotiations with Suna were a resounding success. They were, Koharu admitted, her expression softening just a fraction. The sand has officially pinned the entire invasion on Orochimaru's deception. And thanks to young Naruto securing the Cage's children as guests, our leverage in the talks was absolute. Then we should be celebrating, Jiraiya deflected, moving to walk past them. I'll buy you both a drink. Jiraiya. Homura's voice stopped him dead in his tracks. We met with the fire daimyo yesterday, the elder continued, his tone devoid of humor. The village cannot remain headless. We discussed the succession. Jiraiya's smile vanished. He turned back slowly, the gallant toad sage, mask slipping to reveal the tired war veteran beneath. Don't, he warned. It has already been decided, Koharu stated, stepping forward. We have nominated the 5th Hokage. She looked him dead in the eye. It is you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya let the silence hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. He looked at the stone faces of his predecessors carved into the mountain, then back at the two withered advisors who had watched him grow up. Sorry, he said finally, scratching the back of his head and dropping the theatrics completely. But I pass. Pass. Koharu stepped forward, her cane hitting the roof tile with a sharp clack of indignation. This is not a request you can simply decline, Jiraiya. This is a mandate from the fire daimyo himself. The village is on its knees. If one of the legendary Sannin will not step up, then who? There is no one else of your caliber. Caliber? Huh, Jiraiya chuckled darkly, leaning back against the railing. I'm a researcher, a wanderer. Putting that hat on me would be the worst mistake this village ever made. Then who? Homura demanded, his patience wearing thin. Who else can hold the village together? Jiraiya's smirk returned, but it was faint, knowing. He looked out toward the horizon, past the village gates. If it's a Sannin you want, and someone with the blood of the first in their veins. He turned back to them, his eyes gleaming. There is still one more. Konohamaru stood alone in the bustling street, his gaze fixed upward at the Hokage Tower. The red paint was chipping, and a section of the roof was still draped in tarp from the invasion, but to him, it looked taller than ever. Yo, Konohamaru. The boy didn't jump, he turned slowly, wiping a smudge of dirt from his cheek as he saw his idol approaching. Naruto Nichin, how are you holding up? Naruto asked, shoving his hands into his pockets. He kept his voice light, casual, carefully gauging the kid's emotional state. Konohamaru straightened his goggles, forcing a brave smile. I'm fine. Naruto raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. You sure about that? Yeah, Konohamaru insisted, clenching his small fists. Grandpa wouldn't want me moping around forever. There's rubble to clear and fences to fix. It's time to rebuild the village. Naruto's eyes widened, then softened into a look of genuine pride. The will of fire burned bright, even in the smallest of them. You're right, Naruto said, grinning. He reached under his headband and pulled out a crinkled, golden ticket. Then you're going to need fuel. Consider this a mission reward. Konohamaru took it, his eyes going round. An unlimited Ichiraku ramen coupon. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Tsuki gave it to me, but, well, if I use it, the old man might actually go bankrupt. You'd be doing me a favor by taking it off my hands. Whoa, thanks, Nichin, Konohamaru-kun. Hey, we need help with the shingles over here. Konohamaru turned to see Udon and Moegi waving frantically from a pile of lumber down the street. Right, I'm coming. He stuffed the ticket into his pocket and beamed at Naruto. See ya later, boss. Naruto watched him sprint off to join his team, his smile lingering. He's going to be alright. Better than alright. The moment of peace was shattered by a swirl of leaves. Naruto didn't flinch as an Anbu operative materialized directly in his path, kneeling with military precision. The porcelain mask of a cat stared up at him. Naruto-sama. The honorific hung in the air, heavy and unfamiliar. Naruto's smile vanished, replaced by the mask of the shinobi. The honorable elders require your presence immediately, the Anbu stated in a monotone voice. The elders. Naruto stopped before the heavy oak door at the end of the hallway. He didn't fidget, he didn't pace, he simply raised his hand and knocked, 3 precise, measured raps against the wood. Enter. The voice was dry and raspy. Naruto slid the door open silently. Inside, the room was dim, smelling of tea and incense. Homura and Koharu sat opposite each other at a low table, steam rising lazily from the porcelain teacups between them. They didn't look up as he entered. He stepped over the threshold, sliding the door shut behind him without a sound. In one fluid, practiced motion, he dropped to one knee, his head bowed and his fist pressed against the floor. You requested my presence, honorable elders. Yes, Naruto, Koharu began, placing her teacup down gently. Her gaze upon the young Senju. As you are undoubtedly aware, the invasion has exacted a heavy toll on our forces. We have lost good men. Too many good men. Naruto bowed his head, his expression tightening. I'm well aware, ma'am. Konoha cannot afford to appear vulnerable, Homura continued, his voice grave. Perception is as vital as our walls. If our neighbors believe our military structure has collapsed with Hiruzen, they will strike while the iron is hot. He leaned forward, his eyes locking with Naruto's, eyes that held a glimmer of the fourth Hokage's strength. To that end, we must bolster our leadership immediately. We need shinobi who can command respect and fear on the battlefield. We cannot wait for protocol or exams. Therefore, Koharu finished, a faint, proud smile touching her lips, under the emergency authority granted to this council, we have reached a decision regarding your status. She straightened her back, addressing him with the full weight of his lineage. Senju Naruto, in recognition of your lineage, your prowess in defending the village, and the maturity you have displayed, we are enacting a field promotion. Naruto froze. As of this moment, you are promoted to the rank of Jonin. The disciplined mask he wore slipped, replaced by genuine, unadulterated shock. His blue eyes widened, darting between the two elders to see if they were jesting. Excuse me, do you believe yourself unworthy? Homura asked, his voice softening as he watched the young Senju process the news. Naruto shook his head slowly, his gaze steady. No, Homura-sama, it isn't doubt. It's simply unexpected. I assumed I would have to become Chunin before becoming Jonin. War has a way of disregarding protocol, Homura replied, a nostalgic gleam entering his eyes. I have seen shinobi your age, some even younger, don the flak jacket. And truth be told, many were far less capable than you are now. He offered a rare, reassuring smile. You have the skill, and you certainly have the will of fire. You will be fine, Naruto. Naruto straightened, the shock fading into resolve. A confident grin tugged at the corner of his mouth as he bowed. Then I shall not disappoint you. Kumogakur. The heavy oak desk groaned under the weight of Ai's elbows. The fourth Raikage stared at the mountain of documents with more hatred than he held for any rogue ninja. These damn papers breed when I'm not looking, he growled, massaging his throbbing temples. I'm the Raikage, not a scribe. I need to hit something, not sign it. My muscles are going to atrophy at this rate. Boss. The lethargic drawl cut through his misery. I looked up, blinking the fatigue from his eyes. Darui was standing there, slouching slightly, holding a fresh edition of the International Bingo book. What is it, Darui? I snapped, though without real heat. I'm busy. You might want to make time for this, Darui said, flipping the book open with a lazy flick of his wrist. Page 34. Fresh from the Intelligence Division. I raised a skeptical eyebrow, snatching the book from his subordinate's hand. He scanned the page, and his boredom vanished instantly. Name: Senju Naruto. Affiliation: Konohagakure. Age: 13. Height: 170 centimeters, 5 feet 7 inches. Specialization: high-level wind release, space-time ninjutsu, Hiraishin no Jutsu. Threat level: S rank. Flee on sight. Ai's eyes widened, a genuine shock replacing his irritation. He reread the entry, focusing on the forbidden technique listed. So, I muttered, a feral grin slowly spreading across his face. Minato's brat has finally shown his teeth, has he? He slammed the book down on the desk, scattering the dreaded paperwork across the floor. And he's already mastered the flying Raijin at 13. Ha! The Raikage's laughter shook the windows. You were right, Darui. This is the best news I've had all month. Iwagakure. Onoki scoffed, tossing the bingo book onto the heavy stone table with a dismissive thud. The sound echoed in the silent office, punctuating his irritation. As if dealing with that brat Minato wasn't enough, he spat, his face twisting into a scowl as he glared at the open page. Now I have to worry about his son. He rubbed his lower back, the phantom pains of the Third War flaring up just at the sight of the yellow hair. However, Kuretsuchi didn't share his dread. Standing behind the Tsuchikage's high chair, she leaned forward, her eyes scanning the profile with distinct interest. She plucked the book from the table, ignoring her grandfather's glare to get a better look at the photograph. I don't know, Gigi, she drawled, a mischievous grin tugging at her lips. You might hate him, but I can't lie, he is really good looking. The rain fell gently over the tea house on the border of the fire country. Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, his shark-like teeth glinting in the dim light as he flipped through the latest bingo book page by page. Well, he chuckled, a low, rasping sound. It seems the Jinchuriku will cause us problems. He slid the book across the table. Itachi Uchiha didn't look down immediately. He took a slow sip of his tea, his Sharingan deactivated, his face a mask of indifference. Only then did his eyes drift to the open page. Name: Senju Naruto. Rank: S rank. Note: flee on sight. S rank at 13, Kisame mused, resting Samahata against his shoulder. That's even younger than you were when you made the book, Itachi-san. And, flee on sight. That's a warning was for the yellow flash. Itachi stared at the picture of the blonde boy, the son of the fourth, the boy who carried the legacy of the Senju. He has mastered the fourth's technique, Itachi said quietly, his voice devoid of emotion, though his mind was racing. He always been terrifying. This makes capturing him complicated, Kisame noted, his grin widening in anticipation of a fight. Itachi closed his eyes, standing up. We will proceed as planned, he stated, turning toward the exit. But we must be cautious. He is no longer just a child. Naruto let out a small sigh as he walked down the dim hallway of the interrogation division. He was still getting used to the weight of the standard green flak jacket, which sat snugly over his new black Jonin attire. He stopped in front of the heavy iron door at the end of the hall. "Leave us," Naruto ordered calmly. The Chunin guard straightened up, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of the young Jonin, before nodding quickly. "Yes, sir." The heavy bolt slid back with a loud clank, and the guard stepped aside, leaving Naruto alone at the door. Naruto pushed the door open and offered a small, tired smile. Temari was sitting on the narrow cot, her head resting against the rough stone wall. At the sound of the door, she snapped to attention, but her eyes widened in genuine surprise when they landed on him. "Naruto." "Hey, Temari," Naruto replied softly. He walked into the dim cell, his movements unhurried. He didn't stand over her like an interrogator, instead, he simply walked over and sat down on the cot beside her. The two sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the distant dripping of water. "I see you've been promoted," Temari said finally, her eyes tracing the fresh green flak jacket. "Congratulations." Naruto nodded briefly. "Promoted to Jonin." He ignored the way her jaw dropped in shock, cutting straight to what mattered. "How have you been? Have they treated you well?" Temari managed a weak smile, waving her hand dismissively. "They were nice. Way too nice, to be fair. I expected much worse." "I'm glad to hear that," Naruto replied softly. "What do you want, Naruto?" Temari asked, her voice guarding against hope. She was trying to reconcile the ruthless shinobi who had defeated them with the boy now sitting quietly in her cell. Naruto debated a tactical answer, something about the alliance, protocols, or her brother. But looking at her, the strategy melted away. He decided to trust his gut. "I came to see you." The unvarnished honesty of it hung in the heavy air. Temari's breath hitched, a faint, traitorous heat rising to her cheeks. The Suna Kunoichi, usually so sharp and biting, looked suddenly vulnerable. "Why?" she breathed. Naruto opened his mouth, but the words stuck. He didn't have an answer that made sense, not even to himself. "I'm just glad you're okay," he murmured instead, pushing himself to his feet. The intimacy was becoming too much. "Naruto, don't walk away, answer me." He froze at the door, her desperation cutting through his composure. Slowly, he turned his head, looking back over his shoulder. For a heartbeat, he found himself caught in her gaze, fierce, demanding, and startlingly green against the gray of the cell. She was waiting for a reason, for a confession, for something. He held her gaze, his expression softening just enough to break her heart, before he offered her the only thing he could. "You're being released today." And before the shocked Kunoichi could process the freedom he had just handed her, the door clicked shut, and he was gone. 3 days later. "Maybe you could handle one," Kisame grunted, his shark-like eyes narrowing. "But I'm not eager to test my luck against a legendary Sannin and Senju Naruto simultaneously." Itachi didn't look back. His voice was calm, detached, but he didn't deny the assessment. "You were right," Itachi replied dryly. "Even if we brought more reinforcements, the result would be the same. To face them head-on is death." He paused, watching the target separate from his protector. "However, even the strongest have a weakness. I still can't believe those withered old bats actually promoted you," Jiraiya grumbled, kicking a loose pebble down the dirt road with childish petulance. "And for what? To stick you on me like a glorified babysitter. I'm a legendary Sannin, not a toddler. If you had just accepted the hat, sensei," Naruto countered, his voice dry, "we wouldn't be wandering the countryside looking for a ghost. We'd be back in Konoha, and I'd be on a mission that doesn't involve listening to you complain about the elders." Jiraiya stopped, his playful demeanor vanishing for a split second. He looked at his student, really looked at him. "Is that it? Do you think Tsunade is unworthy?" Naruto frowned, but there was no malice in his voice, only a quiet hesitation. "It's not about worth, sensei. It's just, she's been gone a long time," Naruto said, choosing his words carefully. "Maybe I will get it when I see her." Jiraiya opened his mouth to defend his old teammate, to explain that the will of fire never truly fades, but the words died in his throat. They had reached the entrance of the inn. Leaning against the doorframe was a woman, raven-haired, curvaceous, and undeniably gorgeous. She locked eyes with the toad sage and offered a slow, sultry wink. The philosophical debate evaporated instantly. "Whoa, Naruto, catch." The room key sailed through the air. Naruto snatched it reflexively, his expression flat. "I've got vital research to conduct." Jiraiya stammered, his face flushed a deep, embarrassing shade of red as he straightened his robes. "Don't wait up, kid. You're on your own for dinner." Naruto watched as one of the legendary Sannin practically skipped away, the raven-haired beauty clinging to his arm. He stood there for a long moment in the dusty street, a massive sweat drop sliding down the back of his head. He sighed, gripping the key tight. Unbelievable. But as he turned toward the hotel entrance, a frown creased his brow. He paused, looking back one last time at the retreating figures. She winked at him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. At Jiraiya, without him even using a pickup line. That never happens. Tsunade stared at the pile of Ryo, her frown deepening with every chip the dealer pushed her way. She had won again. It looks like your luck has finally turned, Tsunade-sama. Shizune shrieked, hugging Tonton so tightly the pig squealed in protest. We can pay off the debt and still have enough for premium's sake. Tsunade didn't smile. The legendary sucker never won. Not like this. She had come here tonight out of desperation. Shizune had suggested the unthinkable earlier, swallowing her pride and asking Naruto for a loan. After all, he was her family. But Tsunade had refused. She couldn't face him. She couldn't look into eyes that were a carbon copy of Minato and ask for money. It was bad enough she had abandoned him to handle her own depression after Minato died, she wouldn't beg from him now. So she had gambled instead, hoping for a miracle. But this winning streak felt less like a blessing and more like a warning. Shizune, Tsunade said, her voice cutting through the celebration with a cold, monotone edge. Cash out. Pay the moneylenders. We're leaving. But Tsunade-sama, you're on a roll. Now. Tsunade stood up, abruptly, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. She turned toward the door, clutching her coat. The feeling in her gut was twisting, dark and heavy. I have a bad feeling. What do you mean you can't come back? The scream cracked, the voice of a 10-year-old boy straining under the weight of a rejection he couldn't comprehend. Naruto slammed his small hands onto the table, glaring at the woman who shared his blood. Tsunade closed her eyes, unable to look at the whiskers, unable to face the blue eyes that were a mirror image of Minato's. I can't, Naruto, she whispered, her voice trembling. Not there. Not with his face carved into that mountain, watching me every day. You don't understand what it's like. I don't understand. Naruto's chakra flared, hot and angry. I'm his son. He sacrificed me. He sealed the 9 tails inside his own flesh and blood. Tears pricked the corners of his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. Who understands better than me? Naruto, Jiraiya warned, his voice low and heavy. He reached out, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. That is enough. Naruto shrugged the hand off violently. He didn't look at his sensei. His gaze was fixed on his aunt. The anger drained out of him all at once, leaving only a hollow, aching sadness. Hiruzen-sama sent me here because he thought. Naruto's voice broke. He thought I could finally bring my family home. The silence in the tavern was deafening. Naruto turned on his heel, marching toward the door. He paused at the threshold, his hand gripping the frame until his knuckles turned white. He didn't look back. I don't want to see you again, Tsunade. The door slammed shut, leaving a ringing silence in his wake. He heard Shizune gasp, but he was already gone. He never saw the tears that finally spilled from the legendary Sannin's eyes. It's been 3 years since that day. Naruto sat cross-legged on the hotel bed, the memory of Tsunade's rejection still stinging as he exhaled slowly, trying to center his chakra. The meditation was supposed to clear his mind, but the image of her turning her back on him refused to fade. Knock, knock. The sound was soft, polite even, but it shattered his concentration instantly. Naruto's eyes snapped open, his pupils constricting as his sensory range flared outward instinctively. A cold, dark chakra signature washed over him, familiar, powerful, and terrifyingly malicious. He froze. What is he doing here? He didn't need to ask who was behind the wood. The chakra 2 figures were radiating was powerful enough. Naruto didn't panic. He moved with silence, his hands forming a cross seal in a blur of motion. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted, leaving a clone standing by the bed while the original vanished into the room's blind spot. The clone walked to the door, its face a mask of calm, and undid the latch. The door swung open. Standing in the hallway were 2 figures cloaked in black robes adorned with red clouds. One was massive, a shark-like giant with blue skin, towering over the frame. The other was smaller, human, but far more dangerous. Naruto's clone found itself staring directly into a pair of spinning, crimson eyes. It has been a long time, Itachi Uchiha said softly. Itachi. Flashback 8 years old Naruto. The door to the apartment creaked open, and the third Hokage stepped inside, flanked by 2 Anbu operatives. The scent of iron and savory broth hung heavy in the air. Naruto didn't even get up. He just stared mournfully at his ruined ramen, then stared at the unexpected guests. Sorry about the mess. Do I have to write a report for this, Hiruzen-sama? Naruto muttered, sounding more annoyed by the paperwork than the assassination attempt. I was planning to eat, then sleep. Now I have to clean the floor. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't answer immediately. He surveyed the carnage. 3 dead Iwa Jonin, dropped in seconds with surgical precision. One of the Anbu, a slender figure in a weasel mask, knelt beside the leader's corpse. He pulled the wooden utensil from the man's neck with a sickening wet sound. Hokage-sama, the Anbu's voice was monotone, but there was a tremor of disbelief beneath it. Cause of death, a single puncture wound to the trachea. The weapon is a chopstick. Naruto rested his cheek on his palm, bored. It's not just a chopstick. I coated it in wind chakra to increase the piercing frequency. It goes through cartilage immediately. The Anbu froze. Hiruzen sighed, puffing on his pipe to mask the smell of blood. He walked over to the bodies, inspecting the forehead protectors. Each one had a fresh, horizontal scratch through the rock symbol. I never thought Onoki would be so bold as to send a hit squad into the heart of Konoha, Hiruzen rumbled quietly. But the headbands are slashed. Missing Nin. We can't hold the stone accountable without proof. Naruto scoffed. Or they were ordered to slash them 5 minutes ago to give you political deniability. Hiruzen looked at the 8-year-old boy, a small smile tugging at his lips. Sharp as always, Naruto. But I am not planning to start the 4th Great Ninja War over a failed assassination. We will simply increase security. From the shadows, Itachi Uchiha watched the exchange, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his temple behind his porcelain mask. This boy, he is the same age as Sasuke, Itachi thought, his Sharingan whirling behind his mask as he analyzed the lingering chakra in the room. He didn't just survive an ambush by 3 Jonin, he dismantled them with a utensil. And now, he is discussing international politics with Sandaime. Itachi looked at the small, bored blonde. The vessel of the 9 tails is terrifying. Itachi, Hiruzen ordered, breaking Itachi's trance. Get rid of the bodies. Clean this mess. The Hokage turned to the door, pausing to look back at the blonde child. In Naruto, forget everything that happened today. Naruto stood up, picking up his ruined bowl of ramen to dump it in the sink. Already did. Flashback ended. It seems you have a habit of visiting me in messy situations, Naruto remarked coolly, his blue eyes locking onto the Sharingan without a hint of fear. It was a pointed reference to a bloody night years ago, one only they remembered. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the massive figure towering beside the Uchiha. And you, Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. Naruto tilted his head, analyzing the dense, heavy pressure washing over the room. Impressive. You actually have almost as much chakra as I do. Kisame's grin widened, his shark-like teeth glinting in the dim light. On his back, the massive bandaged sword squirmed and pulsed, sensing the delicious power in the air. Hey, you're a cocky little brat, aren't you? Kisame chuckled, his hand reaching for the hilt. Samahata is getting excited. Itachi's voice cut through the rising tension, calm and absolute. Naruto, you are coming with us. Naruto's expression didn't change, he simply shook his head, a small, dangerous smile touching his lips. No, Itachi, I'm not. The moment the words left his lips, the blonde figure didn't vanish into smoke. Instead, his skin began to glow with a violent, unstable light. Itachi's eyes widened as his Sharingan caught the sudden spike in chakra, igniting from the inside out. Kisame, get back, boom, the Naruto detonated with the force of a high-grade explosive tag, blasting the hotel room door off its hinges and engulfing the Akatsuki duo in a searing fireball. The dust and debris settled slowly in the ruined hallway. If they hadn't moved in that final split second, they would have been ash. Itachi panted slightly, his breathing controlled but heavy. The left side of his Akatsuki cloak was singed away, revealing the mesh armor beneath, smoke still rising from the charred fabric. Beside him, Kisame grimaced as Samahata writhed against his shoulder, the sword shaving off his burnt skin and pumping chakra into him to regenerate the damage. Explosive shadow clone, Itachi muttered, his Sharingan spinning as he analyzed the sheer destructive force of the trap. Looks like the bingo book was not exaggerating. This is going to be more annoying than we thought, Kisame groaned, rolling his shoulder as the new skin knit together. He bites hard. Looks like the clone didn't do the job. The voice cut through the smoke like a knife. Both rogue shinobi snapped their heads toward the end of the hall. Naruto was leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, looking completely unbothered by the devastation he had just caused. You should probably give up, Naruto said, his blue eyes cold and calculating. I can teleport across countries in the blink of an eye. You two have no chance to catch me. The confident smirk vanished from Naruto's face in an instant. His sensory field caught a chaotic, hateful spike of energy he knew all too well. His head snapped toward the hallway entrance. What is he doing here? Kisame, however, was still focused entirely on the blonde. He grinned, the thrill of battle singing in his veins. The massive sword on his back pulsed, hungry for the dense, potent chakra radiating from the boy who had just blown them up. For the first time in years, the monster of the mist felt a flicker of genuine intimidation, which meant this would finally be a worthy fight. But Itachi didn't share his partner's battle lust. He turned slowly toward the newcomer, his voice soft but carrying clearly through the smoke. It has been a long time. Sasuke. At the end of the hall, a figure stood frozen, trembling with rage. Uchiha, Itachi. Naruto gritted his teeth. He knew his teammate was reckless, but this was suicide. The curse mark was already unstable. Throwing Itachi into the mix was like tossing a match into a powder keg. Sasuke, calm down, Naruto barked, stepping off the wall. You can't beat him yet. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke didn't look at his teammate. His eyes were locked on his brother, the Sharingan spinning wildly, bleeding red into his vision. Stay out of this. This is my fight. Whoa, Kisame muttered, finally glancing at the boy interrupting his fun. He's got your eyes. And he looks just like you, Itachi-san. Who is this kid? He is my little brother, Itachi replied. His voice was flat, devoid of warmth, devoid of anything resembling brotherly love. That indifference, that absolute lack of emotion, snapped the last thread of Sasuke's sanity. The screeching of 1,000 birds erupted in the narrow hallway. Blue lightning coated Sasuke's hand, illuminating the madness on his face. Itachi, I will kill you. He lunged, a blur of hatred and lightning, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He thrust the Chidori forward, aiming directly for Itachi's heart. Smack. Naruto frowned, his body tensing as he watched the inevitable happen. Itachi hadn't even moved his feet. He had simply raised one hand, catching Sasuke's wrist mid-strike. The Chidori sputtered against the older Uchiha's grip, the lightning reflecting harmlessly in Itachi's cold, indifferent eyes. Deciding he had seen enough, Naruto vanished in a blur of speed. He reappeared instantly in the air between the Uchiha brothers, his leg whipping out in a punishing roundhouse kick aimed squarely at Itachi's head, intending to force him to release Sasuke. Clang. Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't hit Itachi. Kisame had intercepted the blow with terrifying precision, Samahata absorbing the impact with a dull thud. The shark man grinned, his face inches from Naruto's boot. Not so fast. Using the flat of the blade as a springboard, Naruto backflipped away, creating distance, but Kisame was relentless. The massive swordsman was on him instantly, closing the gap faster than a man his size should be able to move. Meanwhile, Itachi hadn't moved a muscle. He continued to hold Sasuke's wrist in a vice grip, his eyes tracking Naruto's skirmish with mild interest while completely ignoring the struggling boy in his hand. You, Sasuke choked out, humiliated by the dismissal. Don't ignore M. You are annoying, Itachi stated flatly. Crack. Og. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the hallway, followed immediately by Sasuke's blood-curdling scream as his wrist was crushed like a twig. Naruto's head snapped toward the sound of his teammate's agony. That split second of distraction was all Kisame needed. Don't look away. The massive shark-skinned sword came crashing down, aiming to cleave the blonde in two. Naruto's hand flew to his pouch, his fingers barely grazing the cold steel of a kunai. Boom. He didn't need to draw it. Naruto let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, his shoulders sagging in relief. Clang. The massive blade of Samahata shuddered to a halt, blocked not by a kunai, but by the broad, warty back of a summoned toad that had materialized from thin air. The toad sage had arrived. Jiraiya stood, striking a dramatic pose. But the image was somewhat undercut by the fact that the raven-haired beauty from the tavern was currently draped over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, unconscious. He glared down at the Akatsuki duo, his expression a mix of legendary intimidation and wounded pride. You boys really didn't do your homework, did you? Jiraiya boomed, shifting the woman's weight. I'm not the type of man who gets seduced by women. I am the type of man that women swoon over. Hey, as expected of Jiraiya the Sannin, Kisame grinned, hoisting Samahata back onto his shoulder. I figured a simple distraction wouldn't be enough to keep you occupied for long, even if your weakness for women is legendary. Naruto slapped a hand over his face, his ears turning pink. I can't believe that is common knowledge among S-rank criminals. Jiraiya ignored the jab. He moved with surprising gentleness for a man of his size, leaning the unconscious woman against the corridor wall before straightening up. The playful atmosphere vanished instantly, replaced by a suffocating pressure. You used the Sharingan on an innocent woman just to separate me from him. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, shifting from the woman to the boy standing behind him. So, the Akatsuki's target is the 9 tails inside Naruto. Itachi didn't deny it, his voice remained dangerously calm. No wonder Kakashi-san knew so much about our organization, you were his source. He turned his gaze to the blonde Jinchuriki. You are correct, Naruto is our priority. Naruto frowned at the confirmation, but the expression quickly shifted into a confident, dangerous smirk. He stepped up beside the towering Sannin, his chakra flaring in sync with his teacher's. Well, that's too bad for you, Naruto declared. Now you have to deal with both of us. It's been a while since we fought side by side, sensei. Jiraiya grinned, cracking his knuckles as the air in the hallway grew heavy and damp. You said it, Naruto. We're taking you both down. Right here, right now. Stay out of this. The voice was weak, ragged with pain, but it cut through the standoff like a blade. To everyone's shock, Sasuke forced himself to his feet, cradling his shattered wrist against his chest. His legs trembled, but his eyes burned with a maniacal fire. This is my fight. Naruto's frown deepened into a scowl. Every instinct screamed at him to intervene, to save his teammate from himself. But he saw the look in the Uchiha's eyes, a desperate, possessive need for vengeance. Slowly, reluctantly, Naruto lowered his guard. He would watch. For now, Itachi looked down at his younger brother with the indifference of a god looking at an insect. I told you, Itachi said, his voice void of any emotion. You do not interest me. We will see about tea. Sasuke's war cry was silenced instantly. Wham! Itachi moved faster than the eye could follow, driving his knee deep into Sasuke's solar plexus. The air left Sasuke's lungs in a strangled gasp, his body folding over the impact. Sasuke hit the floor with a wet thud, retching bile and blood onto the wooden planks. The blow had been precise, devastating, and delivered with zero hesitation. Ruthless as always, Itachi-san, Kisame chuckled darkly, leaning on his sword. Even to your own blood. Naruto watched, his knuckles white as he gripped his own arms to stop himself from interfering. He had promised himself, but this was hard to watch. I am not done. Sasuke's voice was a broken rasp. Trembling violently, he forced his limbs to move, scraping his nails against the floor as he tried to push himself up. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, fixed on the man who had ruined his life. Stand down, Sasuke, Itachi said coldly. You are an eyesore, shut up and die. Sasuke lunged, a desperate, sloppy haymaker aimed at Itachi's face. Itachi didn't even blink, he caught the fist effortlessly, twisting the broken wrist further before delivering a savage backhand that sent Sasuke crashing into the opposite wall. The impact cracked the plaster, and Sasuke slumped down, gasping for air. Naruto took a step forward, his chakra flaring. That's enough. Itachi ignored him, he walked over to his brother, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground with one hand. Sasuke clawed at the grip, his legs kicking uselessly in the air. Why are you weak? Itachi whispered, leaning close so only Sasuke, and the silenced room, could hear. Because you lack hatred. Sasuke's eyes widened in terror as he looked into Itachi's gaze. The spinning tomo of the Sharingan morphed, bleeding into a kaleidoscope design he had seen years ago. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's scream wasn't physical, it was a horrific, soul-shredding shriek that echoed only in his mind before his eyes rolled back into his head. His body went limp in Itachi's grasp. Naruto's patience snapped, chakra boiled beneath his skin, ready to tear the hallway apart to get to Itachi. But before he could launch himself forward, he froze. He glanced sideways to see Jiraiya's hands blurring through a sequence of seals he recognized instantly. Jiraiya slammed his palms onto the floorboards. Summoning. Toad mouth bind. The world tilted. The wooden planks beneath their feet didn't just break, they softened, turning a sickly shade of pink and red. The walls groaned and pulsed, wood grain dissolving into wet, glistening muscle. The ceiling dripped with thick, acidic saliva, and the air suddenly smelled of iron and raw meat. In the blink of an eye, the hotel corridor had vanished. They were no longer inside a building, they were inside the crushing, suffocating stomach of a living toad. Welcome to the esophagus of the great toad from Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya bellowed, his voice echoing. Off the wet, pulsing walls. This stomach can digest anything, even rock and steel. You two are finished. The fleshy walls surged forward, hungry and wet, threatening to consume the Akatsuki pair whole. Even Sasuke, unconscious, was beginning to sink into the soft, sticky tissue. Impressive as always, Sensei, Naruto muttered, a strange sense of nostalgia washing over him despite the grim circumstances. It was terrifying, gross, and incredibly effective. But just as the meat began to close around Akatsuki members, a horrific explosion blasted through the chamber. Noticing how Jiraiya sprinted toward the source, he followed him. I can't believe it, Naruto whispered, staring at the gaping hole burned straight through the invincible stomach wall. The edges were licked by ominous, pitch-black flames that refused to go out. They broke through. No wonder they're S-rank. Jiraiya wasn't just shocked, he was disturbed. He stared at the black flames devouring the meat of his summon. This toad breathes fire, its stomach is fireproof, Jiraiya muttered, his brow furrowed in deep concern. To burn through it, what kind of jutsu is this? He didn't waste time. Whipping out a blank scroll and a brush, he slammed his hand down. Seal. The black flames swirled violently before being sucked into the paper, leaving only charred wood behind. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya dispelled the summon, and the fleshy walls vanished, returning them to the ruined hotel hallway. Sasuke, no longer supported by the stomach lining, slumped forward, dead weight. In a blur of motion, Naruto was there, catching his unconscious teammate before he hit the floor. He looked down at the younger Uchiha's pained expression, his own face hardening. Damn it, he really messed you up, Naruto whispered, his voice tight with frustration as he looked down at his teammate. Sasuke was limp in his arms, his face pale and twisted in lingering pain, completely unconscious. Jiraiya sighed, rolling up the ceiling scroll. He turned to his student, his expression serious. All right, Naruto, we can't stay here, we need to. Thwack. A kunai slammed into the wall inches from Jiraiya's nose, cutting him off mid-sentence. Wah! Before the Sannin could even blink, a jade blur exploded from the end of the hallway, defying all laws of physics. Dynamic entry. Why did we have to retreat? Kisame asked, glancing back at the shrinking silhouette of the town. With your visual prowess, surely we could have taken them. Itachi didn't look back, his breathing was shallow, his hand trembling slightly beneath his cloak. Fighting those two together is suicidal, Itachi replied, his voice raspy. It isn't just about power, Kisame. Jiraiya didn't just teach Naruto jutsu, he raised him. Their coordination is instinctual. He paused, clutching his chest as a sharp pain flared behind his eye. Besides, I need to rest. 1 week later, I even ran into your precious nephew back in Konoha, Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with mockery as a long, pale tongue darted out to lick his lips. As talented as ever, truly, he is his father's son. Tsunade's eyes widened, her blood running cold. What were you doing in Konoha? Oh, nothing much. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, the sound vibrating in his chest. Just a little visit to destroy the village, and kill Sarutobi-sensei. The color drained from Shizune's face. Sandaime-sama is dead, she whispered, clutching Taunton to her chest. Tsunade felt the world tilt. First, she had stumbled upon Naruto's name in the bingo book, labeled as an S-rank threat, of all things, and now, she was standing face to face with the snake bastard who looked half dead, boasting about murdering their teacher. You bastard. Tsunade's voice was a low growl, shaking with suppressed rage. You actually killed the old man. Orochimaru smirked, slowly raising his limp, purpled arms. Yes, though, as you can see, it was not without a price. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her medical instincts kicking in despite her anger. The tissue was necrotic, the chakra flow completely severed. That isn't a normal injury. What did he do to you? Now, Tsunade, why get bogged down in the details? Orochimaru deflected smoothly. I'm sure you've already deduced why I am here. Kabuto stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, his tone clipped and professional. Tsunade-sama, we have exhausted all other options. You are the only one capable of healing Orochimaru-sama's arms. Something inside Tsunade snapped. You too. She pulled her fist back and slammed it into the stone wall beside her. Crack boom. The entire structure exploded into dust, sending debris flying across the street. Kabuto stumbled back, his eyes widening in genuine fear. That strength, if she hits us, we're dead. Are mocking me? Tsunade roared, her chakra flaring visibly. I am in no mood for your games, Orochimaru. I will count to 3, and if you are still in my sight, I will crush you. Orochimaru didn't flinch. I have a proposition for you. 1. So you won't even hear me out. 2. Tsunade raised her fist, ready to strike. I can bring them back, Orochimaru said quickly, his golden eyes locking onto hers. I will revive your 2 most precious people. Your dear lover, Kato Dan, and... Tsunade froze. Her fist halted in midair. The rage in her eyes was replaced by a sudden, agonizing vulnerability. Orochimaru smiled, sensing the hook had landed. Your little brother, Yondaime Hokage. We are jumping into the past 13 years old Minato. I stood there, watching the same little brother whose diapers I used to change slaughter 20 trained shinobi in the span of a single breath. He didn't just defeat them, he erased them. Standing in the silence of the aftermath, I couldn't help but wonder, maybe the stories aren't just stories. Maybe the yellow flash really is invincible. Senju Tsunade. This is more complicated than I anticipated, the 13-year-old blonde murmured, his blue eyes darting across the complex formulas of the ancient parchment. Tsunade watched him from across the dinner table, her chin resting in her hand. She had always believed her teammate, Orochimaru, was the absolute peak of genius, a prodigy that appeared once in a generation. But then her little brother started reading. Minato didn't just learn, he absorbed. He made her realize that human intelligence didn't have a ceiling, it was an infinite sky. Seriously, Minato, you're barely 13, Tsunade sighed, blowing on a spoonful of hot stew. That scroll contains Granduncle Tobirama's most dangerous space-time theory. You can't just learn it over dinner. Minato didn't look up, he simply raised a single, amused eyebrow while his finger traced a seal array. Anue, who said I intend to master it today? Oh, Tsunade blinked, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. She quickly shoved a spoonful of stew into her mouth to hide her face, unable to believe that a preteen could make her feel so slow with just one sentence. Deciding it was time to reclaim her dignity, Tsunade leaned across the table, a predatory smirk curving her lips. She watched the gears in his head turn, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. So, she drawled, resting her chin on her palm. How is Kushina these days? The effect was instantaneous. The cool, analytical prodigy vanished. Minato froze, his quill slipping from his fingers as a furious blush exploded across his cheeks, turning them the same shade as a certain Uzumaki's hair. She is fine, Minato stammered, suddenly finding the grain of the wooden table incredibly interesting. He coughed awkwardly into his fist, trying to regain his composure. She usually asks about you, actually. Tsunade threw her head back, her laughter booming through the small kitchen. Ha, you really are Grandpa Hashirama's grandson. You both have a weakness for feisty redheads. Minato groaned, burying his face in his hands. Anue, please, a shinobi is one who endures. We must achieve, focus, and push forward until the bitter end. But a ninja cannot stand alone, we must function as a single entity. We must unify our personal dreams with the village's goals. That is the ultimate sacrifice, and that is the only way I believe the will of fire will stay alive. Grandfather really did have a way with words. Minato sat at his desk, still wearing his standard-issue Chunin flak jacket, tracing the faded ink of Hashirama's diary with a gentle smile. The wisdom of the first Hokage always seemed to settle his mind before a long mission. His musings were cut short by the sound of the front door clicking open. Minato, I'm home, come out here for a second. Blinking, he carefully closed the leather-bound book. He stepped out of his study and into the hallway, only to pause in surprise. Standing next to his sister was a man he hadn't met before, tall, with kind eyes and distinct, pale blue hair. Welcome home, Anue, Minato said, his blue eyes flicking between the two. We have a guest, I assume. Tsunade nodded, a rare, faint blush coloring her cheeks. She shifted her weight nervously. Minato, this is Dan. We are seeing each other. Oh, Minato's eyebrows shot up, a knowing look crossing his face. The connection was immediate. He stepped forward, offering a hand with practiced politeness. I see, I'm Minato. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dan-san. I've heard a lot about you, Minato-kun, Dan said warmly, taking the hand with a firm grip. Minato tilted his head, a teasing glint in his eye. From my sister, I assume. Minato, Tsunade warned, her face flushing darker. Dan chuckled, a rich, warm sound that filled the entryway. Well, yes, from her. But even without her stories, everyone in the village knows about the first Hokage's prodigious grandson. Minato waved away the praise with a practiced, humble gesture. You flatter me, Dan-san, but I am merely a chunin. He glanced at the clock on the wall, his expression shifting to one of professional urgency. I apologize, but I have a mission briefing in 10 minutes. He offered a crisp, respectful bow, perfectly angled, before stepping past them. An-ue, Dan-san. The door clicked shut behind him a second later, leaving a sudden silence in the entryway. Dan stared at the wood, blinking. He is, quite formal, isn't he? There was genuine respect in his voice. Tsunade rolled her eyes, heading toward the kitchen. Don't let his smile fool you, she grumbled, though her tone was affectionate. Sometimes I think he's actually Lord Second's grandson. He's way too stiff. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh, snapping her book shut with a little more force than necessary. It had been 2 full days. 2 days since she had introduced Dan to her brother. And yet, Minato hadn't brought it up once. Not a single question, not a teasing remark, not even a protective glance. When he returned from his mission yesterday, he had simply eaten dinner and retreated to his room as if the meeting had never happened. It bothered her, immensely. She had expected something: curiosity, jealousy, concern. But this, absolute indifference. It was maddening. Standing up, she marched down the hallway toward the study. He practically lived in there these days. She rapped her knuckles against the wood. Come in. The voice was gentle, distracted. She pushed the door open to find Minato buried behind a fortress of scrolls and open books, the smell of ink heavy in the air. He didn't look up from his writing. Oh, An-ue. I thought you were Taji. I asked for tea. Sorry to be a disappointment, Tsunade muttered, crossing her arms. Minato paused, his quill hovering over the parchment. He frowned, looking up with genuine confusion. That is not what I meant. Tsunade sighed, the fight draining out of her as she slumped into the chair opposite his desk. I know, Minato, it bothers me. You never ask about what I'm doing. Minato gave her an incredulous look. What are you talking about? I always ask. Just yesterday, we discussed the chakra flow of your medical ninjutsu for an hour. Tsunade scowled, slamming a hand on the desk. I meant my personal life, you idiot. Not my jutsu. Oh, Minato blinked, genuinely perplexed. He set his quill down, looking at her with those sharp, analytical blue eyes that were currently missing the point entirely. What exactly should I be asking about? Tsunade threw her hands up, exasperated. Maybe about the man I'm seeing. The man who might become your brother-in-law one day. Minato's face lit up with a bright, innocent smile. Oh, you are already thinking of marriage. That was fast. Congratulations, An-ue. Tsunade stared at him, her mouth agape. Her brow twitched. You socially inept brat. That is not the point. You don't even know him yet. Well, Minato leaned back, clasping his hands behind his head, looking relaxed for the first time that evening. So, what is he like then? Tsunade puffed out her chest, pride swelling in her voice. He has the same dream as you, Minato. He wants to become Hokage to protect the village. Minato paused. The smile didn't drop, but it became polite. Fixed. Is that so? He murmured. That is, ambitious. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She knew that tone. It was the tone he used when he found a fundamental flaw in a complex ceiling array, but was trying to be polite about it. You have something to say, she accused, leaning over the desk. Spit it out. Actually, An-ue. Minato hesitated, tapping his chin thoughtfully. He doesn't seem like much. Seeing her expression darken instantly, he quickly raised a hand. Strictly speaking, as a shinobi, of course. Tsunade slammed her hands on the desk, towering over him. You have no right to say that. You met him for 10 seconds. Dan is a highly respected elite jonin. Minato didn't flinch. He just picked up his quill again, dipping it into the inkwell with a shrug. If you say so, An Yue. If you say so. He is. Minato didn't stop working. His brush moved with fluid precision, tracing a complex Uzumaki seal he had recently picked up from Kushina. Think about it logically, An Yue. This village currently houses monsters like Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru-san, and the White Fang. Especially Tsukumo-san. And then, of course, there is you. He blew gently on the wet ink before looking up, offering a small, apologetic smile. Look, I am not disregarding the man. I am sure he is capable. I really am happy for you. Tsunade grit her teeth. Deep down, she knew he was right. Logically, statistically, Dan didn't compare to the monsters of their era like the White Fang. But hearing it so dismissively from her baby brother was infuriating. You might be a generational prodigy, Minato, she snapped, leaning over the desk. But you are a terrible liar. Minato let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. This conversation was going in circles, and he was losing patience. I am not lying, An Yue. And frankly, I do not have time for this tonight. I have an S-rank mission at dawn with Jiraiya-sensei. I need to rest. That was the spark that lit the fuse. You can spend weeks in a trench with that pervert. Tsunade's voice rose, trembling with sudden, irrational hurt. But you can't spare a single hour to talk to your own sister. Minato looked up, genuinely baffled. He is my sensei. Tsunade didn't argue. She stood up abruptly, the chair screeching against the floorboards. She walked to the door, pausing with her hand on the frame, her back turned to him. I know the truth, Minato, she whispered, the words cutting through the quiet room. You wish he was your family, not me. She didn't wait for an answer. She stepped out and slammed the door shut. Minato sat there in the sudden silence, his quill frozen in midair, his genius brain completely failing to process what had just happened. What? 1 month later. Minato. Hirazen's voice was heavy, laden with a grief that seemed to age the room instantly. He set his pipe down on the desk, the smoke curling lazily into the stagnant air. He didn't look up at the young prodigy standing before him. I have bad news. It concerns Tsunade. Minato froze. The mission report he had been about to hand over crumpled in his grip. He had just returned from the border, still wearing the dust and grime of an S-rank assignment, eager to see his sister and apologize for their fight. His heart hammered against his ribs, a cold knot of dread tightening in his stomach. What happened to An Yue? Minato asked, his voice cracking, a rare crack in his perfect composure. Is she hurt? She is physically unharmed, Hiruzen interjected softly. He finally looked up, his eyes filled with pity. But, Dan Kato, the third Hokage paused, letting the silence hang for a terrible second. He died in battle, 2 days ago. He felt like a scumbag. The moment the third Hokage had spoken the name, Dan, not Tsunade, the crushing weight on his chest had vanished. He had been relieved, viscerally, selfishly relieved that his sister was alive. And for that fleeting moment of gratitude, he hated himself. The cemetery was steeped in a heavy, suffocating silence. He found her kneeling before a fresh mound of earth, her posture broken, shrinking into herself. Tsunade wasn't just mourning a man, she was mourning a future that had been stolen. She had already named their children in her heart. She had seen him in the Hokage's robes. She had imagined them growing gray together. But that future had bled out in her arms, staining her hands with a failure she could never wash away. She was the greatest medic in the world, and she hadn't been enough. An Yue. The touch on her shoulder was light, tentative. Tsunade stiffened, then turned slowly. Her face was a ruin of exhaustion and dried tears, her eyes hollow. She looked up to find her brother standing over her, his usual sharp, analytical gaze softened by infinite sadness. Sandame told me everything, Minato whispered, his voice thick with regret as he knelt beside her. I am so sorry, Minato. Her voice was a jagged whisper, barely audible over the wind rustling the trees. She looked at her hands, as if she could still see the red staining them. I couldn't stop it, he died right in my arms. He died looking at me. Minato didn't offer empty platitudes about fate. He didn't tell her it would get better. He simply pulled her into his chest. He wrapped his arms around her trembling frame, burying her face against the rough canvas of his flak jacket. You did everything, An Yue, he whispered into her hair, his voice fierce and steady. You are the greatest medic this village has ever seen. If you couldn't save him, then no one could. Tsunade crumbled. The dam broke, and she buried her face in her little brother's shoulder, her grief renewing with a fresh, agonizing wail. 5 years later, it really is a lovely home, Tsunade remarked, her golden eyes wandering the space with a mixture of critical assessment and genuine warmth. Cozy. Her gaze snagged on a small table in the corner. Ah, she's here, too. She stopped before the silver-framed portrait, her expression softening instantly into something fragile. She studied the image of Mito Uzumaki for a long, quiet moment before turning to the young redhead shifting nervously behind her. You Uzumaki women really are striking, Tsunade murmured, a sad, nostalgic smile touching her lips. You look just like grandmother did in her youth. The same fire. Kushina's face erupted into a shade of crimson that put her hair to shame. She rubbed the back of her neck, laughing nervously. Oh, please, we all pale in comparison to you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade groaned, rolling her eyes theatrically. And please, stop calling me that. It feels incredibly weird coming from my little brother's fiancé. Kushina's blush somehow deepened, spreading to her ears. Sorry, I guess it's just a habit. Tsunade sighed, a warm, genuine smile breaking through her tough exterior. She reached out, poking the flustered girl gently on the forehead. Your family now, Kushina. Drop the formalities. Just call me sister. Kushina blinked, her violet eyes widening in genuine surprise. The tension in her shoulders melted away, replaced by a radiant, ear-to-ear grin that scrunched up her nose. All right then, she chirped, bouncing slightly on her heels with her trademark energy. Nei-sama, this war, it's becoming more of a nuisance than a battle, Tsunade grumbled, tearing off a piece of stale, dried bread with her teeth. She sat huddled near the small fire, the flickering light casting long, weary shadows against the damp cave walls. I'm sick of this dust. Jiraiya nodded, poking the dying embers with a stick. That fence-sitter geezer is as stubborn as a mule. He just won't give an inch. Well, there is no need to worry, Orochimaru interjected smoothly. He sat apart from them, cleaning a kunai with slow, deliberate strokes. His voice was monotone, but it dipped into something colder, sharper, as he continued. After all, we have the yellow flash on our side. Jiraiya's chest puffed out, a grin splitting his face. Hey, damn right we do. But still, he added, his expression sobering slightly. We can't just throw the entire weight of the war on Minato's shoulders. Tsunade didn't respond immediately. She chewed slowly, her golden eyes drifting over to the pale snake Sanin. She knew that tone. It wasn't praise, it was venom wrapped in silk. Orochimaru, she thought, her grip tightening on the hard bread until it crumbled. You envious prick. 1 year later. So, Tsunade began, resting a hand on her hip as she looked down at the trio. Her golden eyes swept over them with a critical but amused smile. This is your team, Minato. Tsunade-sama. The brunette girl practically vibrated with excitement. Eyes sparkling like she was looking at a deity, she snapped into a bow so deep her forehead nearly touched her knees. I am Nohara Rin. It is an absolute honor to meet you. At ease, kid, Tsunade chuckled, reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair with rough affection. At least one of you has manners. Next was the silver-haired boy. He stood rigid, his hands in his pockets. Greetings, he said simply. His voice was flat, professional, and muffled behind his mask. He gave a curt, precise nod. Tsunade's smile faltered for a split second. The resemblance was undeniable. Tsukumo's boy. A pang of pity shot through her chest, though she masked it instantly. Poor kid. Then, the boy in the orange goggles spoke up, scratching his head while looking completely lost. Who are you? Oh Obito. Rin gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in sheer mortification. How can you be so rude? Kakashi didn't even look up. He just let out a long, suffering sigh, as if the weight of his teammate's stupidity was physically painful. Unbelievable. Minato laughed, a bright, nervous sound, as a throbbing vein vividly appeared on Tsunade's forehead. Her smile tight and dangerous. Obito, Minato interjected quickly, resting a calming hand on the boy's shoulder and beaming with unhidden pride. This is Tsunade, my elder sister. Obito's eyes nearly popped out of his goggles as he pointed a shaking finger at the busty woman. Sensei's big sister. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking down at the Uchiha brat with a smirk. Clearly, someone spent all their time at the academy sleeping instead of attending lectures. What did you say? I ran into Minato's squad today. Good kids, Tsunade muttered, swirling the clear liquid in her saucer before knocking it back in one burning gulp. She slammed the cup down, her expression darkening. But Tsukumo's boy, he looks like a walking ghost. Jiraiya nodded slowly, staring into his own cup. The usual joviality was gone from his face. I saw them too. Can you blame the kid? To think that the legend of the White Fang, a man we all looked up to, ended like that, in disgrace, by his own hand. It's a hell of a shadow to live under. Tsunade stared at him for a long moment, the alcohol buzzing pleasantly in her head but failing to numb the sudden chill in her heart. You always preach that a shinobi's life isn't measured by how they live, but by how they die. She poured herself another drink, her voice quiet. Looking at that boy, I'm starting to think you might be right. Yeah, 2 years later 21-year-old Minato. I heard about Rin from Shizune. I still can't believe it. Tsunade's voice was swallowed by the wind as she addressed the solitary figure standing atop their grandfather's stone face. Minato didn't turn, he kept his back to her, staring down at the village. She didn't just die, Anui, Minato said, his voice terrifyingly hollow. She committed suicide, by jumping onto Kakashi's Chidori. He looked up at the moon, his shoulders sagging under an invisible weight. She made him kill her to protect the village. I am starting to doubt if Kakashi will ever come back from that. I don't know if he can stay sane. I'm so sorry, Minato. Tsunade whispered, reaching out a hand she knew couldn't comfort him. I'm going home, he interrupted softly, finally turning his head just enough for her to see the exhaustion in his blue eyes. Kushina is waiting for me. 1 month later, my brother, is the Hokage. Tsunade's voice boomed through the crowded tavern, drowning out the music. She swayed dangerously on her feet, cheeks flushed a bright crimson, brandishing a massive bottle of sake like a war trophy. With a drunken, joyous laugh, she yanked Minato down into a crushing headlock, nearly knocking the stiff white hat off his head. To the yellow flash, to our Lord Fourth, a scar-faced Jonin raised his tankard high from the back of the room, and the tavern exploded. Every shinobi present roared in approval, clinking glasses in a chaotic, deafening toast to the village's golden boy. I still can't believe Orochimaru didn't come, Jiraiya mumbled, staring into the swirling depths of his sake cup. He sighed heavily, the celebration noise fading around him for a moment. He really took Sensei's decision personally, didn't he? TCH. Forget about that gloomy prick. Tsunade scowled, slamming her empty cup onto the table with enough force to make the wood creak. He's always been envious. He'll get over himself eventually. I am sure Orochimaru-san has his own reasons for being absent, Minato said simply, his voice calm and level. He took a respectful sip of his sake, refusing to speak ill of his senior, even now. Let's not assume the worst. I'm home, Kushina, Minato called out, the exhaustion of the night weighing on his shoulders as he stepped into the apartment. Welcome home, Yondaime-sama. Minato froze, his blue eyes went wide, capturing the most breathtaking sight of his life. There she stood, leaning against the doorframe, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. She was wearing his brand new, white Hokage Haori, and absolutely nothing else. The haze of the sake evaporated from his system in a nanosecond. Kushina smirked, seeing the way his jaw went slack. She knew exactly what she was doing. Sauntering toward him with a slow, deliberate sway, she stopped inches away, trailing a single finger down his flushed cheek. And where have you been, my lord? Minato swallowed hard, his legendary composure crumbling. The husky timbre of her voice was doing things to his heart rate that no enemy ever could. Anui, his voice cracked slightly. She arranged a celebration at the tavern. I see, Kushina purred. She rose up on her tiptoes, her lips brushing the shell of his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Well then, I suppose I am your real gift tonight. Minato didn't waste another second. In a blur of yellow, the door was locked and she was in his arms. 2 years later, Naruto. Tsunade nearly choked on her tea, slamming the cup down on the dinner table. She looked from Minato to Kushina, and finally to Jiraiya, who was busily stuffing his face beside her. I love the book, Jiraiya, really, but seriously. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? You are just jealous. Jiraiya shot back, rice flying from his mouth as he defended his masterpiece. It is a name filled with guts. Oh, shut up, Tsunade roared, pointing a threatening chopstick at the toad sage. My first nephew, the son of the fourth Hokage, the great-grandson of the first. And you want to name him after a ramen topping? Now, Ne-sama, Kushina soothed, rubbing her swollen belly with a sheepish, radiant smile. It isn't about the ramen. It means Maelstrom. It's a beautiful name. Minato nodded, placing a hand over Kushina's. His expression was earnest, lacking any of the irony Tsunade felt. Besides, if he grows up to be anything like the shinobi in that book, someone who never gives up, then it will be the perfect name. Tsunade looked at the hopeful parents, then at the smug author. She let out a long, defeated huff, crossing her arms and turning her nose up in defiance. HMPH. Fine, do as you like, she glared at the belly. But I am calling him, Naru. Someone has to give the poor kid a shred of dignity. Oh, Naruto, did you hear that? Kushina beamed, leaning back in her chair and resting both hands affectionately on the swell of her stomach. She looked down, her voice dropping to a playful, loving coo. Your auntie is already giving you a special nickname. 1 year later, she had fooled herself into thinking she had forgotten it. That specific, crushing weight in her chest. The cold that spreads from the fingertips to the heart. The suffocating silence of seeing your entire world lying motionless in the dirt. Her brother, her handsome, genius little brother. The yellow flash, the fourth Hokage, he was broken. Anue. The voice was a ghost of a whisper, but it snapped her reality back into focus. Minato. Tsunade gasped, hysterical hope flaring in her chest. You are still with me. Emerald chakra flared to life around her hands, the desperate, blinding light of her medical ninjutsu. She lunged forward to heal him, to stitch his fading life back together, but she froze. A cold, blood-slicked hand had caught her wrist. Minato looked up at her, his blue eyes dimming, shaking his head slowly. Be strong. No. The word echoed in the empty chamber of her mind. Anue. This is Kushina. The memory flashed, his shy, boyish smile as he introduced the love of his life. No. Anue. Look, I finally finished my new jutsu. I call it the Rasengan. The memory stabbed her, his proud, beaming face, looking for her approval. No, I did it, Anue. I've been chosen as the fourth Hokage. No. The scream tore from her throat, raw and animalistic, shattering the night as the light in his eyes finally went out. Back to our timeline 13 years after Minato's death. God, please just take me. I can't do this anymore. Tsunade's voice was a broken whisper, lost to the cold night air. She curled in on herself, sobbing violently under the pale, indifferent moonlight. Her brother, her lover, her sister-in-law, they were all gone, buried in the cold earth while she was left behind to rot in this hell of memories. She couldn't bear it anymore, the suffocating weight of survival, the gnawing, endless pain of longing. And now, the devil had come with an offer. To see them again, to hold Minato, to kiss Dan, to laugh with Kushina. All she had to do was betray the village. The irony tasted like bile in her throat. To see her brother again, she would have to destroy the very thing he sacrificed his soul to protect. She would have to become the very thread Minato, the fourth Hokage, would have struck down without hesitation. Minato, what should I do? Next day, morning. 3 signatures, Naruto murmured, his brows knitting together in concentration as he pressed 2 fingers against the cracked earth. One is massive, overwhelming. The second is decent, and the third, it's tiny. A small animal, maybe. Jiraiya stood over him, arms crossed, nodding in grim approval. That's them. Naruto stood up, dusting off his hands. I'd never miss Oba Yui's chakra, he said quietly. But those rumors about snakes. It gives me a bad feeling. We will find out the truth soon enough, Jiraiya replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Tracking the chakra signature was effortless. Jiraiya and Naruto moved with silent urgency, pushing through the Norin curtains of the dimly lit tavern. They weren't disappointed. There she was, slumped over a table cluttered with a graveyard of empty sake bottles. Her face was flushed, her golden eyes glassy and unfocused, a woman trying to drown a mountain of grief in a shallow cup. Shizune, noticing the movement at the door, gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. At the sound, Tsunade blinked sluggishly, turning her head. Her eyes widened, the haze of alcohol clearing instantly as she locked onto the silhouette in the doorway. Oink, oink. The tension shattered as Taunton launched herself from Tsunade's lap, a pink blur flying through the air. Whoa there, Naruto laughed softly, catching the pig with practiced ease. He scratched behind her ears, his expression fond. Hey, Taunton, I missed you, too. He set the pig down gently, his blue eyes lifting to meet the 2 women. The playfulness vanished, replaced by a warm, aching familiarity. Shizune, Oba Yui, Shizune stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as she hurried over, pulling him into a brief, tight squeeze. Naruto-sama, look at you, you've grown so tall. Tsunade didn't say a word. She stood up slowly, bracing herself against the table as if the ground had suddenly become unstable. She walked toward him, her steps heavy, her gaze intense and unblinking. It was as if she were looking at a ghost. She stopped inches from him. He wasn't the little boy she remembered. He was broad-shouldered now, towering over her. She had to crane her neck just to look him in the eye. Naru. Her voice was a jagged whisper. Trembling hands reached up, cupping his face. Her thumbs brushed over the whisker marks, tracing the jawline that was no longer soft with baby fat, but sharp and defined. Oba Yui, he whispered, leaning into her touch. Tsunade's breath hitched. The blue eyes, the blonde hair, the kindness radiating from him. It was like looking in a mirror to the past. Why you? She choked out, a tear finally escaping to track through her makeup. You look exactly like him. The dam broke. She threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, clinging to him as if he were the only solid thing in a spinning world. I missed you so much. Naruto closed his eyes, his arms wrapping firmly around her, holding his aunt together. Me too, Oba Yui. Me too. After the tears had dried and the initial rush of emotion subsided, they settled into a booth in the corner of the tavern. The air grew heavy, the warmth of the reunion quickly replaced by the cold reality of why they had come. Tsunade swirled the sake in her cup, her golden eyes lingering on the green flak jacket Naruto wore. She reached out, straightening his collar with a gentle, lingering touch. If those fossils are desperate enough to promote you to Jonin this young, the situation in the village must be truly dire, she muttered, her voice tight with worry. It explains why he came slithering out of the woodwork. Naruto stiffened, his hands slamming onto the table. Orochimaru. His voice was low, laced with urgent, protective anger. He was here. What did that bastard want with you? That is not important right now, Jiraiya cut in. His voice had lost all traces of the goofy author. He sat straight, his expression hardening into that of the legendary Toad Sage. He locked eyes with his old teammate, the weight of the hidden leaf resting in his gaze. We need to focus on why we are here, Tsunade. He paused, letting the silence stretch for a heartbeat. The Fire Daimyo and the council have come to a consensus. The village has chosen you to be the fifth Hokage. The words hit the table heavier than any bottle of sake. The reaction was instantaneous. Shizune gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in sheer disbelief, while even Taunton froze, sensing the sudden drop in atmospheric pressure. Tsunade sat paralyzed, her golden eyes widening as the phantom weight of that cursed hat settled over the conversation. Naruto didn't flinch. He kept his gaze fixed on his aunt, studying the micro-expressions flickering across her face. A small, foolish part of him, the part that still believed in the stories she used to tell him, hoped she would surprise him. He hoped she would stand up, eyes blazing, and claim the legacy his father had left behind. I refuse. The rejection was sharp, immediate, and absolute. Naruto let out a long, quiet sigh, his shoulders slumping just a fraction. Or maybe not. Jiraiya let out a low, dry chuckle, desperately trying to diffuse the suffocating tension in the room. He shook his head, a faint, wry smile playing on his lips as he looked at his old teammate. I have to admit, hearing that coming from you, it's actually kind of nostalgic. I might still wear this face, but I am pushing 50. I have zero interest in gambling my life away. Tsunade's voice was flat, monotone, devoid of the fire she used to have. Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms. You're already gambling your life away right now. At this rate, your liver is going to kill you long before any enemy ninja does. Tsunade whipped her head around, her golden eyes narrowing dangerously. Naru, don't you dare lecture me. She turned her glare onto Jiraiya, her expression hardening with realization. And don't take me for a fool. Do you really think I don't know the elders went to you first? I have my reasons, Jiraiya replied, his voice vague and evasive. Yeah, maybe because sensei actually has things to do. Naruto snapped, his patience finally fraying. He gestured frantically at the sea of empty sake bottles littering the table. I mean, seriously, what the hell even is this? Defending Jiraiya over me, you really are just like your father. Well, no wonder father was the smart sibling out of you two. The insult landed like a physical blow. What did you just say to me? Crash. Tsunade's fist came down like a hammer of God. The solid oak table didn't just break, it detonated, exploding into a shower of splinters and shattered glass. But Naruto didn't flinch, he didn't blink, he didn't recoil, he simply sat amidst the wreckage, his blue eyes burning with a cold, unwavering defiance, locking onto her furious golden gaze without an ounce of fear. "Oi, both of you, knock it off." Jiraiya jumped between them, waving his arms frantically as the tavern owner shrieked in the background. He looked from the fuming Sannin to the stubborn Jonin, groaning in sheer misery. "We're in public, you two. I knew this would be a headache, Tsunade, but do you have to be this childish? Tsunade-sama, please, you're making a scene," Shizune pleaded, her voice trembling as she frantically tried to intervene, her hands hovering nervously between the two explosive blondes. The air crackled with tension as aunt and nephew locked eyes. Golden fire met cerulean ice. For a long, suffocating moment, neither blinked. The entire tavern held its breath. Then, Naruto sighed. It wasn't a sigh of defeat, but of profound disappointment. He stood up slowly, brushing sawdust and glass shards from his flak jacket with deliberate calm. "I came all this way because I missed you," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the silence. "But I guess deep down, I knew this was a mistake. You haven't changed a bit, Oba Yui." He turned on his heel, walking toward the exit without looking back. At the doorway, he paused, casting a long shadow over the wreckage of the table. "If you want to rot here in your misery, fine. I'll be at the hotel. Don't you dare turn your back on me." Tsunade roared, her voice cracking with fury. But the only response was the swish thud of the tavern door swinging shut. Naruto was gone. The silence that followed was deafening. Every patron in the bar was staring at the wreckage of their booth. What an absolute disaster, Jiraiya thought, squeezing his eyes shut and rubbing his throbbing temples. "I knew this would be hard, but this..." "Tsunade-sama, I'm going to check on Naruto-sama," Shizune whispered, bowing hurriedly before sprinting out the door into the night, tauntaun bouncing in her arms. Left alone in the wreckage, the two Sannin shared a heavy look before silently agreeing to leave. They walked until the noise of the tavern faded, settling on a cold stone bench overlooking the sleeping town. "Arguing with him like that?" Jiraiya finally broke the silence, staring up at the moon. "It was childish, even for you. And you know he needs you." Tsunade didn't snap back. She slumped forward, elbows on her knees, her face buried in her hands. The anger had drained out of her, leaving only a hollow ache. "He's grown up so much," she murmured, her voice thick with regret. "He looks just like Minato." Jiraiya nodded, a profound, melancholy smile touching his lips. "As his sensei, I couldn't be prouder. He is growing up fast. Too fast. Sometimes, I look at him and I can already see his face carved into that mountain alongside the others. No one will snatch the 6th Hokage from him." Crack. Tsunade's knuckles turned white as she gripped her own wrist. "That is exactly what terrifies me, Jiraiya," she hissed, looking up with eyes full of fear. "I am terrified that that cursed hat will kill him, just like it killed everyone else I ever loved." "The Hokage," Jiraiya sighed, leaning back and closing his eyes. "They paved the peace we live in with their own lives. They sacrificed everything for that purpose, and deep down, I know you understand the weight of that sacrifice better than anyone. I know deep down, that you still love the village with all your heart." "Stop lecturing me," Tsunade cut him off, her voice sharp as a kunai. She glared at him, eyes blazing with defensive fury. "If you adore the title so much, why didn't you take it?" "I already told you, I have my own duty." Jiraiya paused. The air around him shifted instantly. The goofy pervert vanished, the toad sage remained. He turned his head slowly, the moonlight casting harsh shadows across his face as he locked eyes with her. "And Tsunade, don't you even think about meeting Orochimaru again." Tsunade stiffened. The warmth had vanished from Jiraiya's eyes, replaced by a cold, abyssal darkness she hadn't seen in decades. "If you betray the village," he said, his voice terrifyingly calm, "I will kill you myself." Annoying old hag, nothing but a child throwing a tantrum. Naruto sat cross-legged on the hotel bed, his chest heaving as he tried to force his breathing into a meditative rhythm. But the anger was a palpable heat in his gut, refusing to settle. His irritation spiked when he sensed a familiar chakra signature hesitate outside his door before entering. "Shizune, I said I wanted to be left alone," Naruto said, his voice terrifyingly calm. He didn't turn around, keeping his back to the intruder. "I apologize for disturbing you, Naruto-sama." Shizune's voice was soft, trembling with a heavy sadness that cut through his anger. Naruto sighed, the tension in his shoulders dropping just an inch. He opened his eyes and turned slowly. I'm sorry, Shizune. I'm just frustrated. What do you want? Shizune stepped further into the room, clutching her kimono. Her eyes were desperate. I know it is not my place to speak, but you must know the truth. Naruto blinked, his gaze sharpening. The truth? About what? Shizune took a deep breath to steady herself. A month ago, Tsunade-sama paid off all her debts. Every single ryo. She was done gambling. She looked up, her eyes pleading. We were packing our bags to return to the village. Naruto's eyes went wide. The air left his lungs. What are you talking about? She almost destroyed the tavern when we asked her to come back. Please, believe me, she was ready to go home. We were leaving, but then. Shizune's voice trailed off, choking on the rest of the sentence. Naruto's eyes narrowed into slits. The pieces fell into place with a sickening click. It's because of Orochimaru, isn't it? Shizune looked away, unable to meet the piercing blue of his eyes. I cannot say more. I have chosen to trust her until the very last moment, she whispered, her voice trembling. She looked up, desperate tears in her eyes. But I couldn't let you believe she didn't care. I couldn't let you think she had abandoned you in the village. Naruto didn't speak immediately. He stood up slowly, the mattress creaking under the shift in weight. His face was unreadable. He walked past her, pausing just at the doorway. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Thank you for always being there for us, Shizune. His voice was soft, but it carried the weight of absolute certainty. I will fix everything, I promise. Orochimaru-sama, are you certain about this course of action? Kabuto asked, his voice low. I cannot suppress my apprehension. Orochimaru let out a wet, raspy chuckle. It was a testament to his inhuman tolerance that he wasn't screaming. The necrosis in his arms was agonizing, but his face remained a mask of serpentine amusement. Fear not, Kabuto. No one knows Tsunade, and her fragility, better than I do. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing in the dim light. In the specific terms, do we truly intend to honor the resurrection? What are you implying? I have no desire to stand before the yellow flash, Kabuto admitted, his usual smirk replaced by a grim line. Corpse or not, Orochimaru said nothing, letting the silence stretch between them. He understood the fear all too well. 13 years had passed, yet a phantom chill still crawled up his spine at the memory. Those eyes, those electric, piercing blue eyes. Minato Senju didn't just look at you, he dissected you. He looked through your flesh and straight into your soul with a terrifying, absolute calm. It wasn't the power that haunted Orochimaru. It was how utterly cold that boy could be. Flashback. Oh, Minato, come here, give Grandpa a hug, Hashirama declared, his booming laughter echoing through the Senju compound as he scooped the 4-year-old boy into a bone-crushing embrace. Minato's cheeks dusted with a faint pink blush, but he smiled, hugging the massive man back. Hello, Oji-sama. Tsunade stood to the side, crossing her arms with an exaggerated, theatrical sigh at her grandfather's goofy antics. No hugs for the first grandchild. Tisk, I see how it is. The first grandson arrives and suddenly he's the real deal, she declared, clutching her chest in mock betrayal. Oh, come on, Tsuna. Don't say such things, Hashirama whined, pouting comically. I already spoiled you rotten. She even inherited your gambling habits, Minato piped up from Hashirama's arms, his blue eyes wide and innocent, but his tone undeniably cheeky. Hashirama threw his head back and roared with joyous laughter. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched violently. She pointed a trembling, accusing finger at the blonde child. You are 4, how do you even know about that? Just like his granduncle Tobirama. Hashirama beamed, ruffling Minato's spiky yellow hair with immense pride. Such an intelligent kid, why you old geezer? Tsunade shrieked, her fake hurt instantly evaporating into genuine, fiery outrage. Are you implying I'm as dumb as you are? I said nothing. Flashback end. Tsunade remained on the cold stone bench long after Jiraiya had excused himself for the night. She stared up at the moon, a faint, fragile smile touching her lips as she remembered this certain memory. The 5th Hokage, her grandfather would have been proud. First Minato, and now her. Could she really do it? Could she finally atone for a lifetime of mistakes? Could she bear to become part of that big family again? What's with the smile? She blinked, pulled from her thoughts, and turned to see her nephew standing nearby. His anger from earlier had faded, replaced by a gentle, tentative smile. Naru, What are you doing up so late? I needed to check on you, Naruto said quietly, taking the empty spot beside her. Tsunade's smile warmed as she reached out, resting a hand on his shoulder. Look at you, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Just like your father. So I've been told, he replied, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Any girls catching your eye? Naruto blinked at the sudden pivot, a faint blush dusting his scarred cheeks. No, I haven't really noticed anyone. Well, a man like you shouldn't just settle for anyone, Tsunade emphasized, poking his chest lightly. Maybe I'll have to find you a proper girl myself. But, all in due time. You're still young, despite how tall you've gotten. Naruto was dumbfounded, gaping at his aunt's sudden old-fashioned words. Seriously, Oba Yui, isn't there anything more important we should be talking about right now? What is more important than my nephew? Naruto snorted softly, the last of the tension leaving his shoulders. I'd prefer you put this kind of effort into the village. We all do. Dad, grandfather, great-grandfather, they all did. I know, she muttered softly, the teasing light fading from her eyes. Giving his shoulder one last, firm pat, she stood up. She took a few steps away before stopping under the pale moonlight. Tomorrow, we go back home. Naruto's eyes widened. He shot to his feet, utterly shocked by the sudden declaration after the explosive disaster at the tavern. Really? Yes, Tsunade said, her voice carrying a quiet, absolute resolve. Tell Jiraiya to get ready. Jiraiya had just settled onto his futon, ready to sleep off the evening's sheer exhaustion, when the shoji door suddenly slid open with a violent clatter. Naruto burst into the room, the heavy shadows of the night completely banished by the blinding, joyous smile stretched across his face. I'm telling you, sensei. Naruto practically vibrated with excitement. She said we leave tomorrow. She's coming back with us. Jiraiya sat up slowly, a genuine but guarded smile touching his lips. He wanted to share the boy's immense relief, but decades of shinobi paranoia, and his intimate knowledge of Tsunade's deep-rooted trauma, kept him from fully relaxing. That is perfect news, Naruto, Jiraiya said, keeping his voice steady and calm. But, we must remain cautious. Especially with Orochimaru still wandering around in the shadows. Naruto nodded, his blue eyes sharpening with determination, though his bright smile refused to falter. Let that snake try something. We'll handle him, Naruto declared, pounding a fist into his palm. What matters is that Oba Yui finally came to her senses. Flashback. It seems my time is drawing near. I can feel it, Hashirama murmured, sitting cross-legged atop his own stone face, the wind tugging at his long hair. Tsunade frowned, a deep sadness shadowing her young features. Oji-sama, this village, this is where everything began. This is where Madara and I first shared our dreams, and watched them finally become reality. Hashirama's voice was soft, laced with a profound, aching affection as he gazed out over the sprawling rooftops. Madara, Tsunade trailed off, crossing her arms. Since you cared for him so much, I imagine he must have been a good person once. She said it hesitantly, still struggling to reconcile the gentle tone of her grandfather with the terrifying boogeyman of shinobi legend. He was, Hashirama replied, the heavy weight of history bowing his broad shoulders. But when the time came, I chose the village over him, just as I always will. He looked down at her, his dark eyes solemn and absolute. The village is everything, Suna. Flashback end. The village is everything, Suna. She simply stared at the vast blue sky as her grandfather's words echoed in her mind. That man, the man who had forged the very system they lived in. Did she possess even a fraction of his conviction? His boundless ability to endure? She hadn't even dared to compare herself to her little brother, yet here she was, measuring herself against the god of shinobi. The great Senju Hashirama. So, what is your answer, Tsunade? Orochimaru's raspy voice shattered the quiet morning. I will heal your arms. Tsunade replied, her voice deadly calm. But you will never step foot near Konoha again. Orochimaru almost laughed, settling instead for a wicked, triumphant smirk. Deal. Tsunade nodded slowly, taking a deliberate step forward. Beneath the surface, she channeled a massive, lethal concentration of chakra into her right hand. She was ready to do it. She was ready to strike this bastard dead and avenge her sensei right here and now. However, the sharp whistle of steel cut through the air. A kunai materialized out of nowhere, embedding itself deep into the earth right between her and Orochimaru. Kabuto, Orochimaru hissed, his golden eyes narrowing at the interruption. I wouldn't advise letting her get any closer, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses as he stepped fully into view. Her chakra is surging with killing intent. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, glaring at the Sannin and his gray-haired subordinate. Looks like you found yourself a loyal little lapdog, Orochimaru. The smirk vanished from Orochimaru's pale face. So, you have chosen your side, Tsunade. He howled, his voice thick with furious betrayal. Tsunade closed her eyes for a brief moment. A flood of memories washed over her. Her beloved little brother, the brilliant yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage who had given his life for Konoha. This is Oji-sama's village. We shall protect it. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with a golden fire that hadn't burned in years. The village is everything. Well, looks like Oba Yui gave him her answer, Naruto said, amusement coloring his voice as he surveyed the massive craters obliterating the road. Tsunade-sama, Shizune thought, a relieved, tearful smile breaking across her face. Jiraiya nodded grimly, kicking a piece of rubble aside. We still need to find exactly where they moved the fight. I'm on it. Follow me, Naruto declared. He closed his eyes and brought his fingers together into a half-ram seal, casting his sensory net outward. He immediately pinpointed his aunt's blazing, aggressive chakra, followed by Orochimaru, and finally. His blue eyes snapped open, flashing with pure venom. That piece of shit, I knew he was with him. Damn this Senju will of fire, Orochimaru hissed under his breath, the wind whipping past his pale face as he bounded through the dense forest canopy alongside Kabuto. It seems I severely underestimated her resolve. Kabuto frowned, his sharp eyes scanning the blurring treeline as they retreated from the cratered road. We never expected this negotiation to go smoothly, Orochimaru-sama. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Orochimaru, you coward, fight me, tisk. What a violent woman, Orochimaru muttered, dropping gracefully into a vast, open green clearing. Kabuto narrowed his eyes at the sight of the enraged Sannin barreling toward them. Swallowing a soldier pill, his hands blurred through a rapid series of signs, his palms igniting with the lethal blue glow of chakra scalpels. However, you arrogant brat, you think you can stop me with a simple scalpel? Tsunade roared. She didn't just punch the ground, she annihilated it. The entire earth shattered, massive boulders erupting into the air as a devastating shockwave tore through the clearing. Kabuto stared wide-eyed, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the terrain simply disintegrated beneath him. This is bad. Even Orochimaru's ever-present smirk faltered at the sheer scale of the destruction. It seems you haven't just been resting all these years, Tsunade. To think you've actually grown stronger. Shut up and die. Before the dust could even settle, Tsunade was already eclipsing the sun above them. She came crashing down, her heel aimed to crush them into dust, forcing both rogue ninja to scatter desperately at the very last second. Orochimaru-sama, the tattoo, Kabuto shouted. There was absolutely no way he was engaging this monstrous woman in hand-to-hand combat. Swiping a bloody thumb across the summoning seal on Orochimaru's arm, he channeled his chakra. Damn it, Tsunade cursed, bracing herself as a gigantic, hissing serpent erupted from a cloud of white smoke, its massive jaws lunging directly at her. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, giant flame bombs. The raging inferno of Myoboku. A devastating combination attack tore through the clearing. The sheer force of the wind amplified the raging fire, creating a massive, roaring inferno that collided head-on with the serpent, reducing the towering beast to a screeching, burning crisp in mere seconds. Tsunade blinked through the thick smoke. Naruto, Jiraiya, sorry we're late, Oba Yui. Looks like we made it just in time, though, Naruto declared, his green, flak jacket fluttering as he landed lightly in the dirt beside his aunt. That was an impressive jutsu, she admitted, eyeing the smoldering, blackened remains of the snake. Ha, what can I say? We're the ultimate master-student duo. Jiraiya boasted, landing with a heavy thud and puffing out his chest with his trademark bravado. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Shizune called out, dropping from the canopy, a wave of profound relief washing over her face. I'm fine, Shizune, Tsunade replied. Her voice was steady, but her golden eyes hardened as they pierced through the fading smoke, locking onto the two rogue ninja. But we have to deal with these bastards first. Looks like trouble has arrived, Orochimaru hissed, his snake-like eyes darting between Jiraiya and the Senju boy. Kabuto, you piece of shit, Naruto yelled, glaring daggers at the gray-haired spy, who simply offered a smug smile and adjusted his glasses. Hello to you as well, Naruto. Orochimaru's mind raced, rapidly calculating the risks. He had come here to heal his rotting arms, but the situation had drastically spiraled out of his control. He was now facing Tsunade, whose sheer destructive power he had gravely underestimated, alongside Jiraiya and Naruto. Naruto alone was a massive threat, adding the two Sannin made it absolute overkill. Even Shizune was no pushover. Kabuto, we retreat, Orochimaru ordered. Kabuto nodded instantly, his hands already forming the necessary seals. Oh, no you don't. Naruto roared, his hands blurring through a rapid sequence of signs. Wind style. Pressure damage. A massive, highly compressed sphere of razor-sharp wind erupted from Naruto, tearing through the clearing with devastating force. But it hit nothing but empty earth, obliterating the terrain just as the two rogues vanished in a thick puff of white smoke. Damn it, I really hate reverse summoning, Naruto muttered in annoyance, letting out a heavy, frustrated sigh as the dust settled. He's always been fast at running away, that creepy asshole, Tsunade grumbled, crossing her arms as Jiraiya nodded in silent, grim agreement. Now, what, Oba Ue? Naruto asked, his gaze fixed intently on his aunt. He needed, to hear it directly from her. Tsunade smiled, a genuine, radiant expression that seemed to wash away decades of sorrow. She reached out and flicked his forehead, striking so quickly he didn't even have time to react. She could say they were in hurry after her, so he had no time to wear his Hite 8. We go home, she declared, her voice ringing with a mix of warmth and absolute authority. And from now on, you address me as the Godime. Naruto rubbed his stinging forehead, a massive, uncontainable grin breaking across his face. Humph, whatever you say, Godime Oba Ue. 3 days later, the elders are waiting, but they will understand, Naruto said quietly. He stood beside his aunt at the wrought iron gates of the Konoha cemetery, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the old trees. Jiraiya and Shizune waited respectfully a few paces behind them. Tsunade turned to him, her voice uncharacteristically fragile. Why you aren't coming with me? Naruto smiled, a soft, deeply understanding expression, and shook his head. No, go on, go say hello to your little brother. Tsunade nodded shakily. Taking a deep breath, she walked forward alone. Her steps were heavy with decades of grief, yet she didn't hesitate. It didn't take long to navigate the winding, quiet paths until she reached it. It was a monument that stood taller and grander than the rest. Senju Minato-sama, 4th Hokage, kneeling before the cold stone, she reached out with trembling fingers. She brushed the carved letters of his name so gently, as if she feared the stone itself might break under her touch. Warm tears spilled from her golden eyes, tracing familiar paths down her cheeks. But this time, she didn't frown. She didn't scream in agony or let the crushing weight of her loss drown her. Instead, through the tears, a genuine, radiant smile bloomed across her face. Minato, she whispered, her voice cracking as she rested her forehead against the monument. I'm home. Flashback. 8 years old Naruto. Danzo stared across the desk at his old friend, a rare flicker of surprise piercing the War Hawk's stoic facade. You want me to teach the 4th son? Yes, Hiruzen answered simply, the faint scent of pipe smoke lingering between them. I had heard Jiraiya was taking care of the boy. Why am I needed? He has a wind affinity. Danzo's single visible eye widened a fraction, his interest instantly piqued. Oh, impressive. How far along is he? He has finished the wind manipulation control training, Hiruzen explained, resting his hands atop the stacks of paperwork. He simply needs the jutsu. You are the perfect choice. Danzo frowned, weighing the request. He knew of the young prodigy's rapid growth, but he despised the idea of being relegated to a secondary mentor beneath the Toad Sage. Why would I accept such a thing? He demanded, crossing his arms. Because I said so. The atmosphere in the room turned sharp, the heavy weight of dormant chakra pressing into the air. Danzo narrowed his eye. Not enough. Danzo, we need Naruto. Hiruzen's voice grew heavy, laced with the quiet, absolute authority of the Hokage. We cannot miss such a chance. I am grooming a potential Hokage here. With a low, raspy sigh, Danzo uncrossed his arms. I cannot lie to myself, he reasoned. Minato always impressed me, and his son is showing equal potential. Perhaps even greater, considering the 9 tails sealed within his gut. Very well, send him to me. Hiruzen smiled, the suffocating tension bleeding out of the quiet office. I knew you would accept. I am only doing it for Konoha, Danzo retorted. Turning sharply, he strode toward the door, then left amused Hiruzen alone. What a violent fellow. 1 year later. Futon. Shinkaha. Naruto exhaled a sharp, sweeping breath. Vacuum blades of compressed wind erupted from his mouth, tearing across the training ground and obliterating the row of wooden dummies in a loud crash of splintered timber. Danzo stared at the shredded remnants settling in the dust, a rare pulse of genuine awe cracking his stoic demeanor. He mastered everything in 1 year. What a boy. He actually had nothing left to teach. Now what, old man? Naruto asked, dropping his hand seals and turning back with a casual grin. Danzo's visible eye twitched in irritation. I have told you, call me Danzo-sama. Naruto rolled his eyes, casually resting his hands behind his head. Why, I'm being affectionate. You really should stop being so tense all day. Relaxation cannot protect Konoha. Danzo snapped, his cane striking the earth as his voice rose with sudden, uncharacteristic fervor. I must stabilize this village from the shadows, anchoring it from underneath. I am its roots. A heavy, awkward silence fell over the clearing. The breeze rustled the leaves, emphasizing the sheer lack of a profound response. Naruto stared at the old war hawk, utterly deadpan. Yeah, a massage will definitely do you some good. Danzo exhaled a slow, weary sigh, the passion suddenly draining from his posture. Just, let us go get some tea. Danzo could not lie to himself, he had grown remarkably fond of the boy. Talented, perceptive, charming, and, most importantly, fiercely loyal to Konoha. Sitting across from him now, he finally understood why Hiruzen placed such heavy hopes on the young Senju's shoulders. I will admit, your progress is astounding, Naruto, Danzo said, his rough voice softening marginally. Just like your father, a generational prodigy. The rare praise earned an embarrassed chuckle from the blonde. Thanks, old man, you aren't so bad yourself. How did you come up with the vacuum style, anyway? Years of combat and relentless training, Danzo replied simply, lifting his cup to take a slow sip of the warm green tea. War has a way of polishing a shinobi's skills. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, staring into his own cup. I can imagine, the constant threat of getting killed forces everything out of you. You are right, Danzo offered a small, fleeting smile. I actually wanted to ask you something else, Gramps. Danzo blinked, his visible eye focusing sharply on his student. It was highly unusual to see Naruto look so hesitant. What is it, Naruto? You're a bit too old to be completely alone. Why no wife, kids, or grandchildren? Naruto asked, leaning forward slightly. I mean, you looked quite cool in your younger days. Danzo raised a singular, scarred eyebrow. Younger days. Naruto blinked, suddenly realizing his slip, and chuckled nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah, I mean, you look cool now, too. Sighing, the old war hawk let his posture settle, his tone returning to its usual stoic cadence. I had a fiancée once. She died during the war. An ambush. Naruto's expression fell into a sad frown. I'm sorry. Did you never think about trying again? Danzo frowned, his eye fixed on his own weary reflection rippling on the surface of the pale tea. Falling in love, making her love you in return, it is an immense effort I had no desire to undertake a second time. It has been decades, regardless. I have forgotten her face. I doubt you did, Naruto said gently, taking a quiet sip of his drink. Danzo said nothing. The quiet rustle of the wind through the courtyard filled the silence between them. I didn't. It was highly unusual for him to visit this place. Danzo had always believed a grave was the perfect conclusion to a shinobi's existence. Dying in combat for the village was the ultimate, necessary sacrifice. How often had he dreamed of having his own name carved into this cemetery, immortalized alongside all the other Konoha shinobi who had given their lives? Was it Naruto's words that drove him out here? Was that why the aging war hawk was now kneeling in the quiet dirt, his calloused fingers softly brushing the dust from a specific, weathered engraving? Hinaki, he muttered. The name left his lips in a soft, fragile tone he had never shown to another living soul. What if Hinaki hadn't died back then? The thought breached his carefully constructed defenses. If she had survived, he would have had a family. He would have occupied his years training his own children instead of cultivating the ruthless assassins of Root. And now, at this age, he would be growing old beside Hinaki, the warmth of their grandchildren filling his home. All these visions, just because the boy asked a single question. Rising slowly from his kneeling position, the rustle of his heavy robes breaking the silence, Danzo looked down at his free hand. The scarred flesh was trembling slightly in the cool evening breeze. He whispered to the silent stones, the realization heavy and suffocating. Regret everything? What do you mean Shisui died? Danzo demanded. Itachi knelt motionless before him, Hiruzen, Kaharu, and Homura. Shisui had been their greatest weapon, the only peaceful way to stop the madness the Uchiha intended to commit. Slaughtering the clan would cripple the village's military might, but fighting them in the open would burn Konoha to the ground. Danzo even feared they might dare to control Naruto and unleash the Nine Tails. He expected everything from them. Itachi kept his tone perfectly even, betraying nothing. He appeared before me missing an eye. He entrusted his remaining eye to me before committing suicide. Dear God, Hiruzen whispered in shock, deeply massaging the bridge of his nose. What happened to both eyes? Shisui destroyed his own before the enemy could take it. I destroyed the one entrusted to me, Sandaime-sama, Itachi replied. Who assaulted him? Danzo pressed, his single visible eye narrowing sharply. Itachi knew the truth, but he kept it buried. I do not know. Shisui said he was a masked man. Hiruzen had nothing left to say. He had already wrung every possible idea from his mind to solve this crisis. Shisui's plan had been the absolute last solution to this dilemma. Hiruzen, your commands? Danzo asked, the heavy silence of the room amplifying his rough voice. He already knew what the only remaining solution was. The Sandaime is a gentle man, but even he will not hesitate to do what is necessary for Konoha, Danzo told the young Anbu standing before him. If we decide to face the Uchiha in open conflict, there will be consequences, and even your brother will face them. Itachi's brow furrowed, a subtle shift in his otherwise flawless stoicism. Are you threatening me? Danzo's single visible eye blinked slowly. Was this boy messing with him? You foolish child, I am giving you a choice to save your little brother. Danzo snapped, the sharp clack of his cane striking the stone floor echoing through the dimly lit room. What do you think will happen when Uchiha Sasuke witnesses a Konoha shinobi slaughtering his kin? Do you truly believe we will allow an Uchiha to grow up inside the village harboring such hatred? Itachi had never liked Danzo, but he could not deny the cold, ruthless logic. The old war hawk was right. He could not place Sasuke in such danger. Sasuke will be safe, of course. Itachi lowered his gaze, the heavy silence sealing his clan's fate. Understood. Danzo stood in the dead center of the Uchiha compound, surrounded by the slaughtered. The heavy, metallic stench of blood hung thick in the night breeze. He had never liked the Uchiha, but even he had never truly imagined it would culminate in this absolute, suffocating silence. Fools, he muttered, his rough voice laced with cold annoyance. If only they accepted Hiruzen's generous offers, nothing would have happened at all. With a slow, weary sigh, he turned his back on the carnage and began the walk toward the compound gates. His cane struck the blood-stained cobblestones with a hollow, rhythmic thud. He had seen enough of this endless cycle. He was growing old. Time to end this. Next day, I have had enough, Hiruzen. I am out, Danzo said simply, his single visible eye heavy with a bone-deep exhaustion. Out, Hiruzen muttered, the faint ember of his pipe illuminating his shock at his old friend's sudden decision. Yes, I will admit it, I am tired. Hiruzen nodded slowly, leaning back in the Hokage's chair. I understand. If I could do the same, I would. Naruto is young, but he is growing. Just wait a bit longer, Danzo reassured him, earning another slow nod from the third. I see you trust him as well. A small, rare smile graced Danzo's scarred features. I would never admit it to him, but the boy is like a grandson to me. Hiruzen returned the gentle smile, the usual heavy tension of the office lifting entirely. I see. And what will you do with your Anbu? I will transfer their command to you. I will only keep a select few for my personal protection, Danzo said, turning his back to the desk. The thud of his cane against the floorboards seemed less sharp, less militant than before. I apologize for leaving you in such turbulent times, but the years are passing. I wish to rest, just for once. From this day forward, you shall serve directly under Sandaime-sama. Root is officially disbanded. Danzo's rough voice echoed over the kneeling shinobi. Despite their rigorous conditioning, a ripple of visible shock passed through the ranks as they exchanged uncertain glances. Danzo struck his cane sharply against the stone floor, the harsh clack instantly demanding their focus. Enough. You are shinobi of Konoha. When you receive an order, you say hi. Rather than gawking at one another like fools. Hi. They barked in perfect, conditioned unison. Danzo gave a curt nod. Good. You are all dismissed. With a synchronized blur of motion, the operatives vanished, leaving the dimly lit chamber submerged in heavy silence. Danzo exhaled a long, quiet breath, a rare wave of relief washing over his aged shoulders. Good, he murmured to the empty room. Now, I must attend to the Shimura main house. His clan was effectively extinct, yet their ancestral home still stood, waiting in the quiet periphery of the village. As he turned and began his slow, measured walk through the corridors, an unexpected thought drifted into his mind. A massage? Do they actually have places for that in the village now? 4 years later, 13 years old Naruto. Ho, Hiruzen placed you with the Uchiha boy? Danzo asked, the sharp clack of his shogi piece echoing softly across the quiet garden. He sat on the Ingawa, watching Naruto, who wore his newly acquired forehead protector with unmistakable pride. Yeah, though it's more likely he placed Sasuke with Kakashi, Naruto replied, his eyes scanning the wooden board. You know the reason. Danzo gave a slow, measured nod. Kakashi is the only one left in the village with a Sharingan. Naruto slid his piece forward with a decisive click before meeting the older man's gaze. This whole Uchiha matter never settled right in my mind. The pieces don't fit. There has to be something more behind it. Danzo studied Naruto for a long moment, allowing the ambient rustle of the leaves to fill the sudden, heavy silence. Is he ready to know the truth of that night? Danzo wondered. No, he is still too young. If there is a hidden truth to be found, Danzo said evenly, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts, I do not doubt you will eventually uncover it. Yeah, Naruto announced. A sudden, sharp grin broke his serious expression as he advanced his final piece across the board. And I win. Danzo scowled, his visible eye narrowing at his trapped king. Damn it. Flashback end. After years of endless plotting, Danzo realized that retirement was not actually so bad. He could finally rest and appreciate the simple things, like the warmth of good tea and the quiet strategy of shogi. He no longer had to bear the crushing weight of hundreds of root operatives under his direct control. A sudden swirl of displaced air signaled an arrival. Danzo-sama. Danzo blinked, his eyes shifting to the masked Anbu now kneeling on the polished wood of the Ingawa. Lowering his teacup with a soft clink, he asked, what is it? Jiraiya-sama and Naruto-sama have returned with Tsunade-sama, the operative reported in a flat, monotone voice. I see, Danzo muttered. He waved a dismissive, aged hand. Very well, you may leave, sir. With a sharp rustle of fabric, the Anbu vanished in a body flicker. Tsunade, a good choice, Danzo murmured to the empty garden, slowly rubbing his scarred chin. It also meant Naruto would finally have his aunt in the village, another anchor to ensure the boy's continued growth. 5 Senju Hokage out of 6, he mumbled to himself. Perhaps nepotism was the only true way to keep this village stable. His thoughts drifted to another recent anomaly. That Suna Kunoichi Naruto visited in the holding cells. Danzo's visible eye narrowed sharply. Sigh, another blur of motion, and a pale-skinned youth materialized from the shadows, dropping to one knee. Sir, I want a full dossier on the Suna Kunoichi called Tamari, the Cage's daughter we held imprisoned a while ago. Sai tilted his head slightly. What kind of information? Danzo released a long, suffering sigh, the tension returning to his shoulders. Skills, a personality profile, and a picture. Do you operatives truly have no idea how to execute your jobs without asking how? Though Sai lacked a porcelain mask, his usually blank expression shifted just enough to betray a sheepish awkwardness. He quickly bowed his head. Hi, Danzo-sama.